We birthed in the streets, came up from problems and slums. We hustle and eat, hustle our bodies for crumbs. We birthed in the streets, came up from problems and slums. We hustle and eat, hustle our bodies for crumbs. This where we from, and it's all that we know. It's all that we know, this is all that we know. It's all that we know, it's all that we know, this is all that we know. And this is where we from, say yeah, this is where we from. And it's all that we know, it's all that we know, this is all that we know. We came out the streets, came up from flames, came out the beast, came up from pain, came up from cops, came up from Cain, came up from judges that's playing their games, came out the plots, came up from plots, came up from all of us playing our lanes, came up from crackers that's focused on killing our leaders and stopping our queens and our kings. All the days on that concrete, how did we ever get past? Short change, red line, see, so you may hustle for cash. Yeah, we the struggle to have, yeah, we the struggle to mass, but we knew troubles could last, plus we got muscle and math. Remember them days in the dark, hustling, not grinding that smart. Remember them days and them times, family was stuck on the move, family was stuck on the lines. So we push all our times up, push the case till all our files shut, push the feet till all our miles touch, push the street cause all we got is us, yeah. We birthed in the streets, came up from problems and slums. We hustle and eat, hustle our bodies for crumbs. We birthed in the streets, came up from problems and slums. Where we hustle and eat, hustle our bodies for crumbs. This where we from, and it's all that we know. It's all that we know, this is all that we know. It's all that we know, it's all that we know, this is all that we know. And this is where we from, say yeah, this is where we from. And it's all that we know, it's all that we know, this is all that we know. Nights when the food is grinding, focus on food, had to find rent. Trapping and cruise with timing, move or you lose or you're dying. Life for the fools and the blind men, cops and the rules and they finding. Hung by a noose of they lying, play like a fool by these tyrants. It's all that we know, remember the pain that we put in for dough. Remember the nights that we slept on the floor. Remember the schools with their hand in our clothes. Remember the cribs with the roaches and mold. Remember the nights with the hood on the stove. Remember your skin with no third wasn't cold. Remember the programs that open and close. It's all that we know, the life in the hood. Yes, it's the life in the street. The garrison cold, life by the curb, life in the beats. It's life in the cold, yeah, the life in your feet. The garrison cold, life by the curb, life in the beats. We birthed in the streets, came up from problems and slums. We hustle and eat, hustle our bodies for crumbs. We birthed in the streets, came up from problems and slums. Where we hustle and eat, hustle our bodies for crumbs. This where we from, and it's all that we know. It's all that we know, this is all that we know. It's all that we know, it's all that we know, this is all that we know. And this is where we from, say yeah, this is where we from. And it's all that we know, it's all that we know, this is all that we know. Black mask, I don't need one. They tried to push me back cause I don't need them. When them shots start the fire, you gon' need one. Malcolm in the chamber, everybody needs some. Black mask, I don't need one. They tried to push me back cause I don't need them. When them shots start the fire, you gon' need one. Malcolm in the chamber, everybody needs some. I look you straight in your face and call out your nonsense. I give you fire to your face and call at the palm print. Black is my race and the only thing I'm acknowledging. Survived so many days as a slave, so now I'm not following none of your rules or your talking points or your politics. Once was a fool for your coin, but now we counterfeit. Survival of the fittest, it's a black power apocalypse. Black man, no cape in his hand, I'm always popping shit. Black mask, I don't need one. They tried to push me back cause I don't need them. When them shots start the fire, you gon' need one. Malcolm in the chamber, everybody needs some. Black mask, I don't need one. They tried to push me back cause I don't need them. When them shots start to fire, you gon' need one. Malcolm in the chamber, my enemy, son.
What's good, YouTube? Black Streets, what's goody? We black addicts. What's goody, baby? Nobody watches the beginning of the show, so whatever. Shout out to those that's here. And those that do. Black power for you, black power to you, black power to you. What's goody, what's goody, what's goody? P-Funk, what's good? Grease and Real Lyrics, I appreciate you. Lee Clem, what's goody? Vayasa, what's good? I'm mad late. I'm supposed to be starting the stream from earlier on. Didn't get to do that. My apologies. I'm sure y'all were entertained with something on the YouTube streets. Black power, that's black effing right. Black power all day, all the time, man. So that's for anybody and everybody, man. It's black power on these sides. So a lot of people get in the convo. Cycle was like, yo, it don't matter what the title's going to be. It's going to be Africa. Africa is going to be the issue. I was crying in the chat. But yes, man, who benefits from black on black division? Is it FBAs? Is it Pan-Africans? Is it Nigerians? Is it Ghanaians? Tribal conflict is an issue in the black world. And let's not act like FBAs represent a real aspect of that conversation. I'm not even gonna act like it. This whole war is going on between different ethnic groups historically for a long time in Africa, and all this is an issue. Who benefits from black on black division, black on black conflict? Do we benefit from this? That's the reality. Who benefits the most? Seeing Jamaicans and Black Americans not work together, Black Jamaicans and Black, it's just said that benefits who? Black people being disenfranchised globally and no point of unity. Who benefits from that? Ebony Knowledge, what up, sis? Corey, what's goody? These are the questions for the day. See how long we can stay on topic. But who benefits? Can I define black power? I define black power as the ability to be empowered to do for oneself, to take responsibility into your own hands. And in the context of colonization, that is something that black people haven't been able to do. And it's been a story of our struggles to get empowered while being forced into colonial spaces. So, and then how we maintain power, how we find other people to reach the point of power. That's why education is so important. I always tell people like, yo, if you could tie your shoes, think about when you first started tying your shoes. Wipe your ass. Think about when you get old. You can't tie your shoe. You can't wipe your ass. You are no longer empowered. You need somebody else to do for you. Now, we understand it when we get old, and we understand it for babies. But for able-bodied adults, without any condition, oh, hell no. We expect you to be embodied, empowered, and enabled to carry out your duties as an adult. And so we say that for a community. We say we expect the world expects us to be able to carry out our duties as an adult, as a community of adults who are responsible for their own progress. Now that progress has been hindered by white folks. Black power first. You asked me if I could define it. Now, Black power definitely refers to the slogan in the 70s and got popular by Kwame Ture, I almost said a Puerto Rican, a Trinidadian. So, but the idea of power and being empowered and doing for self, that's why part of the slogans is doing for self. That's why the Black Panthers took on, we're going to do for self, the whole do for self ideology, and that precedes that. Then it's a huge disconnect. Well, it happens. It happens. Summer Godness was goody, Queen. Yo, good looks, bro. We definitely have a 10th. I wouldn't even say a 10th. Umar Johnson's gotten over $4 million. You know what I mean? Like, we've gotten in 8 years, maybe 100,000 in donations. We do have parents' payments for tuition, but that don't add up to no. Yeah. But again, shout out to everybody that's been supporting and donating. Again, appreciate that. We only getting started. Once we get it popping in North Carolina and in Brooklyn, and it's sustaining itself and it's growing and thriving, I can die in peace. You know what I'm saying? Psych. On to the next shit. He got 1 million plus, and I'm going by Lennon Honor. And Lennon Honor be like, yo, he got like 4 or 5 mil, me. And he start playing the song after. Right? 4 mils on him. Like, yo, geez. How you doing that? Keenan Wright, what's goody? Yeah, I just uploaded a new video. Make sure y'all go leave a comment on the videos. Y'all don't be commenting on the videos. Y'all share the video. Y'all see where the donations is going. Y'all see where the volunteers is at. If you want to volunteer and get involved, email the Zyx Institute. Well, now it's info@thezyxinstitute.org. I got to start putting that across the stream. Hit up the Institute, enroll at thezyxinstitute.org. Sign up, get involved. If you can't get involved, support. FBA is the title, although it's not actually accurate as a label, not separating Caribbean and South Americans. Type-ish, I guess. I be trolling. G Money Hollywood, what's goody? Y'all can I put the link in the chat. Y'all can hit the link. Tell me what y'all got popping, how we can connect, how we can work together. You know what I mean? That's on FBA. That's on Pan-African. That's some more, whatever, man. I'll be on some cool stuff. I know the panel gets filled up with people that don't sometimes be on some, like, giving you space to speak, because some of the stuff people be saying be crazy, and people don't got no patience for that. The Census Bureau finally listened. They separated Black Americans from Africans on the new census. I mean, that makes sense. I think it should be, if you got white difference, you get separated, just so you have a better understanding. Yo, Judah, you ain't ish, man. You ain't ish, Judah. He said, "This is the Long Island Q butter today." Yo, yo, that was funny as hell. I'm not even from Long Island, but fuck. Should I be, yo? Yo, that was mad funny. Yo. No, that was a funny joke. So I don't even have that. That's funny because you laughing at it while you trying to come up with a response. I'm like, that was funny right there. Yo, that was a good one, Judah. Yo, he called me with that one. I didn't expect that one, so I'm laughing because I'm picturing Long Island as he's saying it, than me saying I'm being bougie. That was a 10-pointer right there, Judah. That was a good one. Oh man, that made me laugh.
Long Island butter was cracking.
Oh man, now you go, yo, bro. I was doing some Uber Eats shit. I was in some part of Long Island, son. Yo, I ain't gonna lie, son. That shit made me feel like a whole different level of poverty. Like I looked at my whole life and just said poverty, son. I ain't even gonna lie, son. Like that shit, it bothered me this one day. But I was like, son, I delivered this one house. Yo, son, I'm like, this shit, nigga, you got 11 cars in this bitch?
Man.
Driveways is mad circles and shit.
Don't keep going all the way down and get to the Hamptons. Forget about it.
Yo, bro, I did a delivery. Like I used to do this other shit. I had a delivery service business before Uber and shit. With a truck, yo, I delivered to Ed McMahon's crib, bro. This shit, yo, son, that shit was a $500 delivery,
wild.
bro. It was a fucking like handbag, bro. No cap. This shit was like a handbag for $500 delivery. Son, he lived on I don't know what you call it, but it's like a land bridge, I guess you could say. And I'm in the old hoopty Yukon, son. Oh man, so I hated driving Long Island with the Yukon. I got pulled over every week by police. What you doing over here? What you doing? I'm like, yo, son, I'm doing a delivery, boy. Oh man. Yeah, B. Culture and heritage pride, not race. Yeah, I'm with culture and heritage pride, man. There's plenty of ways we can celebrate Black history in America, man, without, and I think celebrating Black history in America would make it easier for other people to understand the level of pride that we have. We should do more to celebrate our history. You know what I mean? Do more to put on for Black Americans. And that's just going to make people respect it, you know what I'm saying? Like, and then also challenge those who are in higher seats or higher plateaus of life or whatever you want to call it to really start putting on, publicly for us as well. You know what I mean? That means a lot, you know what I mean? Mike Tyson sell weed. Mike Tyson, FBA. Riddick Bowe, I don't know if Riddick Bowe FBA. Mayweather's FBA. You know what I'm saying? Like the world sees Mayweather. You know what I'm saying? Like that's like, how do we get to Mayweather?
Man, Mike is black, man.
Huh?
Mike is
Michael Jordan, Michael Jackson, you know what I mean? Pick one. You know what I mean? Whatever one. Reggie Miller's, Charles Barkley's. I don't know the football players. I couldn't name maybe FBA team is solid in terms of basketball. Sis, we just had Lawrence Taylor on screen. Did you not hear what Lawrence Taylor he said, look, I don't know why I'm here. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. But I'm happy I'm here, man. Let's go. You saw that shit, Willie? Oh, man, son. Then what's the other one we had in land? And I'm with the L because we got plenty of positive stuff, but that was crazy. You know what I mean? Not just a balance of the imagery. And this isn't a shot. This is just stating, I wasn't even talking about him. We need Candace Owens. Candace Owens is a beast, bro. She just, smacked that white dude, B. That shit throw off the whole, you know what I'm saying? You didn't see that, sis? Oh, nah. If you didn't see that, Ebony, you gonna crack up off of this. Yo, son. Yo, this was, yo. Now, if he just got, this was like a black dude getting hired for a job and like just happy that he got, look, man, I'll. Yo, that's how I looked at this shit. It was like everybody was so cool and shit. He was like, look, man, I don't know why I'm here. But for some reason, somebody needs me here, and I'm going to be wherever he needs me to be, even if I don't know why I'm here. I didn't even realize that he had Triple H on the screen with him. What the fuck is going on in America? Oh, this is fucking... Why is Triple H... Oh, yo, hold on. Yo, no. Yo, I thought they was bullshitting on live. Nah, hold on, son. Oh, man, I gotta wait back up. This, we all dreaming, bro. The aliens, you don't understand, Pan-Africans. What's my goal? My goal isn't to empower Black people as much as possible. That's the reason why I built a nonprofit, an institute dedicated to educating Black people specifically. I've dedicated my life to empowering Black people. As a Pan-African, I see us as all collectively throughout the diaspora having a common ancestor and a common enemy. Colonizers, those that side with colonizers, and the fact that we all come from Africa. That doesn't mean that you have to call yourself African. That doesn't mean you need to get on the boat back to Africa. That doesn't mean that I'm trying to sell you some dashikis with some fucking sandals. It just means that you have a common ancestor as somebody in California, as somebody in Chicago, as somebody in motherfucking New Jersey, as somebody as in Trinidad. We all came from through the diaspora, challenges of transatlantic slave trade. Was that clear? Do I even speak to Africans? Yes, I have many African friends. But did that answer your question? I don't understand what that relates. See how you just drift from the original question? This is three different, you don't see Africans in the conversation. We are the descendants of Africa. I'm a Negro, so I see Africans in the conversation. So would you like to invite some people who have, from the continent into the conversation? And are you interested in doing something for Black people in America, since that's your focus?
And what would be the plan?
Like, you know what I'm saying?
Something
Like
tangible we can get going in a month.
Yeah, can we work on something in your city, or can you help me with something in North Carolina or Brooklyn? You know what I'm saying? Like, can we do that? Like, is that, I don't know why, out of all the platforms y'all can go to and ask these questions, I'm one of the few platforms you come to and straight to get to work. Like, yo, Q, what's up? We're trying to get something popping. And there's a bunch of people in the panel and channel that want to get shit popping. Why would you come over with anything else than that? LL, nah, Willie ain't Haitian. Your focus is American and Africa. You don't care about Africa native relationships. Why are you telling me what my focus is? Why don't you tell me why don't you just unsubscribe?
That's like I say to my Haitians, though. Stop, I say.
Saka fait. You know what I'm saying? Saka fait.
Yeah.
I would say at this point, why don't you just unsubscribe? You know what I'm saying? Like, Ebony Knowledge, am I wrong for asking them? I'm going to start asking people to chat. Am I wrong for asking this person to unsubscribe?
Hey, you are wow. You probably the only person on all of YouTube to be like, yo, please hit the unsubscribe button for me, fam. Like, yo, that is a brand new grift.
Please. Ebony said, hold on. You might be on the fence. You might be on the fence. Ebony's still, reviewing your application. I'm like, man, please, bro. I'm cool.
Leave me alone, Corey. Leave me alone, Corey.
She says she guess not. You cool to stay, man. But can we get to the building, bro? How can we get something popping in your city? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, all this other shit. I just troll to get y'all over here. And after that, once I get over here, I get straight to can we get to working? And if you're one of them people that only want to focus on being, bothered by the title, I'm going to ask you to leave. I'm going to apologize. I'm sorry. Got you. Oh, you shot him already, Corey? It'd be like that, man. Y'all Brooklyn dudes, y'all do some best style with them little, you know what I'm saying, with them old school 38s, man.
That's my bro.
He's like, yo, son, I ain't know, son. Son ready to park talking, man. Spicy, son. Nah, son, you on my bad, Q. But you know how they go, son. Niggas walk in the park, so it's up, son. We be trying to be cool, man. But they in the chat hear me begging y'all to be cool and let's work together. And niggas like, what? Like, come on, man. Like, who benefits from black on black division? White folks.
Yeah.
White folks, man. So how can we get us to work together, man? It's not supposed to be easy. I don't got the way to do it for everybody. All I'm saying is, can we? Because if not, let's be real. Who benefits the most? Judah, that's realistic. All right, I'm gonna ask you from now on, Judah, and we should ask them to leave, man. You know what I'm saying? All right, Judah, my resident Hebrew, street Hebrew, man, renegade street Hebrew, man. He a cool one though. He ain't like the rest of y'all.
Yeah, nah, Judah solid.
Yeah, Judah, I ain't gonna put Judah in the box with the rest of the Hebrews. He be mad when we putting up. He be like, yo, son, you can't say all Hebrews. So I'm a fucking Hebrew. Yo, bro, but you know, like 99% of y'all wear them big ass boots and the fucking Power Ranger outfits. Just because you wear Jordans and shit, and not the Miguels, don't mean the rest of them don't wear them big ass Power Ranger boots. D Major, thank you. That was an easy question, right? You said who benefits most? White people. Next question, please. I know that was an easy show. You know what I'm saying? Show is over. Yeah. Thank you. Put your email in the chat. You won the Negro Award. You get to spend $25 at any Dollar Tree you want in America.
Dollar Tree motor oil. The prize pack also comes with a Dollar Tree Fruity O's cereal.
So somebody said, he said, what's the benefits of Black Power? All right, so Black Power is empowerment. So I know it's a term that you heard in that time, but that time was attached to Black people taking on the ownership of themselves, looking at themselves, saying, well, Black is beautiful, baby. Black is powerful. You know what I mean? Take on leadership for ourselves. Do for yourself. That's what the whole do for yourself model, all of these things came in. But that's underlined within the entire mission of Black people.
Scope, right.
The whole scope of the mission, whether you want to be a Pan-African or not, any of these titles, the idea was to get Black people empowered and to be able to stand up on top of themselves. Stand up for themselves, rather. You know what I'm saying? That's the powerful step that we got to be on. And so how does that help us now? So right now, Black people don't have any power in terms of medical. So the medical world, Black people have zero power. We make up less than 2% of doctors, surgeons, high levels inside of the medical world. So we are not empowered.
When we know for a fact studies have been done that Black doctors give Black patients better care and you see a longer life expectancy. So, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, so that's empowerment. Our positions in employment, our positions in business, our pursuits of entrepreneurship, these are all forms of empowerment. Our family structure is empowerment. Like, if we can't sustain our families, we have no power, because that's the only way for us to go further. Empower, how I teach it and how I explain it to students, is attached to responsibility and the liberty to take care of yourself. And the fact that taking care of yourself in America for Black people has historically been an issue for white people. Because taking care of yourself in a colonial state like America eventually means it's problematic, because eventually you start making money. There's definitely more Black than when I first became. Yeah, there's more Black doctors, but there's more Indian doctors, there's more Chinese doctors, there's more white doctors. Now, if you want to say 3%, what number you want to say, Ebony? Whatever number you say that makes up doctors, you could pick a number.
And this is the thing about that whole FBA argument, right? One of the things that's problematic for me. When they tout certain statistics, right? Like even if we're looking at the 2% of doctors being black, the reality is the tether makes up a good portion of that 2%, right? Like my primary care physician was Dr. Duvasol when I was a kid. He was African, you know what I mean? But who's in America under the united banner of black. So when you're talking about this separation, it's not going to be a win-win situation. It actually probably hurt a lot more.
Ebony, you're right. It says 5.7% of doctors.
And most of them come from HBCUs.
Let's go to surgeons. I was probably thinking about surgeons. Surgeons, we make up 1.8% of surgeons. So 1.8 of surgeons, 5% of doctors. Nurses, I know we got a decent amount of nurses and auto mechanics. Motherfuckers will fix a tire and tell you blood pressure and the heartbeat in the hood.
Yes, Lord.
Yep, and that's in America at right now. So let's so for me, it's like who's like now in the terms of ideology, nobody's ideological views is winning. So you can't sell me anybody. You know what I mean? Pan-Africanism, as much as y'all try to frame it as an ideology, Don P
It's
said,
an ideology. There's nothing wrong with that. Ain't no need to run from that one. It's the ideology. It's the fact. It's the ideology that working together throughout the diaspora and the continent will benefit.
but part of it was a necessity. So that's why part of
That
it I
too.
can't. You know what I mean? Like you got 2 black people, 4 or 5 black people on the ship. They all might have been different tribes. They chained up. The ship gets wrecked, and it's them against these white people that's hurt.
Together.
You
Yeah.
know what I'm saying? Like that's now is that that's that necessity? Like I understand it developed into an ideology in the 1800s, but that's why for me
Through
it's
the actual necessity of it.
through the
I
necessity.
get it.
Black power, in the same way, you can articulate it as an ideology, but it is in essence part of responsibility. Like when you say women empowerment movement, women want the ability to be empowered and do for themselves.
Mm-hmm.
So we're saying power, it's empowerment, black empowerment. Black power just is a slogan that sounds dope, but it was always just about black empowerment.
Now look, you made me think of something, right? Like to the argument that from I ain't even gonna say a goofy space, but that a lot of people make is you're working for someone else's institution, right? Like, why do you want to do that? Well, in reality, though, in that comparison, white women very much gauge their success in what they're doing in representation in these spaces. So they tout these people as, oh, she's the CEO of this, and this is what we can do. And so I don't think we should alienate that lane either. Even though it's been filled with a lot of coons and stuff, but you know, we can't say that being successful there isn't a part of black power. Them niggas hire niggas, man.
Brother Rob, black power is an intention. I like that black power is intentional.
Question of the black community. Yeah, yeah.
I like that intentional part of it. That could that intentional component makes it very much the definition of a coon and a sellout.
It refines the scope. Now
Yeah,
we can weed out who this doesn't include.
because
Right.
now it creates this criteria which naturally develops, where it's like, where it naturally develops, because you have. I think that's the intentional part and the necessity. I think they go
Hand in
hand in
hand.
hand because you have points when it's like we had no option but to work together, and then you had options where the white man was like, "Look, man, You can get some grapes and some bananas if you snitch.
Damn, and I'm getting extra pseudo with it. I'm putting on my pseudo kufi. So when you see a decline in Black Power, it comes from being in a space where everyone's comfortable and there's not that necessity to work together.
And bananas
And
and biscuits is, it makes it difficult for somebody to look at how empowerment means something. That's where it's like the disconnect to community becomes weird. Like when you hear people saying that, that's why the America component is weird for me, because it's like, yeah, I'm American, but America don't fuck with me. I'm here because I'm in the country. I don't get in this whole hooray, hoorah, America, what flag waving party. That shit different to me. Hector said bashing FBA's Abel's Israelites isn't Black Power. I could agree with you to some extent. I could agree with you. It depends on the context of the conversation.
I would agree that bashing isn't Black Power, but challenging, that may be necessary. So bashing, yeah, I would agree. That's not Black Power, but challenging, questioning.
Yeah. And nobody was bashing anybody. I said I be trying to keep the conversation cool. Is this, y'all know some of y'all talking points are extremely provocative, and it creates a response that, you know. All right, so there's two questions I want to definitely get to. So this one right here, he said, what are some examples of Black Power in 2025? Did my laptop do some dumb shit? Somebody asked, what are some examples of Black Power in 25?
I don't want to tether out, but I would say AES. That's an example of Black Power. Because where you are doesn't necessarily determine where you fall in Black Power. Yeah, I mean, the Panthers didn't accomplish everything they wanted to do and were pushing for at the time, but they still hold a very strong place in Black Power for their effort and what they were doing. And it was sparking that spirit that we can do this. You know what I mean? I see a lot of that in AES. I like to see that from the continent. When the first thing everyone will say is Tutsis and Hutus, you get what I'm saying? Like they'll go to Rwanda and Uganda and look at all the wars. I like to see that on the continent. It's something that I could argue back with. You know what I'm saying?
Well, all right, so I'm gonna answer. Oh, my shit killing me.
Your man asked a good one too. Bravo. That was the best one to me.
Let me see. He said, where can we find Bravo? I'm a chemist student. Shout out to everybody studying chemistry.
So I wasn't talking about that one. The first question he asked was, how does Black Power apply to our future?
Oh yeah, now I was gonna damn, excuse me, y'all. That was my bad, y'all. Excuse me. One Black Power, again, understand Black Power, you stupid, and empowerment. So if you have a child, every time they learn how to do something for themselves, they become empowered.
Correct.
So when they can tie their shoes, you no longer look to tie their shoes, and now you hold them accountable for tying their shoes.
Right.
This is empowerment. You see what I mean? We want to be able to hold ourselves accountable and be responsible for our own development. And we don't want to be hindered on this. And we want to be supported the same way every other community is supported, and respected the same way every other community is respected. White people have to deal with the fact that they have not addressed the history of Black atrocities in this country. So they're scared of Black people getting up off their ass and whooping somebody's ass.
Yeah, they don't want to go back to the 60s. We
Let's
wasn't
just
even whooping
understand.
ass then.
A lot of the part of the conversation is dedicated off of the fact that white people are scared of black folks saying that, you know what, we didn't forget and we pissed and we back. So if white people really were scared about that, instead of doing more oppressive acts, they would address it with actions that would be aligned with atonement. Whatever language they want to come up with, they would recognize that they did the black people in this country wrong and find some language to make it fitting. So all of this, it wasn't legal, wasn't all this other shit. Oh, you waiting on pity. The chip on the shoulder is what white people should be worrying about. And black people, we should proudly have a chip on our shoulder because we are overcoming, because we are empowered. And the fact that we are empowered and we're standing up on our shoulders and standing on our square should make everyone scared. We've been through so much in this country, so much through the transatlantic slave trade, so much through imperialism, so much through colonialism, and we're standing up and saying, fuck you, and we're doing it on our own. Oh, yeah, that's dangerous. That's dangerous. And that's something that they don't want. And that's why you see that the areas in which infrastructure is most important, that infrastructure is centered around, we're not really in those areas. However you want to call it, for whatever reasons of design, we're not in those areas. And so we got to push that. So what does that mean going into the future? If we don't have a focus on black empowerment, this is where the conversations get confusing politically. Because when we're talking about, when I hear FBAs and people discuss, and Pan-Africans discuss, or anybody discuss political issues, representation and explicitness is an issue. We want stuff specifically for black people to empower black people specifically. So understand empowerment is attached to education, social services, access to resources, access to political seats, like access to information. This thing is what empowers people. And these are the things that how you hinder a community with by not allowing them access to.
The politics question is always crazy. Because that's a conversation that's never going to be easy because of how things have played out between the black community, black politicians, and politics as a whole. So I end up having so many questions in my head that I can't even formulate the one to ask first. But you hit it on the head. Representation is important.
This was with this crazy Triple H is on the screen, bro. Yo, this is crazy. Yo, this is crazy, son. It's ain't son of
Wait, I know what this is. Yo, are you about to bring out one of my favorite New York Giants right now?
yeah, man.
Oh, come on, son. Come on, man. This ain't Black Power, Q. But fuck it. Roll that beautiful bean footage, please. You man said, Oz don't know what Oz supposed to be doing, but Oz gonna do it. Because I believes in the Donald, and whatever he needs, y'all's the boss. And thank you very much. I said, Jesus Christ. I call my mother to be for her. My mother a Giants fan.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. What was? Say a few words. Come on up. Come on. He's a little shy, but
And he
once he
patted him
gets
on the
going,
back.
nobody can stop.
No, look at him. Look at him coming in with his hands.
I'm just proud to be on this team. I don't know why. I don't know what we're supposed to be doing, but I'm here to serve. And I'm here to serve you.
I'm here.
Okay, so I'm gonna do the best I can for as long as I can. Thank you very much. Nobody
God damn. I'm here to serve.
Lawrence, you want to say a few words? Come on up. Come on. He's a little shy, but once he gets going, nobody can stop him.
No, don't stop. I'm just proud to be on this team. I don't know why. I don't know what we're supposed to be doing, but I'm here to serve, and I'm here to serve you. Okay, so I'm gonna do the best I can for as long as I can. Thank you very much.
Nobody like him. Come on, young superstar.
Yeah, I don't know why I'm here. It really don't make sense to me, and y'all probably gonna get rid of me after a while, cause I know I ain't got no reason being here. But I'm here to
He said,
serve until y'all get rid of me.
I don't know why I'm here.
Oh my God, LT, that got to be a bag. Like some people, I think, do it to create that name, to chase a statue in somebody's college or something. And then some people just get a check. That had to be for a check. Had to be. That boy said,
Yeah.
I was here to serve. God damn, LT.
He said, thank you for your service, man. Like, I'm just saying, man. The sports players, man, they not a good look. Between the sports players and the rappers, yeah, we got to do some cleanup in aisle 7.
But I think it's just a reflection of the time we're in. Like, we can't put that on sports players. Them boys put that fist up and they never got to run in the Olympics again. Mahmoud Rayouf said, I am turning my back on this flag while your man was still in Pampers, Kaepernick. You know what I mean? My man Craig Hodges just won a chip. He wore a dashiki in front of Ronald Reagan. He never played another NBA game again.
Yep.
So some of those sports cats, they do risk it all. Not even risk, sacrifice it all. I don't think the time is requiring that of them, setting that standard for them. It's easy to coon out now. But I ain't gonna do that to the sports cats, man. My man Craig Hodges went in there looking like he just got off a plane from the Congo. Everybody got on button ups and shirts and ties. My man never played another NBA game again.
I don't know, geez. Let me see where let me see.
I know, Lou. Lou, like, don't play on my Chicago Bulls. I know he did more than that, Lou, but that was the breaking point. Lou know what I'm talking about.
So this year we definitely doing Black Solidarity Day. With everything going on. You know what I mean? And definitely got to promote Black solidarity, man. This is unnecessary area of contention, levels of contention. Rather, that's just crazy.
I think the focus should be the bridge. Places where we do see Black Americans and the Tethers working together, producing tangible benefits. got to be out there. We just got to find it and highlight it. You know what I mean?
Let me see.
I'm trying to Google is
See, we have. So I know y'all don't got black stuff. When I told people online about Black Solidarity Day, they thought I was bugging. I know some of y'all never heard of that. This Panamanian brother created this. Professor at Brooklyn College to promote the togetherness of black people throughout the diaspora. So we're gonna be definitely promoting that and bringing that even further around the country because this is what it's about. Because who benefits most from black people working together?
black folk.
Ghanaians and Nigerians could work together right now. Who benefits most?
Ghanaians and Nigerians, black folk.
Black folks. Like it's just that simple.
Oh,
Yeah.
he's gonna be the White House Council on Sports. Oh yeah, he's got a whatever position.
Donald Trump probably owes him some money from a bet like 30 years ago.
That's New York too.
Yo, Hector, you can click the link. You can click the link and tell us if this solidarity in those spaces. What are y'all working on? Yeah, it's Black August, baby. That's all I care. Like, what are y'all like? I don't like why hide.
Yo, what up?
Yo,
August 5th, the holiday, the Montgomery Brawl, Alabama, August 5th. That is a holiday.
You see why the ancestors is working on your Wi-Fi right now? Cause you coming in with the Montgomery Brawl. I heard that or something goofy, Madonna. We talking about building.
That is building.
Whipping white folk ass.
Yeah, it's building up the confidence in black people.
There's an element that potentially when we see how violent history can be, yeah, that's an element. But I don't think that's our concern.
Oh, damn, my
You
mic
ain't
messed
worried
up?
about getting beat up by a white man, are you?
Of course not. No, my mic messed up?
All right, it was. But let's focus on the building part. That's the part I'm worried about.
Okay, what you worried about?
Creating jobs for these babies.
Okay.
So we can build, right? Got to keep it in house if we want to build it. That's the argument now that I don't totally subscribe to. Because if you're in the system and you're able to do something with that for your life, your babies, and as long as your baby's in a better position than you, salute to you. That's a portion of Black Power as well.
Well,
How do we
I agree with that.
monetize this thing so we can offer these babies jobs? That's my question to you.
Well, I think I got a different perspective. I don't think it's
Oh, shit.
all about offering black babies a job. I think it's more about helping black babies build the job that they attract, that they gravitate towards more. Work on that skill instead of. To me, I think you should find a skill of a child, whether to force the skill of a child. But I mean, I think you gotta have both to a degree.
So
So
you're
let me take
saying
that back.
defeat the system within the system.
No, I'm just saying, why not? Okay, if you see a child at 5 or 6 years old and you see he's heavily into electronics, right? He loves working with electronics. You should, get him into
Support
electronic
that and
classes and stuff
push it.
like that.
Right.
Say
We
what?
get that. Support it and push that. If he
Right, because a lot of
has this
times we
right.
push kids into things that they don't like, and a lot of times it comes out to be a failure, unfortunately. Like, you know how some kids be like, yeah, my dad made me play sports, man. I didn't want to play that shit, you know. And a lot of times they grow up with a lot of regrets.
All right. So then the question would be, what do we need to do to steer these kids in that lane?
Well, I think it started as a baby, like what you put them around. Like the other day when I was talking about how like sometimes when you put your kids around cartoons, it'll mold their character. And then Psychos came in, and Psycho was like, yeah, around 5 years old is when kids start developing their personalities. So I think a lot of times a lot of kids become weirded out based on what they sitting around. But I think to me the best thing is put them around things that's more instrumental than detrimental than like cartoons and shit. Unless the cartoon is talking about building, I suggest give your kids Legos because Legos is what building blocks. And I think that's why we see a lot of white people and a lot of other people get their kids Legos because they want their kids to be the next architecture, the next kid, you know, to be the next builder. So little small things like that, you know.
Madon, you have an extraordinary grasp of the obvious, right? But I would tell you a lot of black parents listening to this stepped on a Lego last night. Let's think bigger. Cool. Get all the kids Legos.
Well, I
Where do we
mean, if
go
you
from
just
here?
sit there and let them, I mean, you got to be constructive with it. You know, give them an example. Tell them, show them this. Hey, follow this and build this. Can you build this? You can build. Do you know you can build this structure out of these Legos? A lot of kids that ain't given that opportunity to know that they can build something. Some of them they just put the shit together to see what comes out. But some kids you can set them down and be like, "Hey, build this,"
Madon, the answer
and
is
they'll
in
do it.
Legos, bro. The
I'm
answer
just
is in
saying,
Legos.
bro. Small shit. To me, it takes the small things sometimes,
You got
man.
to think
Small
bigger.
things. No, bro, you got to think smaller because a lot of times it's the small things that get passed up that's the most important,
Like,
in my
word.
humble opinion.
You got it. That's what's up. Word.
Yeah, nah, I don't see that
That's
as
just one
tackling the
perspective. I mean, it's
real.
1,000
All right,
things
go
you can
ahead.
give a
Talk some
kid,
more.
right? I'm just saying, as a 2, 3 year old, right? Start them off with things like that, and whatever else you want them to gravitate towards when it comes to building a career, whether it's engineering, technology, whether it's whatever the case is. To me, I think it's more important to set the children in front of things we want them to become
So we
or
give all the
accomplish.
babies Legos. They can build a castle from scratch, like just from
Nah, bro,
sight, right? But
that's
now,
just
hold
one.
on, hold on. But now, how do we translate that into getting them in MIT or creating a system of our own? See the bigger
Well,
questions?
Well, see, but from my experience, right, when certain kids have a passion for certain things they grow up on, they'll stick to that as an adult. From my experience, from what I've noticed in
Madon, we
observation.
understand that.
So what I'm saying, Willie, is the Legos. They're just one of 1,000 million dynamics to raise a child to be productive. But I'm just saying things like that that make them use their mind and their brain.
Legos are not the reason why Asians are doing well in STEM. Legos are not the reason why the white man has
No, it's
monopolized
a part of the
finance all
whole. It's
over
a
the
part.
world.
It's
Hear
but
what
it's
I'm
just a
saying?
branch.
Hold
It's just a
on.
branch. Like we talking about a tree, right? A tree of knowledge. Lego is just
Jesus
one branch, right?
Christ.
You can have your kids sitting in front of a computer learning computer coding. That's another branch. I mean, it's multi-layered, bro. I mean, to me, and that's the way you put children on a path of creating jobs for themselves. Yes, it's true. We still some of us gonna have to still go out and
With
get jobs,
Legos.
but
I
say
got you.
what?
With Legos. I got you.
Bro, you stuck on one aspect, bro. I mean, come on, man. That just to me, when you start a kid, like especially these days, these kids so smart, man. They'll be more interested in building things. You know what I mean? Um, Data has shown that whether you accept, you might not accept it, but
How do we get them into wanting to build an automated arm instead of a Lego castle?
well,
How do we facilitate them having the things they need, the breadboards, the computers, and all that tech shit
okay.
I
Well,
don't know
what would
about?
you say about the kid who played with Legos, who built most of the
Jesus
skyscrapers in
Christ.
down in some of the biggest American cities we got?
Like who?
There's a few of them out there. That's what made me grasp it and want to introduce it to a lot of black people because I seen that's how. I just
Again,
call it something of
like
Legos or something.
like
They was
who?
doing the history of Legos or something, but they was showing how a lot of architecture people that's architects building skyscrapers and all kind of buildings. They started off with Legos, so I thought that was important.
Yeah,
Madon, Madon, if they can't get the bridge loan to do the development, they can never build their Lego skyscraper. So I'm saying let's think about the other
Well, a
portions
lot of
of
times
black empowerment that we need to focus on outside of Legos, bro. Come on,
I'm
man.
just saying, as a child, it will make them want to be. A lot. Sometimes watching that, it show how a lot of those kids who came up that they pursue uh, the areas where it took to be an architecture, right?
We
They
get your point,
pursued those
Madon.
areas.
We
Say
gonna
what?
get all the babies Legos. We ain't even shooting that down. We get your point. Let's move to the next part, right? So if we're talking about having them
hold on
get
real quick.
in.
Who that? Don P? Who that?
Yeah,
Yo.
yo.
You
All right, this shit I'm live.
Well,
Shit.
Willie, the next line is to be able to retain that. We gotta be able to retain it, man. You know what I'm saying? Meaning you have a classroom sector or some type of sector to what that house the kids to keep them goal oriented, so to speak.
Mm.
But when I say I'm thinking past that, right? So now this kid educated off Legos becomes an engineer and he graduates from MIT, right? He's gonna go work for Monsanto. He's gonna go work for GE. He's gonna go work for General Motors, right?
Wrong. See, if you put the knowledge within him to, hey, go get this knowledge and build your own. You know what I mean? He can pull that knowledge in. You know,
Now stop right
we see
there.
brothers out here. Go ahead.
Stop right there.
With,
We always
with,
say
with,
that. Build your own, right? But
Don P, hold on. Don P,
legit
what's up, bro?
what's up? I mean, I ain't trying to butt in like that. I'm letting y'all speak. I ain't just waiting till y'all finish.
No, go
and,
ahead, man.
and I'm
We'll
gonna
ain't saying
land.
that.
I'm gonna land quick, bro. But to that conversation of them build their own, we always say that. We set this expectation. We need to build our own, and this right. It's a fact that most of the major institutions and corporations they were built off of a foundation, right?
Mm-hmm.
These people already had an advantage. How do we give our kids that advantage where we're not sending them in the world butt naked to build their own?
Well, you had to put them. You had to. To me,
And here goes
they
something
have to
else
have.
goofy.
They have to be under the mind state of. We can't. They can't expect white people to just have jobs out there waiting for them. Because a lot of times we get caught up in teaching our kids that white folks don't have jobs out here just waiting for them once they graduate. No, we got to put them in a mentality to where, hey, you gotta focus on creating something for yourself and something for your own. You know what I mean? And I think it's the mentality that dictates whether they work longevity with white folks or work longevity of working to do something for their own and their own people.
Yeah, I mean, that's all true, but the thing I hear my man saying is that, like, that sound all good, but there's no real foundation. Like you just saying, they have a foundation. They got a foundation that they could go to, they could borrow money from, get ideas and resources from. Our kids don't necessarily have that specifically for them.
Well,
Every other nationality does.
well, I mean, certain schools, but they just have to apply them. They have to apply themselves, But
No,
you're right.
absolutely.
Certain schools don't have those
Absolutely.
courses and classes and funding.
And you can make them. Like the lady you were saying, the one lady was a lab tech. Lab technician used to be a certificate course, and they moved it to a 2 year degree course in college.
No,
Few
no, no.
like 10 years
She's a
ago.
master level. She's a master level chemist. Tech.
Oh,
Yeah. She's
but I'm
not like.
saying
But I feel you. Though. I feel you with the lab technician. But she's not
no,
that
it
level.
was. All right, no disrespect, but it was. I'm just saying, just knowing that it used to be a certificate. Now they made it a 2 year course. It don't have to be a 2 year course. So what you don't really see is that they realize some people might start catching on to. Let's make it harder for them to get to that. Let's make it harder to get to that. And it's really not that hard. You got to apply yourself, but it's not that hard.
What it do?
It's a little bit of both. It depends on the course offering and the price of the class. This I understand. There's a conspiracy, and there's also like the business side of like education.
Science varies from school to school, especially based off of their funding. We got, in New Jersey, we got like some really good schools and universities, but that's whether the kid can afford to go there. Like
But see, we can't let the funding hinder us because our people back in the day, they had a funding, but it produced great minds like George Washington Carver and a host of others.
But that's not what you talk. We talking about.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, because it sounded like I had 2 cents I wanted to add in on it when y'all get done.
Yeah.
Put my little 2 cents in on it. My little 2 cents is that a lot of times kids gravitate to what their parents do or those in close proximity do. You know what I'm saying? So if you got a kid that's coming up around somebody that's whether they father a mechanic or somebody come by the house all the time mechanic, a lot of time they learn how to do little things like that. You know what I'm saying? Whether it's hang sheetrock, even with the engineering thing. I think Madonna was talking about engineering and stuff like that. Like kids that was doing Legos and stuff. A lot of times those kids that was producing Legos in a certain kind of way, that was building all kind of stuff. A lot of times they had somebody that was in their life that was an engineer that actually showed them how to, you know what I'm saying, how to balance Jenga blocks, you know what I'm saying, on with one Jenga at the bottom. You know what I'm saying? They had somebody around them. Yeah.
Sometimes not even.
Well, sometimes not even. Sometimes they
discover that just playing with it. Just having it there. If they never had it, if you never had a Jenga block in front of them, you would never know.
Right, but you know, you had somebody who even offered, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They had somebody who even bought the Jenga blocks in the first place. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like somebody who was in. That's what I mean by into it. Like they may not have been like the masters at it, but they was into it. You know, and then the kid becomes
problem though.
Our kids don't have. The kids get a lot greater at it. If the parents, if you got parents, people around you that's encouraging you to get better at this thing, you know what I'm saying, whatever that thing is, you know,
nurturing reinforcement.
say for instance, like for me playing the piano and stuff like that is one thing that I could just make beats, but it was like people at the church that was encouraging me to play more, you know what I'm saying, to learn other songs and not, you know what I'm saying, even create my own stuff, you know what I'm saying. But I got more into creating my own stuff the more I was around other creators, you know what I'm saying. And once I was around other creators, I'm like, dang, I didn't know I could do this, I didn't know I could do that, you know, not just, you know. And then I took some of that stuff to the church, and then the kids up under me, like my son played way better than me and my dad, you know what I'm saying. But shit, I play better than my dad and my granddad. So it goes on so on and so forth, you know. But he's not a musician by trade like I am. He's into psychology and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? He went to school for that stuff. So you see, but as far as
you're right.
If he wanted to take that on as a trade, he good enough to take music on as a trade because he was influenced by it coming up. You know what I'm saying? So, and then that's another thing that's another point I wanted to make. Like as far as instant gratification and delayed gratification. A lot of times when we around children, we talking to children. I ain't talking about 7 and 8 year old children. I'm talking about children that's between 15 and 25. Those children right there, a lot of those kids, they in the space of where they want to make money. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of times they want to make money for instant gratification. And, you know, and they don't really understand the concept of delayed gratification, which when you're talking about building a building or building a bridge, that money comes later. After the project is done, after the blueprint is done, you know what I'm saying? So they have to have a sense of delayed gratification. but it has to be something that's taught or something, not even just taught, something that's spoke on all the time. So they'll know once it's done, then I'll get paid. Once it's, you know what I'm saying? Other than I need to get paid today, you know? Yeah. Cause without that concept, then of course they're gonna be thinking I graduated, I need to get a good job, you know what I'm saying? And then they get a good job, but not in the field that they went to school for, or not in the thing that they was influenced by growing up. So
Here's the thing with that, right?
That's because of many factors. It's like not many people look into that because it's like a whole big web to where like I had so many people, I don't get a job in this what I went to. It's not as easy. It's like, what are you getting into that when you go to school in college? What I was always taught, when you go to college, you're going for a career. And what you learn as a science major, you learn that you're not only getting a job. There's people that get it just to get a job, and then there's people that's getting it to further the craft itself.
Right,
and there's a separation between the
Most of
two
ours are
that's going
going
to add
into
on
it.
to the science. You know
Most
what I'm
of
saying?
ours are going into it
Indeed,
to get a
I agree.
job to make money. Why? The reason why a
Well,
lot
they
of the
want a
Instant
time it
job.
is,
gratification.
hold on. No, it's not
Yeah,
instant
right.
That's what you
gratification, it's
told them.
They
necessity.
want
Hold
things
on,
now.
hold on.
That's what we
It's
tell
not,
them.
I don't believe it's instant gratification. I believe it's out of necessity. And here's let me land real quick. I ain't gonna take long.
Mhm.
When you look at greatness, men, at least since, let's say, 1990, who made a name for themselves and created something innovative, right? Most of the time, you'll find they were in a situation where they had room to make mistakes, right?
Yeah.
There's a certain safety net that they knew they had that creates your Bill Gates, right? That creates. We almost want to tell our babies, yo, get the knowledge and then go figure it out. And we send them into the world with nothing, no safety net. So when you have no safety net, you have necessities, right? So you have to take that six-figure paying job when you really could have potentially innovated something, right? So
Mhm.
my question kind of is, how do we create that environment that will create the greatness, right? Outside of the necessity that comes with having to pay rent.
Oh
Well, I
man, I
think
thought about
really
that.
that the
I thought
concept.
about that a lot.
I think that I think that our conversation has to be everything hadn't been created, everything hadn't been invented, you know. So the kids can start thinking about, well, I'm gonna be the new inventor, you know. Right now, shit, a lot of things people feel like a lot of things have been invented, you know, and when somebody come up with something new, they considered a genius. Other than a lot of people can come up with stuff, new stuff. So
But I guess I'm saying, like, Bill Gates was able to believe that he could create that company and leave
yeah,
a job offer because he had a safety net. So
Oh
he
yeah,
was
yeah,
able to
yeah,
work on and
right,
build
right.
that
That's true.
corporation we want to see. You get what I'm saying?
That is true.
Hmm.
That safety
Well,
net you talking
that's
about.
built off of generational wealth,
Well,
Willie.
yeah,
When
You
you
I
have
come
say
an
from
that's true.
generational
extraordinary
wealth,
grasp of the
Well,
obvious.
it
I
don't say
always
that his
tell you that,
grandparents was
Madonna.
rich.
so
It don't say he was rich. It don't say he was rich. Madonna, it just say he had a safety net. That's two different things.
I'm just saying
You know.
generational wealth, right? He was able to go to college, right? He was able to, I mean,
Mhm.
His family was running eugenics for the United States,
they
man.
had they
When
had
he was a
they had like
child,
Willie said,
so
they
he's
had
not a
he had
regular
a
dude,
safety
man.
net. He knew if he failed in college, he still would be
He had
financially
somewhere to lay his
okay. He'd still be
head.
financially okay. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Leave me alone, Ebony.
Yes, he had somebody who can still buy him a car or something, huh?
Right.
Yeah, he had connections. He
Yeah,
had
Yeah.
networks. He had
So
he
now
had
friends.
with
He
the
had family
you
members.
assurance,
said the key
so
thing.
now
He
with
had
the
connections.
assurance of that safety net, he doesn't just go work for Dell or someone and just get a $200,000 a year paying job and buy a home. No, because of the safety net, he's able to risk it all, right?
And his
Yeah,
And
mentality,
build
Willie.
and be a
microscope.
He had
competitor
no,
then.
How do
but
we
Willie,
create an
ultimately though,
environment
it took
They're
his
for our
smart people,
consciousness.
children
man.
that will
They
facilitate greatness?
But ultimately, Willie, it took his consciousness to want to be a creator and a builder of his own. You know, he still had to have that mentality, because without that mentality, he could have just went and worked for a corporation and helped them. But he said, you know
I
what?
say this.
He used his own mind, creative mind, to step out there, bro. That's what it takes. You got to have that mentality.
I hear y'all, you definitely do. But in the world of science, which y'all don't realize, some of these people aren't regular people. So when you look at their study habits or how they look at to attack a situation or find out information and see, it's really some irregular shit, man. I seen shit with my own eyes, like how some of them really think. And it's weird because our kids don't really be like that. We be like that, but not like that.
See, and
So
I
it's
I know
like,
what you're
disagree with
saying.
that.
Like it just,
for instance,
I disagree with that.
for
I don't
instance,
think our kids
I
aren't
know
like
exactly
that.
what you're saying.
I
Like
don't think our kids have
how Q
the
and I may come up
environment
with some
around
track,
them that will make
but
them
it's
successful.
oh, I hear what both of y'all said. I
yeah.
both talking.
I don't believe that our kids aren't like that. I don't believe that our kids aren't fostering all these ideas to take us into the next generation right now. They're just in an environment where when they come out of college, right?
Nah, what I
Mom
mean when I
spent
say
her
that was a
last
different level.
nickel to help you get through college and just buy ramen noodles. So now you have to go out
Oh
in that
no,
world
really what
and
he's
make
saying is
money.
like how we come up with stuff, how it was they just regular people, but you know how you might just be chilling in your dorm room or even with cats like you and I chilling in the studio and like, man, fuck that shit. I'm finna put this bass on top of this snare. And whatever it come out
You-
like, that's what it come out like. And folks say, wow, that shit
Now,
sounds so damn
now,
good, or it looks so good, or that works. It works. I don't care what you did, it works. You know, that
but
like
where did that
and it's like, damn,
determination come from?
we
Where,
just regular musicians, but on the outside looking in, somebody thought we did some spectacular shit. You know what I'm saying?
My
But we just
argument is
regular people.
environment. That's where that comes from. Environment.
Uh,
The environment
yeah, because we in the
facilitates them.
environment to
environmental
be able to do
perception?
that, right?
The environment facilitates them to be able to make mistakes. You're not going to be able to
Mm,
create something super great unless you have a space to be risky, right? Our
Right.
kids
right.
don't
Gotta be.
our kids don't
Wrong.
leave
I
college.
beg to differ.
Our kids don't leave college with a space to be risky. Yeah, I mean, we
Mm,
already thinking
with a
about the
lab to fuck
college.
around in,
We
huh?
already thinking about the debt before we walk out the door with our cap and gown.
And
Create
whose
a
fault? And you
company.
know why? And whose fault is that?
Create a
Got to pay that student
company.
loan back.
Monsanto just made me an offer.
And you know why, Willie? Black kids
You understand my point?
black kids are
Yeah, I understand exactly
educated
about that
backwards.
student loan be in your.
Black
Because we put
people
that
been
out there
made
though, Willie.
to learn
We
backwards,
make that a
bro.
big thing. My bad, Madonna. Go ahead. My bad.
So
My
who
fault.
funded the
No, I
student
was just
loan?
saying black people has been taught to think backwards, bro, when it comes to building society and
But that student
existing in
loan is a
society.
big deal, though, Madonna. Because when you be
It was a
thinking
big
about,
deal.
I want to invest into a lab, and
No, hold on 1 second. Keep
the
that
echo
thought.
chamber
No,
that
keep
we
that
got
thought.
is, boy, you got to pay that student loan back first.
Yeah,
Your
but
credit
hold
gonna
on,
be
keep that
messed up
thought.
because you ain't paid that
Who's
student loan back.
funding? Who's funding the student loan? Who's donating that money? Is it one? Is it two? Is it 10 donators? How are they getting their money to fund that student loan? Where's it coming from? Government?
Yeah. You know how I go Pell Grant. Well, that way it was
Is
when I was young.
yeah, but how is whoever that company generating that money? And why are they even giving it out? What do they seek to gain from that? Really
Shit, more
making a
donations
society?
from they from their charity. They get more people to put in their charity, and they be able to champion themselves and say, "We gave $500,000 to the Negro College Fund. We gave $500,000 to the Science College Fund. We gave, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
They be able to champion
yeah,
themselves and get
they
more
do that
donations
side
from
for
they
the
My
from
same
they.
thing.
argument is though, when you leave college already thinking about the debt you're in, you are going to take
Mhm.
a job, right? What
Right.
I'm asking is,
Yeah,
how
to
do we
knock some of
create
it
an
down.
environment where our kids strive for something more? That's what we all claim we want to see. Build your own, build your own, build your own. That's what we always say, right?
You-
But we send our kids out in the world to just benefit from what they've learned enough to just build it.
When do
But
we say that
everybody,
though, Willie? I
here's the
mean,
thing.
how
Here's the
many
thing.
black parents is
You
actually
said the
telling their
thing.
kids to go build something? I mean, show me where you get that from. We don't
That
hear that
true.
type of, I mean, you don't hear the average black
This is
person
insane.
telling their kids to go build something of their own. You don't hear that type of language.
Well, I
Well,
know
you
what he
talking
mean.
about go
Build your
be great?
own.
Well, I
Go
mean, and
build your
a lot of
own.
our dinner
So
tables
You
most,
got to
at
stand
a
on
lot of
your
dinner
own two
tables,
what I'm
feet.
saying,
we get
Charm,
Insane.
what I'm saying, Charm, is this: a lot of us tell our kids, "Hey,
go be
go to
great.
school and get a job. Go to school and get a job." That's the narrative a lot of our parents painted.
Yeah,
Go to school so you can get a job.
I don't know. I
That's
don't know
that's what
what
I'm
done
just
because
saying.
my mom and dad said go
if
be
they
That's
great,
what we
painted
and
were
that's the
that,
taught,
same
bro.
thing I say.
if
Bro,
they
I
painted
mean,
that shit,
I don't
nigga.
even
most of
think
our
it's nothing
parents
wrong with
told
that.
us to go to school so you can get a good job, bro. That's what I
Right,
I don't
heard.
right.
even think
But
it's
then
nothing wrong
after
with
you
that.
doing, while
But
you
what you
doing
going to
that,
school
they say
for?
go be great. This is gonna be a great year for you. Everything gonna go cool for you. Know what I'm saying? Put to the side the naysayer. I mean, if you got some cool parents like mine, well, they say they try
But
to pump shit in
you
your
know what
head. That
ultimately happens though, Sean? What ultimately happen is you start solving white folks' problem and feel proud when you do it.
white folk problem, shit.
Yeah.
Yep,
Now, because
Hold
yep,
on, look at the
I ain't had too many
wait.
white folk around
Nah,
me.
yep.
bro, I'm just
Problems or
saying,
something.
like this. Hold on, I'm gonna use
I had
myself
to
as an
intervene.
I'm gonna use myself as an
Yeah.
example, right?
Yep.
Oh, okay.
I work for
I had
Mercedes.
to
Hold on,
intervene between
I work
niggas
at
fighting and
Mercedes,
shit.
right? Hold on, I work at
Yeah.
Mercedes, right? I'm solving their problems by me being there on time. When I see an error or something, when I report it or I had to get a supervisor or someone else, that's solving their problems, bro. I'm getting paid. Yes, I'm getting paid, but at the end of the day, I'm ultimately solving their problems, helping their
I think
corporations
you saying
continue
that a
to
little
exist.
different. I think you
No,
saying
I'm
that a
not,
little
bro,
different,
because
Madonna.
no, I'm not because
I think
when
you mean like you
because
working
check
on
it out
their
though.
dream
Hold
other
on,
than
because
working on your own.
because most of our kids when they graduate, where do they go? Work for who? Their corporations. So we're solving
Yeah,
by
but you
going
working
out.
on somebody else. You ain't solving nobody's problem because
Yes, you are
the
solving
engine
a
is already
problem,
created. So the problem is
bro.
solved.
You are
You working
solving
on
a
somebody
problem,
else's dream.
right?
You
But you're
working on
solving
somebody
a problem.
else's dream
You
other than
solve
working on your
ultimately, though,
own.
Sean. At the end
Two
of the
different
day,
So
things.
Sean,
wait,
you're
let's
solving
The
their
deal with
problem is
that
problems,
where
bro.
it
already
is,
solved.
right?
The door.
Let's deal with that where it is. These kids, white kids, they come out and they work for their parents' corporations, right? The
Yep.
black kids come out and the argument is if
Right.
you're
And they
working
still
for
working on
those
their parents' dream.
corporations,
Right.
you're working to build their thing, right? So we can't blame the kids that they don't have a
That's
Yeah,
black
complete
yeah, that's
point.
what I mean. Whether you working on
I'm
corporation
their
not
dream, you ain't
blaming the
to
working
kid.
on
I'm
your
not
conduct,
thing.
blaming the kid.
right?
Yeah, it's
I'm not
two different
blaming the
things.
kid. Ultimately, it falls
So now this
on
is
the
my
person who
question.
taught them that mentality, that way of
Hey,
thinking.
let me ask y'all this real quick. Let me ask y'all this question. Right? They go to school to graduate to get a job that they need to have that degree in, right? Meanwhile, the person that
Mm-hmm.
owns the company does not have a degree in what they went to school for at all. How do you
Right.
answer that?
I don't think most of the time that's
How
actually
do
the
you answer?
case. Like, I
Oh,
think if
you
you
have
look at
no
it,
idea,
look,
my
for
friend.
instance, if you
You
look
have
at a
no
Jamie
idea.
Dimon, right? If you look
Hold
at
on,
a
hold on, hold
Jamie
on.
Dimon,
Right
hold on.
before you tell me this, right? Remember this. How many kids then got caught because their parents could afford for them to pass these little SAT act tests or whatever to get into these big schools and all of that.
That's a whole different fish,
Meanwhile,
though.
they didn't get it. They didn't get it off the actual academic.
But look,
And shutting
what
and
I
that's thousands been
hold
going on
on.
for years. So how
That's
many
completely
stacked
changing the
upon?
conversation, though.
That's a crazy nuance though.
That's
That's a
completely
crazy nuance.
changing
Check
the
it out though, Willie.
conversation.
He's saying how
What I
many
was
people going to work
challenging
That's
for people
was the fact that the people on top
that
don't
ain't that,
have
but they
degrees
don't
in
have
their
no degree
field.
in the.
That's
They own
wrong.
the company, but they ain't got no degree in it.
That's
Say
wrong,
it
bro.
again.
That's
Yeah,
wrong.
they own the company, they don't got a
Nah,
degree
I'm
in
it's a
it.
lot of
saying to
people
you
like
is
that. There's
this.
a lot of people
What
that
I'm
own the
telling you
company
is
that ain't got a
this.
degree in it, but they
All right,
hire a
hold
lot of
on.
Because
people
like
with
you said
degrees.
earlier,
So
they
Let
family
me
owned it.
express in
Someone in the
real
family, they
time
understand the
with real
importance of it
names
because they
why
knew
I
the
believe
foundation.
that's wrong, right?
Mm.
Jamie Dimon went to school for finance, right? He runs the company. The employees are the ones that come in with a communications degree or an Afro Am degree, right? Or whatever
Yeah.
else. And then they fit in the system where they fit in. But the folks at the top, yes, they studied specifically for that field. That's my argument. You don't
That's a
have
person that takes that craft serious. They like what they doing. They expert. That's something that I
I
guess
mean, you
that's
don't get to that point without taking your craft serious. You know what I mean?
a fact. It's a fact, and I think that's the problem. A lot of them just going in it to get the jobs, and they probably don't want that forced into that. But you gotta look at what are you doing for you, or what is you doing for your future generations.
But this is what I'm saying. Like, I'm big on competition, right? I believe in my people enough to know we can compete. So when I throw names out there, the
Mm.
argument is never white, white, white. White is right? It's how do
Yeah.
we get those spots, right? So I look at what helped facilitate their success. And when you're looking at Bezos, when you're looking at uh, Bill Gates, when you're looking at most of these CEOs that create a corporation, like we say we want to build our own, they had a safety net to be great.
Yeah, but
They had a
they had
safety
access
net to
to
make
resources.
mistakes. They didn't have to come out the gate running. Our babies are already doing enough. They coming out of college with jobs a lot of times. Not all, but you get what I'm saying. Like, they're already
But
putting in the
think
work.
about it, right?
They don't
Our
have that.
babies, how many of them get to travel the world and take a trip to over here, there, whatever the place, right? On top of that, you sitting there just like, let's say, like you're saying, Bill Gates, Elon Musk, he's dealing with lithium batteries under the damn car. How would you even know what to do with a piece of lithium if you never was in the freaking area to begin with? You get what I'm saying?
Because our kid went to MIT.
So,
He went through the MITES program and
whoa,
went to
whoa, whoa, whoa,
MIT.
whoa, 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 whoa. Okay. How did MIT get to know what to do with it? I mean, it is something that's not brand new. He didn't invent the lithium battery, don't get me wrong.
Correct.
So, but I'm just using it for example. How did he even know what to do with a lithium battery,
So
period? Lithium. He knows
Elon
the
Musk is
science
not
of
an
lithium.
innovator,
That's why
right?
he
Like, he
designs the
didn't.
battery.
Let's be clear. Elon Musk didn't create Tesla. He's not this innovator.
No.
He just helped
He is an
manage the
innovator. What are you
business.
talking
Yeah,
about?
but he
He
knows some
helped
shit. He's
manage the
smart.
business really
You
well. When
hating
I
now,
say
bro.
innovator, that the white boy, something Zuckerberg, right? He created
Yeah, Mark
Facebook,
Zuckerberg.
or at least commandeered it, right? When
Well,
you're looking
I
at
know
Bill
the dude.
Gates,
I know the
they
guy who really
created
created
Windows,
Tesla.
right? They created that. I'm simply saying no. Musk didn't create Tesla,
Yeah,
No,
right?
it was a white guy before him that created
like
Tesla.
most of his
That's my
businesses.
point.
Hey, here's the thing. We know, I know it's not just him that created it, and what we're all talking about is exactly that. It ain't just the one person; it's a group. So every
Right.
time you do get your kid, and you tell your kid, "Okay, go out there, get your degree, figure it out, get the job," they figure it out, go do your own. They on their own. So imagine you got a millions of kids all doing their own. When are they going to learn how to work together? The shit trickle down even in the relationships, how they try to carry relationships with each other. You know what I'm saying? People doing
I'm
this,
saying
shifty
before
shit.
they even get to that
Motherfuckers
point, they
can't
get
be
startup
loyal.
money from their
Motherfuckers this, that,
parents.
and the third.
Let me be as clear as I can be. I'm saying before they get to
Pardon
that
me.
point, they get startup money from their parents. How do we give
Oh
our
Yeah,
yeah.
babies some startup money?
you got them
Do I
Yep.
got
goddamn
to be any clearer than that?
diamond mines in
No,
Africa.
it's a fact, man. I have friends. I have friends that had that were more better off than like me or some of us, whatever, that actually had that. And I,
You had friends whose parents own diamond mines,
you said diamond mines.
socioeconomic.
Yeah, whoever parent got
We
that
get we get
got
the
money for
Elon.
days.
It's the Elon Musk connection, and it's valid. I get what he's saying, right? But like with everything
Well,
else, right?
Willie,
We
that's
can
why
do
we got to
more.
build
Hold on.
trust
Like
back
with
within black
everything
people,
else,
bro.
They
hold
still
on.
study,
Like with
man. No
everything
matter
else,
what you
we
say,
can do
some people
more
still
with
study.
less, right?
We
Yeah,
always did more with less.
All
we
right
have.
then.
That's
All
proven.
right
That
then.
ain't
How
that
do we
ain't.
increase? How do we increase what we're investing in our kids just to a level enough that they have a safety net that they can be the innovators we're asking for?
We got to form that
We need
unity,
to we
bro.
need we
We
need to
gotta
create a
form that unity. It's on us
you
to
need to
form
create
that
a
unity,
foundation
bro.
with rules. A foundation with rules, and then you got to really get into the psychology of shit with kids when it comes to conditioning them, and you got to set up rules. The same way this country is
The
set up to
way,
have the laws and rules that stand today, it's the same way you got to put into the kid. You
in
put
the
in some
same
type of
way,
habit that no matter what happens, they're gonna always be doing the habit to work on good health and treating their brothers and sisters. You know what I mean? Like
Where I was
Feeding
kind
each
of
other,
going
feeding
with
each
it
other
was,
right.
But Willie,
where I was
in the
kind of
same way,
going with it
you know how
was,
kids,
we
how
need to
parents go to
create
celebrate the
black
Halloween
conglomerates of
and Christmas at the
private
schools.
equity that can
You know
fund our
how they
children's
participate in
dreams.
that. You know
Let
how
me
they
say that
come
again.
together for that,
We
Willie,
need to create
bro.
black conglomerates of private equity that can fund our children's dreams. That's a
And
tangible
only
goal.
our children.
Our people
It
been
gotta
trying
be
that for
only our
years.
children.
Our people been trying that for years, Willie. But you know what it is? Our people, it's the mentality, bro. It's the psyche because our parents will come together when the school got a Christmas goddamn
I
play
ain't talking about
or
our
Easter.
parents. What are you doing?
Bro, I'm talking about this. We talking about schooling and the things that we participate in, and we come together. Black parents come together at a goddamn Easter party at the school and all the other functions. So we should be able to come together
See,
and
Madon, it only
build
frustrates
something.
me when I take the conversation so serious that I don't have time for you to be goofy. You know what I'm
Bro,
saying?
I'm
It's a
saying a reality.
conversation
What I'm
worth
saying
having.
is a fact. When the last
Yeah,
Yeah,
time?
but
When the last time you
we
been
was
to the
talking about
high
something
school
else.
or the middle school? When last time you went to the schools and see what they doing out there?
Well, they got school coming up this summer. This summertime right now. I got a teenager about to start
No,
school.
I'm talking to Willie. When the
I
last
have a
time he
child in
been to
middle
the school
school.
and see what the
I have
parents
a
are
child in middle school.
participating in with the kids?
I have a child in middle school
Okay, what do they
going into high
participate
school.
during Christmas time? And do all the
I
parents
go to
come together when they
everything.
have functions?
I'm that kind of
Okay.
parent. I go to everything. I work off a
Right.
laptop,
The
so I
same way you
never
do
have
that.
to miss an assembly. I could have my job in my lap. Pause.
Right, you prove my point. The same way you and other parents come to those assemblies, y'all should be assembling at your own school. But I know it takes time. But that's all I'm saying.
You're not saying nothing.
Nah,
You're
yeah,
saying absolutely nothing.
that's a whole nother
Because I'm
conversation.
a part
No,
of
bro,
groups that are
you just said we
actively
need
doing
black
that.
conglomerates. You just said we need black conglomerates, and I'm saying the same way y'all can come to them schools and assembly, we need to have a building or a school where if y'all can
Oh,
assemble
nah,
at those schools,
we
why
hear you.
can't
Well,
you build a school and assembly at that?
I mean, that's the goal. That's what he was really getting at. It's more than just coming to the school. It's actually building the city for a school. We got to think bigger. You're thinking of school. There's people thinking of turning some new part of the
I'm not
land to a
even
whole new
talking
city.
about schools, really. I'm talking about how do we fund our children's dreams? How do we isolate this kid can potentially be the next great inventor?
You need to
How
have
do
your
we
own
put him
factory.
in a space where he can work?
Oh
That needs
well,
to
if
be
you put it
our
like that,
focus, right?
we
Like
gotta
if
we
we
gotta we
aren't
gotta
gonna
You
be
form
gotta
we
have
that
gotta
your own.
form
space,
a relationship.
if we
You
aren't
gotta
gonna
have your own
create the
industry.
next science, right? Our job
Well,
should be creating a space where these kids can work and be that innovator.
if
That's
we
what
if
we
since you
need to
put it
be
like
talking
that,
about.
Willie, only
Whatever it
thing I
is,
can say we
it's
gotta
gonna need
do.
protection.
The best thing for us to do, we got to hook up with our multimillionaire entertainers and sports players, and that's the way we got to get them to fund what we're talking about. Since they
Mm.
got the funding, right? We know they got the funding.
Oh
LeBron James,
nah,
all these, and I know everybody. Why you bring them
So you want
celebrities?
to look
That's
out your
part of they
so
part of
you
the
want to
black
look
community.
outside
They came out of that, right?
nah.
and
They
have
came
someone
up
else
from
pay
that
for it.
poverty, right? They came up from that poverty, that Jim Crowism and all that. They came out of that just like we did. So they understand our plight. But we got to be able
What are
to,
you talking about?
Who live in
bro.
Jim
How
Crow?
else were we gonna fund it? What else are we gonna get the funding from then, Willie?
Who live
Go.
in Jim Crow?
Out of our pocket.
I ain't come up in Jim Crow.
Peace,
I
guys.
said
What's
some of
happening,
us.
family? What's
You got
going on?
some people on this panel
Madonna, how
65
you
years
doing,
old.
sir?
I hear you. I hear you. My bad. My bad.
I got a few points
My
to add
bad.
to the conversation. All good, bro. I just wanted
I
to
got it. My
find
fault.
out
I ain't. I
Yeah,
how
thought he tried to say.
Wale
I'm like,
somewhere.
whoa.
What you mean? You good? Need a ride? What's up?
My point is this,
Nah,
right?
but
Academics last stream had about
hey,
67,000 views so far, right? A lot of that is black people, $1 a person, right? We're not looking for Oprah to fund this. We're not looking for that big bad boule everyone has a problem with. Like, at what point do we say we're going to do it on a grassroots level and
what
really do
about
it?
Julian Brown? That's a grassroots level right there. That young man needs a lot of funding and help.
That's the kid with the gas.
Yeah, you're talking about he's developing something that he's trying to get the patent and got a lot of scrutiny for. And then you got people that's just around him, that's going to upset a lot of real oil companies, he scaled that up to a whole big
did you
thing.
get a chance to go?
No, not yet. I'm being respectful, Dev. It's good.
Nah, they've been rambling for a minute, man, just going around in circles. I don't know what all this praise that black people haven't accomplished nothing.
I don't know about all that.
There is a black billionaire that runs a company and has a white man as his CEO, who has been in control of his capital and providing jobs for black people that want to get into the tech field, partnering with Cisco and NVIDIA. But we seem to be,
right?
we seem to
you
be
gotta
tied to
research that stuff,
to
man.
the other names that make the newspaper headlines. So I don't want to hear, we ain't got nobody, or we ain't got no avenues, and we need to create, or we need to achieve the exact same dollar amount and work on capitalizing and dominating and taking over the world. Like that's just crazy, man. That's fantasy shit.
Ain't nobody
You
saying that.
ain't
I ain't
gotta go
saying
that
that.
far.
I don't
So
know
can we
about all
just
that.
keep it in reality and work in stages and pieces, and not worrying about trying to take over the world?
Yeah, no doubt. That's what I was.
Real talk, Dad.
I love that. Hey,
I promise you, the Chinese aren't thinking like that. The
Hey,
world is
facts,
changing.
man.
We not in China
want
though.
to take over the world.
Hold on. Why you think someone is taking over the world? Hold on. Why you think someone is taking over the world? What makes you think what people are saying talking about taking over the world?
I was taking a shot at
You just-
Will in his
I was just about
example
to say that. It went,
of
it went
people
that deep.
that he seems to rattle off with no
Because you're
problem
defeated.
of being
You
successful.
don't think we can outcompete them. You're scared of even
Go
that
ahead, bro,
conversation and
Rob. I
that
ain't come up
thought.
here to fight with
I
you,
hear
man.
you,
Right.
man.
It's other people that want to talk.
You came to throw shots, but you ain't come to fight.
Oh
That's
shit!
all right.
No, not at black folks. No, I ain't come to
Right.
fight black folks. No, you
No, I'm
right
talking
about
about
that.
me. You came to throw
Nope,
shots at
I
me
ain't
That's
for
come to
what you
good.
fight at
just
you.
said, right?
Nope. It's a
So
full
that's what you
That's
panel,
gotta
Will.
do.
Other people got
Stand on
something
it.
to say, bro.
And then let's talk about it.
No,
Right?
other people on the
Right.
panel,
I
bro.
know.
They want to talk.
I know.
Go
Go
ahead.
ahead.
all good. I was just gonna say, very similar to Dev, that these stories of success and the things that we are literally talking about. How are we gonna do it? And man, please understand, it's people that are doing it right now, bro. Right now,
It's true.
like, but they doing it in small pockets and they doing it locally. I guarantee you that if you dig hard enough, you're gonna find some black folks right around where you live at, right? That's doing something powerful that you didn't even know about. It's a guarantee. It's just not in the news, and it's definitely not
Believe
gonna blast it on NBC, ABC, CNN, none of that.
it.
So
I
we
live in
have
one of those kind of towns, though. It's hard for them to see if they don't live in one of those type of towns, though, Rob.
yeah, that's true
I
too.
mean, if
Because
you're out in the metropolitan
I
city,
just know of so many different programs across the country that's doing such powerful work because I work in education. But look though, let me lay this point out. Let me lay this point out. Right, we was talking about the education, the children, and things of this nature. Please understand, there are professionals that do exactly what y'all talking about, and you can literally get a doctoral degree. You can put letters in front of your name by learning how to educate children. So please don't if I was you, right, I would say go to the school, look at the curriculum, see if it's rigorous enough, and then if it's not, create rigor at home. Start there before we start making sweeping generalizations about, education is shitty and blah, 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 blah. What we have to do is just be intentional about the way we educate our children and what we are saying in that moment. I'm not so to give y'all a quick example, I'm not teaching you chemistry just so that you can, know how to create a covalent bond. That's not what you. That's not why I'm teaching you chemistry. I'm teaching you chemistry so that when you finish this class, you can literally create something that you can take to market and compete. That's the key. This is what Meta be talking about. We have to get to the point where all things are equal. We are able to compete with Bayer. We are able to compete with Procter and Gamble. We are able to compete. That's where we got to get to. And so I would just say leave it to the professionals. And then I'm gonna land my plane right here. Like, all right, that's like you not a mechanic. Something wrong with your car. You take it to the mechanic. The mechanic tell you, oh, you know what? Your alternator going out. You like, you know what? Hey, fuck that. I'm gonna get a second opinion. Just put some air in my tire and I'm gone. Guess what, sir? You're not going anywhere. You see what I mean? He's the expert in the area. It would be better to listen to the mechanic. That's what I'm saying to y'all. The educators in your community, right? If you're gonna question anything, question the rigor in the curriculum that is already existing, and then add on to what already exists, guys. That's all I'm saying.
Right. Yeah. So, are we able to expound and here's some testimonies, because I think Q has something on the screen, but Madon and Will was going back beating each other over the head about what niggas can't do so much. I know some people wanted to
That was
hear
never my argument.
or see.
That was
Okay,
never my argument.
okay, so can you not expound on it?
Going to the chat, y'all.
All right. Yeah. The youth, most of the youth are already involved in terms of the conversation, social media, and the environment in terms of the dynamics. So at some point, it would be helpful to let them know and make them aware that there are avenues in which they can succeed, options that they can have. Everybody's not going to become an entrepreneur. Everybody's not going to be a billionaire. Everybody's not going to be these things which we like to, throw everybody in one box and come up with this master plan that no matter what, all the kids that come through this plan is going to turn out like this white dude, So that's crazy.
Yeah, that was never the argument. The argument is we need to facilitate an environment to create one.
We already live in an environment, yo.
Goofy.
It's not. I mean, we
talk about the goal being increasing black kids in STEM, right? So you're saying we're good with the black kids that are in STEM now?
No.
Or do those numbers need to be increased?
So
is there actually a problem?
No. So what's happening is one thing goes with the other. So what am I saying? Right? We have to walk, chew gum, and juggle at the same time. So what we do is we leverage our relationships with politicians so that we can get the funding. We get the funding with a purpose in mind. See, it's one thing to secure funding. It's a whole nother thing when you got a project laid out. You know what I mean? You got investors,
allocate some funds, man.
Yeah, and you got investors, and and then now you need a politician. That's a whole. Do you see? So sometimes we work in reverse, right? And that's what I would say. We working in reverse. And we just need, look, man, Stokely Carmichael, he said it best. I guarantee what you're asking for is happening already. I can give you real life examples, but it's a quote from Stokely Carmichael, better known to some as Kwame Ture. This is what he said. He said, if you organize a little bit, you get a little bit done. If you organize a lot, you get a lot done. But if you don't organize at all, you don't get anything done. Listen, man, it's people already working. You in North Carolina, is that right? Where you in Fayetteville?
Now,
Is that
I
what you
agree
said?
with Truth Lady, but I ain't far from Charlotte.
No doubt. I guarantee you, the next time we chop it up, I'm a literally plug into what Charlotte and them doing on the ground, and then I can tell you some organizations where you can get involved, and it can benefit your shorty. You got a boy or a girl?
I got both,
You
but
got
that
both.
kind of wasn't my point though.
All right,
Like,
what is your point, good brother?
so my kids are already in that space. I'm not looking for those things to involve my children in. I'm looking to create a network where we can use this empowerment we want to create a space for the next generation to actually be those entrepreneurs, right? On a large scale. I do think we have the talented young minds out there to do it. I think, unfortunately, most of them aren't able to aspire to be as great as they could be because they have to be the best at what they do for a living to survive. They don't have the safety net.
They're going to be
I'm
competition for the other stuff that's already out there. You think they're going to be cool or friendly about a new up and coming about to try to knock them out the box without even trying?
Of course not.
Or just take a piece of
That's
their
what's gonna
pie?
make it even
Matter
All
of
right,
fact,
harder.
all
they
right,
ain't
all
worried
right.
about that.
That's why
They
they
just
need
worried
even
about a
more
I
piece of
money.
their
learned.
pie.
Of course not.
This is a
Yeah,
business principle that I want to bring up. Where
people
there is a
ruthless.
problem, there is a profit. What you are talking about, if it doesn't exist, if you create it, guess what, fam? You're going to profit, and everyone that gets involved is
I
going to
like that.
profit. If what it sounds like, what you want to do is create a business incubator. Yes.
Essentially.
Okay, listen, bro. What if I told you that I have a fully laid out plan, and if you serious about doing this, right? I will literally share that plan with you. That way, you don't. It requires nothing. It's turnkey. You know what I mean? It's turnkey. It just requires work. If you're willing to work with me, man, we can make it happen. I'll share the document with you live right now.
No, I wouldn't say put all your plans out there live, but I'm
No,
definitely
I'm
willing to
talking
work with
about
you.
it. I would share it with you personally.
Oh yeah, we could do that.
Just put your email in the back chat, and then you know, I will somewhere on the document drop my cell phone number. And man, bro, we can chop it up offline about what you think. And then we can take it from there. The last thing that I'm gonna say is the building in the document that's not too far from where I live, and that is the building that I'm talking about in my locale. Of course, you would need a brick and mortar location for what I'm talking about. And so that would just be the only other thing.
Well, at least we got away from Legos, so it's progress.
See, that's the thing. It's the see when he brought up the Legos, and that's what kind of prompted me to come up here. There are professionals that work in education like myself. I'm not trying to pin any roses on myself or anything. This is just my life's work. And so when I hear people say Legos and not add the it's so many do you understand how many lessons I could teach off a bag of Legos, bro? That's a quarter worth of that's 10. I can create 10 weeks of assignments off Legos, man. I guarantee, because I'm an educator. That's what we have to do. If they don't learn the way I teach the way they learn.
Hey, brother Rob, I'm sorry, bro. You know I love you to death. Got the highest respect for you, but Legos is not gonna move us forward in the world of AI. I've been trying
You ain't
not
gotta take it
to
so
just be
literally,
that
man.
blunt.
You
That's
don't
the thing. He
understand.
ain't saying it literally. That's figurative speech, and it's literal and figurative speech. You can't
You don't
decipher that. What
understand.
he mean? You
Yeah,
turn it
you
into
don't
someone else
understand.
making that
That's all.
statement.
Like what I'm in the classroom, just to give you an example, Willie. What I do is take abstract ideas and I make them tangible, feasible. I
Yeah.
make them do it.
Nah, that's a cool thing to do with the kids, man. Like you
I
said,
mean,
if I
and I
can't teach,
just shared some of my
if they
lesson
can't
plans
learn the
on
way
here.
I teach, then I teach the way they learn, man. That's real shit, man.
Man, anybody
I
that's
salute you for
dedicated
that,
to
man.
this job,
Some
anybody
people
that's
force they try
dedicated
to
to
force teach them.
you can't, man, bro. Well, imagine if I sit here and I'm trying to teach your shorty they timetables, right? Right, and I had him recite them 10,000 times and he still don't get it. Do you know how devastating it would be if I have him do that another 10,000 times? Now learning is a chore. Do you see it? And you gotta, that's why I'm saying to y'all, like, leave it to professionals and then try to add on to whatever it is that they're doing, because you can literally make learning something to where they are looking at it like it's a chore, like washing dishes. That's not what learning is. It's a survival skill. You see what I mean? Because if you can, it's just like how George Washington Carver looked at soybeans, and now you got a plastic chair. That's what. Do you see? Nobody else could probably look at a soybean and say, you know what? Do you see what I mean? But because of his brilliance and his know-how, right? That's how you teach ingenuity. Some people are born with it, but that's how you teach ingenuity. Imagine trying to structure a lesson where you get them to value the learning that they get. That is difficult, bro, if not impossible. It's as an educator, you got 30 different personalities in a classroom and you teaching one thing. How hard is that? Think of it. Do you see? Leave it to the professionals, bro.
Yeah, Willie don't understand. Willie don't understand, man. They got Legos out here that you can make. Everything you see out in the open world, they got Legos that you can build it. If you want to build a boat, ships, body parts, it don't matter, man.
Yeah,
They took it to another
engineering.
level
it's
where
Core engineering.
kids are more motivated. Say what?
It's
Core engineering.
It's not just the Legos themselves. It is the intentionality in the lesson with the Legos. That is how you get something out of that's how you produce.
You make them build what's on the box.
You mean like the creative mind.
You had said it in such simplistic terms that I just wanted to clarify.
Well, like I said earlier, you make them build what's on the block, or you give them something to build.
It would be better, right? It would be better. So boom. If I got a bag of Legos, right, and I say, man, how can we make money out of this? How can we make money? I just give them a bag with 100,000 Legos in it, different shapes and sizes. How can we and I give it
the black guy? You seen the black guy?
You make a 10-foot statue.
Have y'all seen the black guy?
Have
y'all seen the black guy? He's been out for years. This black guy got a multi-million-dollar art business. All he uses black Legos. Everything he make is out of black Legos. And he's black. I mean, he's been on the news and everything. So I'm just showing you how he took that to
okay.
Because while our kids are playing with Legos, the next Asian kid that's gonna own the next tech conglomerate, he's putting computers together right now. So this is insane. We're talking about melanated Legos.
Yeah, it's true.
That's the point.
It's like you said earlier, you put the shit in front of them, and they're gonna mess with it. They mess with it enough time, they're gonna figure something out. You got to put it in front of them. The earlier, the better.
What I'm hoping is that I get one student that is thinking about how to reproduce what's in the bag so that they can sell it to another school. Do you see? How can we make? I give them the bag. Some of the kids gonna say, "Oh, let's build a model of a house, and then we can sell it to an architectural firm." Some kids might say, "We can make a PSA about being safe with Legos around children and sell it to PBS." Some kid, do you see? Like it's gonna be 1,000 ideas that come out of it. Some people might say, some student, that's what I'm hoping that they say, that, all right, Mr. Williams, I'm going to reverse engineer the Lego, and then I mass produce it, and now I'm a competitor of Lego. That's ultimately the goal. You see what I mean? Ultimately, that would be the goal for that assignment. Do you see what I mean? But that would be for older kids. You know what I mean? Younger kids, of course, you just want them to play with them. You know, if they in first grade, you want them to play with them safely. How to share. You see, it's 1,000 lessons out of it. You know, you can teach a sharing lesson out of Legos, but don't get hung up on it's just Legos. And the black man got $1 million business off of black leg. Man, that's a one-off. You know what I mean? Education is supposed to allow you the ability to produce for yourself at any given moment, whatever you've given. You know, like if you give them something, they should be able to produce something. You know what I mean? Well, I know what I'm trying to say. Maybe I'm not expressing it well, you know. My goal is to get kids to be able to teach themselves. That is my goal. You know what I mean? By the third quarter of the year, right? I'm asking them all year, what you want to learn? What you want to learn? What you want to learn? By the third quarter of the year, I should have enough, you know, submissions to where they teaching themselves the last quarter of the year. Where I remove myself so that they can become a lifelong learner. That is the goal of education. To teach yourself how to teach yourself. How to do proper research. How to produce something based on the materials you're searching for and things of that nature. You know, how to compete in whatever market you decide to get into. Whether that be IT, you know, security, you know, it's all type of things that you can get into at IT. I would leave that up to GA. I wouldn't want to sound ignorant on that subject. You know, but the subject of education, like I'm talking about the pedagogy of it. You know what I mean? That's the part that I love. You know what I mean? That's the part that's near and dear to my heart. You know, the day by day, bring this kid up to that level, and we gonna have him reading here, and this is the strategy, and then we got to rethink it because it ain't working. And you see, that's the part that I love. You know, and I do it kid by kid on an individual basis because everybody learn differently. That's the challenge of the teachers. What I would ask that parents do, right? Teach humility at the crib so it's easier for me to teach your shawty when he get in the classroom. I don't mind him asking questions, but he can't question me. That's when I'm going to hurt his feelings. I don't care about your feelings. Hate me, but become a better student, a better man, a better woman. You know, I mean, you know, it ain't about my feelings. But I don't mind them asking questions, but teach humility at the crib. Humility is a form of intelligence. It allows you to build capacity in your learning. The more you learn, the more you can learn. Huh? If I teach you how to fix a bike, you probably can work on a car. You got the principle of loosening and tightening bolts. So now, yes, you can take a tire off. If you can take a tire off, you can change some brake pads. If you can change brake pads, now we own the calipers and how to bleed a brake line. And then when I'm teaching that, what am I teaching? Liquid dynamics and pressure. You see, man, centrifugal force, man, it's all kind of things that you can teach. What am I talking about? I'm talking about the science of education. And how to get our children to listen. How to get them to listen? You teach them the value of what they're learning and how they can apply it later on in life. I can go on and on. My bad.
Oh, you shit. Nah, you good. Diddy, can you make some changes to the overall audience, bro? We have a lot of different people from different backgrounds tuning in on a Sunday in the daytime.
Peace, my good brother, Young Diddy, man. Met that young man in person. And man, he is who he is. You know what I'm saying? On the real, man. Hope I made a good impression, bro. Hope the next time you come to Chicago, I can invite you out to the crib and all of that, and we can do it bigger. You know what I'm saying? Your mic muted if you're talking to us. I don't know. Maybe he got a young thing in the car with him and he just got to stay focused. You know what I'm saying? You know. Oh, man, he'll tell you when he came to Chicago, boy, hey, the sisters is winning. The sisters is winning. Yes, sir, man. Hey, Vasa, man, we ain't heard from you. You've been up here for a second, man. I've been running my mouth. What's happening, good brother? How you feeling, G?
What's going on, brother Rob? Peace, everybody.
All good, man. I'm good, family.
I'm just listening for right now.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
It's been times where I had a comment, but those moments have zoomed past, and now my boy done jumped in my lap, so I'm coddling him at the moment.
That's what's up, man. Man, Joe. Hey, enjoy them while they're young, man. They go past fast. You know what I mean? I remember bringing mans home. Now it's time to start asking this cat for rent. You know what I'm saying? Like, man, they go past fast, man. My best advice, man, don't listen to anybody that ain't raised successful kids. All that advice man, bro. Look at their kids. You know what I mean? If they always at the courtroom, probably don't want to listen to them. You know what I'm saying? On the real, G. You know?
Oh, this ain't my first one, Rob.
Yes, sir. Oh, all right,
This
all right.
this ain't my first one. I raised 6 guy kids, and this is my fifth biological. So
Yes, sir. Oh man, you a better man than me. I only got my 2 sons. Uber proud of them. My youngest son, he is in the playoffs. He played for man, the Windy City wait, is no. Damn, why I can't think of the name of, but he in Kansas and he play baseball. He a pitcher. His ERA is under 3 right now, bro. You know, so
but to
yeah.
speak towards your sentiments, my god kids, right? They in their 30s now.
Mhm.
Both parents was jailbirds. None of these 6 have ever been handcuffed. They all got a trade. They all in their own dwelling spaces.
That's what's up.
And of those 6, their childhood, it was like watching a movie.
Mhm.
So to take them out of that piece by piece and what you were saying, showing them why education was important, character. No, it don't happen immediately. But once they knew the value of it, they took flight.
Yes, sir. Yes,
So
sir.
to speak to those sentiments,
Mhm. Mhm. All the time, man. I'm sitting here looking at his highlights, man. He used to play for IUP, Indiana University, Pennsylvania, and he was dominant out there too. He had a ERA for 2 years. He was out there under 3. You know what I'm saying? Uber proud of my youngest. And then my oldest, he about to finish up. He doing body work right now, but he can do wrench work as well. And he about to go into the automotive industry. So, you know what I mean? I'm gonna definitely be hitting up GQ. You know what I mean? Get this man a car to work on. You know what I'm saying?
You
So he
said
can
you got a
fix.
body, man. I do paint.
Yes, sir. That's what my oldest son is about to finish up school right now. He already knew how to paint. You know, I taught him, but you know, he getting his certification and everything. And so you're gonna be a certified paint man, body man. You know what I mean? I got a 67 Camaro I'm sitting here working on right now, trying to restore.
Is he gonna do PDR?
You know, I don't know for sure, man. I don't know for sure. Right now, to make money.
If he's doing it for the love of the craft, I
Mm-hmm.
wouldn't suggest it. I would just stick to a shop. But if he's trying to chase quote unquote the bag,
Mm-hmm.
paintless dent repair is where it's at.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's minimal tools. You can storm chase. You can even go to the dealerships after a hailstorm and, hey, I can clean all these dents up, and you don't have to do no real body work. You just going in there with those tools. You get what I'm trying to say?
Yeah,
So they
yeah.
pay high dollar for that skill.
Damn, bro. Yeah. The Garden City Wind. I think that's the name of the team. Garden City. It's in Kansas. I just couldn't think of the name of his team. My bad, G. But I'ma definitely tell him about that, bro. You know what I mean? If he
Yeah, in the
wasn't
field, if they in the field, they just call it PDR. And the tools basically look like some flattened out hangers, almost like
mm-hmm,
a hockey stick.
mm-hmm.
And you just creep in
Cool.
any crack or crevice you can get to and just basically pry the dent out.
Yeah, yeah. I didn't say it. I just didn't know what it was called, but where they weld the little thing on and then pull it out. That's just talking about pull the
That's a
dents out.
form that's a form of it, but I'm more
Okay.
so talking about they'll give you like maybe envision 6 to 7 hooks, and each of them is going to be a different gauge. You would creep behind, uh, how would I put this? Like the quarter panel, for
Uh-huh.
example. If you can find a crevice to get in, you go from behind and you basically push the dent out.
Ah, you going the opposite way.
Yeah, yeah.
Damn.
It's from the backside. You get where I'm going, and it's no harm to the paint.
Yes,
Hence,
sir.
hence paintless uh repair.
Hey.
Paintless dent repair is what is what PDR stands for.
Damn.
It's a good, like, it's an excellent skill to have on his resume.
Yes, sir.
And
Hey,
then
I'm definitely.
think about it from the hustler's perspective. You
Mhm.
can pull up to somebody's house, job. You can, like I said, storm chase. It is There's a vast array of ways to him to self-suffice himself
All right.
in in that.
Uh, like right now, he just detailing cars and just trying to get a bunch of contact information. You know what I mean? So that's what him and his homies doing. They and just collecting contact information. I think that's brilliant. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Because now they got a bunch of people to contact, and they didn't already, produce the service. So like, these little dudes is they own it, man. So I just look for them to continue to grow, and then shit, I'm gonna start feeding them some ideas too. But man,
Tell him his
Joe,
cousin Bubba said Bondo is a no-no.
all right, Bondo is a no. Oh man, you sound like his granddad. He say, man, it'd be better to replace the whole panel than put that Bondo on there. Man, that's just like how his granddad talk on the real.
Well, it cracks over time, and it is speaking towards your skill set
Mm-hmm.
to sit back and say, hey, I can take this quarter panel, I can take this hood, and I can repair it. Some of them cats, they just slap Bondo on it, and if you don't know no better, slap that paint on it. If you don't have that trained eye, you're not gonna see.
Yeah,
And then what happens 6 months down the road? It cracks, and you back at the shop.
Mm-hmm. Bondo is a no. All right, no doubt. Yeah, man. We a Chevy family, so man, you right in our wheelhouse, man. That's literally what my pops say all the time. It'd be better to just replace that whole panel, because integrity. That's the legacy I come from. There, he a man of integrity. You know what I mean? That's what we pride ourselves on. And so just like you said, it speaks to your integrity if you know that it's gonna crack in 6 months and you just collect their money. It's bogus. You know what I'm saying? It's bogus.
Yeah, and once you get that painter's eye, you can see it, and it becomes a deterrent as well.
Mm-hmm.
Like you can see a heavy Bondo spot,
Yeah.
especially if they didn't sand it out. And you know all this. I don't want to bore the chat with
Yeah,
that,
yeah,
but
yeah. Yeah, but I mean, no matter what the technology go to, it's all you gonna always need a body man, no matter what. Like it don't matter if the car's running on hydrogen, water, you know what I mean? Somebody gonna open their door too close to you, and you gonna need a body man. You know what I mean? And so, and then people want, high end stuff like getting their cars raised, getting their cars painted, stuff like that, custom paint. Of course, he'll be willing to do that too. If you're in the Chicago area, we just waiting to get a couple of loaner cars. Gonna start.
do y'all get a lot of rust up there since we here?
Oh yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I
Because
figured
they
y'all
they
would, all
definitely
that moisture.
yeah, we got I mean, that's what make the summers kind of sticky here in Chicago. We got high humidity, and then in the wintertime they salt the streets. So, it's always gonna be, that's why you don't see a whole lot of cars from the Midwest, like in terms of like rescue cars. You don't see a lot. They usually coming from Texas, Arizona, Florida, dry heat without a lot of snow.
See, there go that soybean. How can we manufacture some of these cars and make them durable as metal, but as lasting as plastic?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Man, they got, to just get ultra nerdy, they got some plastics that's almost as strong as metal. Heat retarded, all that. You know what I mean? It's just that man, putting them on the road with metal cars, you lose. That's all. But they definitely got those. It's these super heavy plastics that they oh man, I wish it's some type of molecular like tightening in the molecules to where they absorb energy. I just can't think of the name of the company, bro. Tell us something. But that's what they produce. They produce those heavy plastics and stuff. Hardened plastics.
Yeah, I know what you're aware of.
Yeah,
We
man.
had to do a little bit of plastic welding and knowing the types that would adhere to plastic welds and wouldn't.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And that's the thing. You have to, people don't understand. You have to change the whole the whole car industry would have to change in order to go to plastic, cars, heavy plastic cars. The whole of course that's some ultra futuristic shit, but I mean that's what's coming, y'all. It's all kind of stuff in the news. Man, I hate that Madon left. I wanted to, ask him more about his boy, man. Y'all do know that man Madon said that Trump was a blessing from God. That's what he said. These are his words. I am not lying on that, man. That's literally what he said after Trump won the election and everything. That's literally what he said. That Trump was a blessing from God. I just want to know if he still feels that way at this point, you know, halfway through the first year of his presidency, you know, because I just remember how, you know, everybody was talking, it don't matter and things of this nature, but positioning nuclear submarines, you know, in the Atlantic, in the different regions of the world where we not, you know, so it's not so friendly, you know. These things are major, you know, major issues, you know. And I just hope that everybody understand, you know what I'm saying, the decision that, you know, some of our people made on election day. Oh, it do affect you now. You might not agree, you know, but it does. It does. You know, I'll leave that there. You know, because they ain't, you know, the first thing they gonna say, what about what Biden did? You know, some kind of crazy Democrat hate, you know.
Hey, that plastic company you was talking about, was that Thermtech?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, Thermtech.
Yeah.
I just couldn't think of the name of it.
Yeah, I'm familiar with them. They had a recent article we featured a few months ago. They had they were approved for some sort of project on developing the casings for the solar panels, wind tunnels, basically environmental. They got an environmental award. But yeah, they work with GM, mostly auto parts, like you said.
Yeah. They in a lot of industries. They in pest control.
Yeah. They 9001 ISO certified.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
They got their arms in a lot of stuff. They about to get into the semiconductor industry.
Yeah.
I know that they are partnering with a major semiconductor company in Indonesia.
Yep.
But I read this stuff like months ago, so that's why I can't.
Yeah.
But you know, and I kind of left it up there. I'm glad you looked it up. But they all over the place, bro.
No,
nobody ever heard of them. They are multi-billion-dollar company. Nobody ain't never heard of them.
No, it's cool, man. I used to have a regular route between Waukesha and Pontiac, Michigan, and that was one of the companies that I would drop to. So I remember the company specifically. Like, I don't need no Google Maps. I can drive there right now. I know exactly where they're at, up there in Waukesha. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you for not making me look crazy. I appreciate.
Nah, it's cool, man.
Don't they got a nah, I was about to say, don't they got a warehouse in Oconomowoc?
They might though. It's a lot of
production
not so populated areas, you know, up, you know, Green Bay, up in central and western Wisconsin, man. Like off the highway. So just like downstate Illinois, that's how upper Wisconsin is.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And man, like I keep saying, we got to be able to compete. Why can 3M do all this stuff and don't have no competitors? Why? Like why we can't compete with 3M or DuPont? All they do is produce dye. Don't y'all know all paint is white and they just add dye to it? How hard is that to produce some goddamn white paint? It can't be like, man.
That's why I tell everybody to study Percy Julian, brother Rob. That very question you just asked, what would they be without his aid?
Exactly.
But to your sentiments, look at what they did to him. Now that was then and this is now, but there's no reason why we don't have the next Percy Julian.
Man, I'm so glad that you brought him up because we literally have a high school named after him in the city of Chicago. This man was a heavyweight, like man, like no, like he didn't have any contemporaries at the time that he's doing what he's doing. He didn't have any contemporaries. That's what I'm trying to get y'all to understand.
Yeah, for sure. Real quick, Dominican,
What's shaking? What's going on?
what's up with it?
Nah, I just came in. I like the conversation. I'm just listening. My bad.
You
Nah, you
uh are
good, bro. Hey, what you know about a Datsun, son? What you know? What you know?
Oh, that was no. I had a dots, and I know that's before my time,
Yeah,
but
yeah, yeah.
I'm ahead of my years, and that was my. I had that call. You
Oh
know, and
wow, man. Hey,
and
bringing one of those engines back to life is no like easy task. It's really not.
yeah, yo up north is difficult to find one of those vehicles, but down south you could get them, man. And I'm not gonna lie, that vehicle was pulling mad chicks, and I was getting a lot of attention, man. I just love the car. It's smooth, it's stylish, but yeah. Hello.
Yo,
yeah.
yeah, no. What would you like to add to the conversation? Not
My,
just seeing the Datsun in your name, but
oh
I
yeah, nah. I just want to continue listening to you guys. I just I like this channel. I've listened to this channel before. I just want to continue listening to you guys, and I'll butt in when necessary.
Yeah, so we was really on a building tip. Was there anything that you heard that made you hit it today in terms of networking, moving progress forward, a special field? What part of the area that you said you was from again?
Oh, I'm up northeast.
New York?
Yeah. That's where I'm
Oh,
from.
okay.
Yep. That's where I'm from originally. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. So I just think whatever you're passionate in, um, and whatever if you have someone that looks like you, you should try to help them. That's your brother. You should try to help them to stay away from trouble, stay away from prison, stay away from drugs, alcohol, and we gotta get this money and be powerful men, be righteous men.
What what field you in right now?
Well, I'm in fitness, and I also do for I'm a boxer, and also I train children in the city,
Yeah.
and also for my job, my personal job, I do sandblasting. That's I work for a company doing that, but
Yeah.
yeah.
Physical fitness.
Yeah, yeah, and trade skill. I have
Yeah.
my CDL also, so
Yeah.
I see a lot of opportunities there. So I do believe that learning a skill is very beneficial. And a lot of my friends, we came up in the hood,
Mhm.
but they're doing great for themselves now. They're doing good for their families, providing.
Mhm.
So yeah, I just like to be amongst that group of young people. We're thinking more positive and optimistic versus just looking at it like, yo, you're black or you're brown and you can never make it. I don't think like that. You know, I want to promote positivity.
Yeah. I think there's enough material to show some of the obstacles, some of the things that didn't necessarily go well in history, not going so well right now. And obviously, the
economic and financial motivation to keep promoting that certainly has taken interest. But if we can at least shine some light when there's time on showing some of the benefits and the advantages and the progress of the ones who not necessarily focused in that particular area. I think it would balance some of the mindsets of the younger generation out. So yeah, the more black people they see that are striving, that are working with each other and trying to do well. I don't think the abundance of quote unquote the gloom and doom rhetoric will drown out some of the ones that are out here, still working. So shout out to all of y'all that are still putting in the good work. What's up with it, Joe?
Yo, I just wanted to man, I'm about to step in here and eat. I was out here doing some editing and stuff, but when I was hearing some of the ideas on how to educate our kids, that's what kind of prompted me to come up here. I'm congratulations to your boy. You know what I mean? I starting this school year, I'm gonna be the dean of students at Chatham Academy. And so
That's tight, man.
Yeah, thank you, bro. And so
it's dope, brother Rob. Salute.
Yeah, man. So I'm not in the classroom anymore, but I'm still hands on, and I'm in administration now. And so I'm very humbled for the elevation and everything. And I mean, of course, I'm taking this very serious, and so I'm just preparing myself. So I got time. I done took vacation from my last place of employment, this next week. So I'll probably be on the panel a little bit more to chop it up with everybody and just keep putting my narrative out there that we not as bad as that we think we are, and we got everything we need but each other. You know what I mean? If we organize a little harder, right? If we push a little harder, if we believe the YNs are redeemable, guess what, fam? They are. Our little sisters are not thoughts. That's what they push. You know what I mean? That's what they push. Our people, man, all we got to do, man, is just keep on believing in each other, man. And give each other the benefit of the doubt and some space to make some mistakes. Damn. It seemed like if our people make a mistake, we right with them crackers talking about how we want to nail our people to the cross. No, man. We got to give our own people the benefit of the doubt. That's number one. I mean, holding each other accountable it has to be a space for that. But you got to understand in the space that we in, the social media space that we in, right? Man, if we don't take up for each other, the narrative will be that black folks against it, white folks against it. We not all against the same thing. Y'all understand that? We got to be all for the same thing. And that's the empowerment of each other and the betterment of each other. I feel like, I don't hate nobody. I don't have to hate white folks. You know what I'm saying? Midgets, Mexicans, and nobody else. I don't have to hate nobody. I just love us. And that's where my time, my energy, my money, that's where I spend it. You know what I mean? I don't expect everybody to be like me, but definitely you can ask me questions, but don't never question me. Because if anything, you know what I mean, I'm gonna be wondering why you not with me. Like I keep saying, man, just get involved and plug in where you at. And man, I'll meet you at the finish line. I think we gonna win. You know what I mean? That's all. I think we gonna win, but I'm about to go eat, G. Man, I'm gonna holler at y'all, all right?
All right, good looking out, bro. Rob.
All right, no doubt.
Peace, brother Rob.
All right, peace, G. And peace, Dominican man. Nice chopping it up with you. All right, peace, Willie. And
Here's a before you go. Here's
yes, sir.
a starting point for that Carolinas project you're gonna do.
Mm-hmm.
Just the name itself speaks volumes. Mechanics and Farmers Bank.
Mechanics Involvement Bank. Now I
Mechanics
gotta
and
type this.
Farmers.
Oh,
Mechanics
Mechanics
and
and
Farmers.
Farmers Bank.
Black owned since 1906, right there in the Carolinas.
Oh man, it popped right up, Joe. M&F Bank. Oh man, I can't wait, Joe. I'm about to dig in. And Willie, I mean, I guarantee you, bro, I'm gonna spit it out to you, and then we'll see what we can do on the other end, man. Hey, I'm gonna just have to get your email another day, but I guarantee you, I got a laid out program, Joe. All right.
That's what's up. I'll
All right,
work with you.
no doubt.
So, Dominican, there's somebody in the chat that was asking about your sandblasting experience. I know that's not like a common trade that we hear when we're talking about trades. And I think they in New Jersey. Is it still there? You might have stepped off. But I know whenever I see sandblasting signs, the entire area is cordoned off. Everybody got to leave, evacuate, just like a hurricane. Ain't no car traffic, ain't no kids, ain't no nothing. Everybody got to bail out.
Yeah, unless it's in house.
Yeah,
You do a lot of that in regards of refinishing metals, knocking
yeah,
heavy rust off, and things of
yep,
that nature.
yeah. Industrial machinery, yep.
Yeah, you got to get suited and booted for that. You got to be completely covered.
Yeah, just like those asbestos suits, head to toe with the little not like a hard helmet, but it is a helmet.
No,
And
you gotta have one in that.
yeah,
Well, not a actual helmet, but you got to have a hard, let's call it a face mask.
yeah,
I took a job. They manufactured, I guess you could call it oil rigs, but they did other stuff like Japanese fire trucks and a few other big heavy equipments. And a lot of that stuff had to get sandblasted. And that's how I'm familiar with it.
yeah. When we first got to our Navy boat, we went right in the shipyards like 3 months later, and I worked on the crew that was doing a part of the outside and some of the inside. It was hot as hell. We didn't have all that protective equipment on it either. Uh, and just wasn't enough equipment to go around all three shifts. But they was working the shit out of us. Yeah, it takes 17 hours to fly to Nigeria. Ain't nobody going in no straight line. Anything could happen. You gotta have the shortest emergency route to some land as possible. You can't assume everything gonna be cool. because it would get too cluttered, and if they need to make an emergency landing, they won't be close enough to soil or someplace where they can actually land the plane. So they have specific routes. And that's why you don't see no traffic over the Pacific. So if you got a black business, or if you're looking for a certain type of business, we can use this time to promote some of the entrepreneurs that are already up and running. Or if you're looking to hook up and network and do some collaboration projects, not necessarily STEM related, but anything progressive, agriculture, the medical field, definitely anything to do with tech. To be a wonderful, wonderful opportunity to at least see where you're at on the scale. I know we like to pack the seats and fill up the audience with various forms of humor and entertainment and laughter, and just go back and forth on the things that we don't like to see black people do. I mean, at some point we got to balance it out. Just, you're not gonna sit here and tell me that black people as a whole just walking around and all they see is uh, people that are not black are the only ones that are excelling. Are the only ones that have the capabilities or the interests.
Yeah, Dave, I get tired of the measuring rod of black reality being
I would highly
what white
disagree
folks
with
is
that.
doing.
I would highly disagree with that one right there.
Yeah, yeah. Dominican, somebody in the chat was wanting some information on your sandblasting. That I think they in New Jersey. Do you
Oh,
you work for one company? You go to one particular place,
yeah,
or
I work at a specific company. Yes, I do, sir.
oh, okay, that's cool. Would 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 that require in-house training, or is there like a trade situation where somebody can, if they wanted to learn how to do that, or
Yeah, I mean, most companies it would be more in house. You know, with a company at that or that specific plant,
yeah,
they would train you. You know, I was already experienced, so that's why they hired me already. But you know, it's decent pay, and you know, you can learn a lot, and not just off sandblasting. They're gonna teach you the different procedures and steps. You know, when it comes to um, curating the metal, um, what chemicals to put on, just how you have to heat it down. Yeah, it takes a lot, right? But that's only one position, you know. And when it comes to coding, metal and rejuvenate, pretty much rejuvenating metal. But for the most part, it tends to be in-house training. Yes.
Yeah, that's what's up right there.
Yeah, and those are one of those jobs that if you stick with them for a couple years, you're gonna learn many. You learn how to be handy, pretty much, and other things. So yeah, I think it's positive. Especially if you're a young man, just to learn the trade. I think is a good thing.
No doubt. Q, you was trying to play a video earlier. I don't know. He might be moving.
Yo,
Yo, you was trying to play a video earlier.
shit, I don't remember.
It was on the subject of black empowerment, but somehow the discussion became how black people can't do nothing. They ain't got nothing.
Yeah, I had to fade off of that one. I was like, I'll be back.
Yeah, man. We gotta
But yeah,
keep
so
some
what's
balance.
good? Dominican Dotson. Oh, all right, I guess.
Salutes, Q.
Yeah, what's going on? Yeah, that's my name. What's going on, sir?
Get
Wait a minute,
okay.
wait a minute. It's Long
Okay.
Island today, right? Long Island, Q.
Yeah, it's Long Island Quentin today. It's Quentin.
Quentin. Oh, Quentin. Oh, that's your real name. Wow. Well, it's very That's my brother's name, Quentin.
Yeah, man. What's goody though?
Not much enjoying this summer day. Well, at the end of the day now.
I remember your voice. You came over before, man. You my Dominican dude, right?
Well, I'm Dominican, but I don't think I've had a conversation with you before. But I've been
Nah,
here.
you never been over here. Your voice sound man familiar.
Uh, I've been here before. I don't know if I've been on like the panel and had conversations with you.
Yeah, Corey. We remember, son. It's all good. I'm about to get some rice and beans.
That's what's up, man. Rice and beans, man. That's
The
I went. I,
Dominican
I,
spot is popping in Brooklyn. I ain't gonna lie though, y'all. The
I,
Dominican spot,
I
that
went to I
Polish
went
chicken
to
crazy.
I went to New Orleans recently, and yo, they they eat rice and beans, man. Is popping. Yeah, and the shorty that I was with, she got that New Orleans accent. She Creole, fire. She like a model, light skin, tall, and she was eating it with no meat. I mean, I'm like, oh word, you ain't gonna eat it with no meat. She was like, nah, you gonna be the meat. I'm like, hey, yo, I'm like, that's funny. You know what I'm saying? That's funny. But yeah, the New Orleans, they have great food down there. In New Orleans,
Yeah, I gotta get down there. I ain't been out that far yet.
it's great history, man. They're very influenced by the French, the Spanish, and Haitians down there, man. You know,
Yeah, a lot of history in the middle of the country.
Total nigger death. Kill niggers, behead niggers. Roundhouse kick a nigger into concrete. Slam dunk a nigger baby into a trash can. Report niggers to the IRS.
Oh, that was amazing. Oh, white folks, it's Sunday. It's that time for white trolls. All right, all the basement dwelling white people, come on, hit the channel. Oh, you love it.
Yeah.
Report niggers to the IRS.
Oh my goodness, yo! Like
but
Donald Trump.
I promise you, that's not me, yo. I promise you,
No,
that's
no,
not me.
these are basement dwellers. That's why I put it on the screen.
Oh,
They,
okay.
they
That
pop
Yeah,
up once a
I
week.
banned them. I banned the second one. I couldn't get the first one.
Or somebody was just playing that voiceover right now, like a little sound clip.
Yeah, the basement dwellers.
Yeah.
Damn, that's
The
deep.
ones that be arguing with their grandmothers and shit.
Yeah, that's some whole shit. Yeah.
MAGA can't save everybody, right? MAGA not gonna help y'all out, man.
Hey,
Jungle survival was goody. So who benefits from black on black division, man? We back on topic. I'm in. What's goody?
Yo. Yo, what's good? What's good?
What up, man?
Sorry, I'm quiet because I'm here. I have a road to design, so I'm just on the freaking CAD thing trying to make this road. That's what I'm saying.
What program?
I'm on the AutoCAD 2.
Nice.
I'm listening though.
Oh yeah, see the topic. See how easy it is when we do positive topics. Is that the Dominican dude that called me a monkey? I think he called me a monkey before, but it's all good. Yeah, he was going hard for DR. Like, yeah, whatever.
Who, Dominic and Dustin?
Yeah.
He's pretending like this is the first time he showed up.
Wait, no. My name is Dominican Dawson, not Dominican Dawson. So, yeah, no, I think you have me confused with someone else, sir. Q, better.
Nope.
Sorry, bro. I'm not even looking at the screen, so I can't even see what your name is.
Well, you have to learn how to hear better. No disrespect. No disrespect, sir. You sound Jamaican. You know, I grew up with Jamaicans. Shout out to you.
Is that what we're doing right now?
Oh no. Sorry. What island you from? My bad. What island you from, sir?
I'm asking you a question. Is that what we're doing?
No. I want to know. I may be ignorant by assuming you're Jamaican. So, what island you from? No disrespect.
No disrespect to you, sir. Are you a mulatto?
I would consider myself black.
You hear my accent, so you know I'm from Jamaica.
Maybe, but I could be wrong. You might be from another Caribbean island. You know, I just want to be sure.
It's okay. It's still Jamaica. Still
Oh,
black.
Jamaica. No. I want to know just specifically what island. You know, because
I just
that.
told you I'm from Jamaica.
Shout out to you. No disrespect. Shout out to you. Yo, I love Manaswata. Manaswata. I love it. Yeah. Shout out to you.
So you wasn't the one
No
talking about how the
disrespect
Dominicans was getting
usually
held back by the
comes with an
Haitians?
underlying tone of disrespect. You know that, eh? Saying no disrespect is because you want to make a disrespect, but you're too coward to do it. If I'm going to disrespect you, I'm not asking for permission, and I'm definitely not telling you no disrespect. I'm telling you I'm going to disrespect you. That's how I would do it. Okay? Yes, I'm from Jamaica.
Okay, I don't want you to get offended, sir. I apologize if I offended you. I'm sorry.
Your apology is accepted.
Awkward.
I mean, what did you say you was working on?
No, I have to design like what they call it, a subdivision with 4 phases, a plaza, some what do you call that? Plots or parcel size. And then I have to design a road that goes throughout the whole thing. And it's my first time really using AutoCAD, but you know, I already got the basics on how to use it. They already taught us how to use the software, so it's for me now to like, I guess, be creative and show them that I actually know what I'm doing. After this, I have to do a floor plan.
So
So
yes,
you have history in that? Like, did you grow up in construction with your father or something like that, or your family member?
Yeah, my dad did this for a living, not CAD, but construction. And I have an uncle that is an architect.
Okay, that's impressive. But I feel like that's one of those fields, man. That really takes a lot of time for you to master. You know, because you have to get everything on point. You know, like the dimensions of a room, the stairs, the plumbing. You know,
Um,
is something that you have to really pay attention to detail. You know.
the hardest part about dimensions right now is to like calculate angles. You know, that's the hardest part. But it's kind of easy at the same time because no matter what you do, an angle can only amount to 360 degrees. So it's how much you're going to be adding or subtracting from 360 degree to get your angle. But with CAD, the software kind of it does its calculation a little bit different because, for instance, if I'm going to enter like a 270-degree angle, it's easier for me to enter it as, let me see if 270 is the right 70. Yeah, just assume that it would be easier for me to enter it as, say, a negative 90 degree. You get me? Instead of getting the 90 degrees straight up, you'll get the 90 degree on the negative axis. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying.
Okay, yeah, somewhat. Yeah, somewhat. Somewhat.
It's just understanding how you're gonna put in the number, you know.
So, what do you, in your perception, what was the learning curve for you to be, good at construction and architecture?
Oh, I'm
Um,
not good at it. This is new to me. This is
oh, new
not
to
what
me.
I,
Okay,
my
okay, guys.
background is in science. My background is in chemical lab technician.
Okay, okay.
I guess the basic physics and maths, I already know that. And with this, I think this is the first time I'm doing so much maths. I got to actually use maths because in chemistry you use maths, but you're usually following a formula. You already got the formula. They're not playing games with you because they don't want you to kill yourself or kill somebody else. But with this, you got to know which formula to implement. Sometimes it's trig, sometimes it's calculus, sometimes it's algebra, sometimes it's just basic linear algebra. You just got to have the basics. So if they got to now teach you the basic, that is why to do certain things you got to have maths and physics and certain basic thing because these professors don't have time to be teaching you basic maths right now. They expect you to know it. So I'm not really into construction. I'm not doing this to be a construction guy.
Oh, okay, got you. All right, right. I understand.
I'm doing a civil engineering course right now, and this is just one subject that I have to get past.
Nah,
It's pretty much the heart of it. It's what I'm. If I decide to go this direction, it's what I'll be using. Not the 2D, but probably Civil 3D. Most likely Civil 3D, Rhino, and MicroStation.
okay. No, I appreciate that. I appreciate your interest in that subject, in that field. Thank you.
Oh yeah, respect. What did you say you do again? I thought you. What's your profession?
Well, I mean, yeah, I'm just, I have my CDL license, and but right now I work at a company of sandblasting. That's what I do,
That's
sandblasting.
cool. That's dope.
Yeah,
Yeah, I have my CDL too.
yeah.
If I want to go hop in a truck and go draw loads, I could do that right now.
You when that right that and that's a beautiful thing,
Right
just to have that
now.
option. You
If I
know,
want to go in they have a life lab and a few other labs over here to go draw blood. I could do that too. I just don't want to.
right. Yeah, but it's an option, right? So
Yeah.
if for some reason you say, "Damn, you know what, man, this is not working out right now," you could just go up to Indeed.com or a local your local newspaper or something, and you will find a job immediately. Just and that's just one of the many trades. CDL. You could get welding. You could do many other things. It's just that's just one of those popular trades that there's easy money in.
It's good to stay flexible. And me, I
Right.
have no choice but to stay flexible. I have a lot working against me. You know, one, I'm a black man living in a foreign country. I have an accent and I smoke weed. So I have a few things working
Oh
against me.
damn!
I have to
I'm
stay
not gonna,
flexible. A lot of people won't understand these things, but I have to stay flexible and still live to a standard. So I can't limit myself to just one thing.
I'm not gonna lie. The one thing that might hold you back out of all those things you listed
Is it
was
weed?
the smoking weed. Yeah, the
Yeah,
weed. I'm not
I
gonna
know.
lie.
I know. I know. It got me out of a lot of good places. But you know what? I wanted to go anyway because if I didn't, I would have stopped smoking weed. You know? That's how it is. If someone say you can't be here smoking weed and you really want to be there, deep down in your gut you want to be there, guess what you're gonna do? Stop smoking weed. But if you don't want to be there, like, man, see you later.
Yeah, True
Right.
Later was asking you a question earlier. He said he wasn't looking at the screen. He's not working on a project. He's taking a civil engineering course. So I don't know.
No, this is a presentation that I have to do. I have to. It's gonna be graded as I think 25% of my final exam. That is why I'm taking it so serious.
Did
My
that answer your question, True Lady? My bad.
You bought some land and ran into some financial issues. Hmm. That sounds like a real estate problem. Real estate. Ah, it's not a money problem. What's the issue on the land? Well, you
What
got like
land?
run out of money trying to raise some funds now. Oh, it's a money problem. It is a money problem. Okay. We all have that problem somehow. It's one
Yes.
problem that never gets solved.
All right. So I don't want to get too much off topic. I believe this is somewhat on topic. I want to find great literature on financial literacy. So I've read the typical what's that with poor dad, rich dad, poor dad. I read that. That was a good book. I'm not gonna lie to you. For me, it was a good book, right? It was a great introduction. Is there any great books you guys recommend just for financial literacy?
The IRS website.
Mm. The IRS website. Oh, so you think I would learn a lot from
Yes.
on the IRS website? What is it? IRS.com?
Ye-
IRS.gov?
Yep. And also SCORE.
SCORE.
Small Biz SBA.
SBA. Okay. Is it
My
true that,
accountant, she said the best way to learn about how to set up a business is through the IRS.
Business, yeah, I agree.
so is it true that anyone can get a $5,000 loan with the SBA?
There's a lot of options with the SBA. I'm not gonna say what on what. Just go on their website and see what they have.
Got you. Got you. All right. Have you ever tried it? Like, have you ever gone through them steps? You personally?
Not for the SBA loan, but for
Okay.
information, yeah, I live on these sites.
Got you. Got you. All right. That's good. All right. Thank you. Thank you for that.
Damn, bro. This is crazy. Oh man, son. Yo, we right at the edge. Damn, so I don't man. So we could file to become a charter school in New York State, but we can't say we black only.
That's the takeaway.
Yeah, that's the damn.
I mean, that's not a big deal. Just make it a charter school and just promote that for black people, and you know, there might other people might sneak in the cracks, but if you have, let's say, 200 students, if 10 of them are not black, who cares? The other kids are benefiting from that. You get me?
Um, that's a perspective. That's a perspective.
And I'm pretty sure that that small margin of kids that are not black, they're in the school. I'm pretty sure they'll be our allies, or they won't be hateful towards you know us. Because they're around us. They grew up around. They understand us. So.
Logic, what up, King? Yeah, I'm trying to.
Yo, Q, I want to ask you a question. Like, Dr. Umar, you see, like, now they saying that his accounts got hacked or something. They playing with it. Like, do you believe that they're messing with him because he wants to do something productive, or do you believe that he's scamming us or playing around? What's your ideas on that? What's your thoughts on that?
Hold on, poop. My bad. Two parts. Yo, my bad. Damn, bro. My bad. I'm reading the chat, reading this at the same. Say what you said again. You said what about Umar?
Oh, I said, like, because you just brought up like a school, right? And I think that's a very positive thing that you want to do. And recently there were rumors of controversy about Dr. Umar, and as we all know, that he's been promoting this, school. I believe in Philadelphia, right? All black boys school or all black school. And I want to know, in your eyes or your perspective, do you believe that his accounts were truly hacked and they're just trying to dismantle him because he's trying to do something positive for his community, or do you believe that he's scamming us? The
He's
people, because a
scamming
lot of
us.
people do back him.
He's scamming.
Got you. Okay. Okay. And why? And why do you say that? Because if taking so long,
Cause
or
I got a spot. Like literally, what I'm talking about is a spot in Brooklyn. You didn't see the video I just uploaded? I got a spot in North Carolina now too.
Or I ain't even see. Okay, so it's like it's basically up for sale. Basically, what you're saying, and somebody just
What?
got to go buy it.
Go by what?
Oh, you're saying that you own it.
Yeah, I'm already up and running. I'm in my 7th year full time.
Damn, man, that's what's up, man. I respect that. That's what's up.
Yeah, he run a real school. He runs the school for real.
Yeah, I know he did in New York, but I didn't know he expanded. I didn't know that.
Yeah, we
Oh,
online as well.
he's in North Carolina now. So when
Well, yeah,
Umar,
anybody in the world can sign
come
up.
on,
You know
bro, Umar, come on. You see them? That's a money grab. Oh, my account get hacked. Send me money. Gift. Donate. Look, the school is up and running. It doesn't need no repair. When you see freaking rats jumping out the ceiling, yeah, a bunch of garbage all over the floor. Not even a bunch of garbage all over the baseboard that doesn't have a floor. How much more of a scam you want? You're waiting for your eyes to be fully gorged out before you realize it's a scam? And I'm not talking you, I'm just saying people. The school to Umar is a way to get donation, not a way to educate anyone. I don't know if you're blind at this point. It's a way to get donation, not a way to educate people.
That's your tax status, Q? My bad.
No, I'm literally trying to. I downloaded all the documents for New York State for the department we in. I
Oh
uploaded.
shit! I thought you was talking about North Carolina. Shit.
North Carolina is way easier than New York. Like I got that on another screen.
Yeah.
The application to file for North Carolina. It's just those discriminatory clauses.
Yeah.
That changes. Like I have to be mentally with that change, and that's
Yeah, it's
part
a
of the reason.
microscope on, especially during this administration. It's like an extra microscope on it now.
The microscope. Oh man, this is damn.
I mean, you knew, like if you had already, you know what I'm saying, had it in motion, maybe not, but now you're applying. So
No, I'm not
all
a.
the
It's
new.
just now we have the ability to be that.
Oh yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Before it wasn't that with all of the resources we got now. Now it's like no, we can flip the switch and be like, all right, we this, but then it's like that comes it comes with mad benefits and it comes with a cost.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like up front, that course is not being able to say black only, or this is for black people. It's funny, chat. It's funny. I'm going back and forth with chat right now with all of the documents. It's like, no, you can't say that. You can sort of say this. Nope. I'm like, nah. How the hell we gonna?
The screenshot got to be wild, boy. I can imagine.
Yeah, that discriminatory clause, man. Fucking Obama. Oh man, so I don't say school. Shit. I'm trying to find a way around, bro. Come on, New York, you super liberal bastards. It's like you can center it on black history, black empowerment, black curriculum. You could be African centered, African based. You could say that this is only about this. You could tell people that they have to adhere to the mission of empowering African centered people, but you can't say this is only for black people. Admissions is open to anybody. Like, damn, bro.
That's their way of monitoring shit because you know they're gonna send one of their own up in there.
I mean, you got an East Indian that's born in Uganda, leading the mayoral race now, yo.
An East Indian born in Uganda.
Huh?
Them East Indians, yo.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sometimes you don't know if you're gonna make the right choice with them or not. It could be a good move or it could be a mistake.
Corey said if they want to learn this black shit, pull up. Yo, there's not a lot of people who y'all vote in the chat, man. That's gonna be a conversation for me all week long, man. Like Damn, B.
Yeah, they was the enemy just 25 years ago.
I should make a video for this. Like, as a nonprofit in the regular way, we could say black only. But once I say school, it changes everything, y'all. Now, if I tell y'all the benefits, y'all gonna be like, damn, son. So the benefits, we'll be able to get a beds application number. And with that, we can apply for they'll fund our teachers, they'll back pay us for teachers, they'll back pay us for rent, they'll back pay us for insurance, we can get busing, you know, all the perks that regular schools get. Just gotta say it's for everybody. So all you gotta do is sign on the line and say, not for black people, this for everybody. And we got all
We no
types of
longer call it a HBCU because a couple of whites got their foot in the door.
Yeah. This is the see, in North Carolina, there's enough space to play all three of these games. But in Brooklyn, I don't have enough space to do this. It's one or the other. North Carolina, I can make like 5 schools. They got so much damn space down there.
I can see that dynamic. Do you
Brooklyn.
lose any power over the curriculum if you switch to a charter?
What'd you say?
Do you lose any power over the curriculum?
No, I'm
If you
still a
switch
non-public
over?
school, so I still control the curriculum. It's
Oh,
just
then yeah, you still got it. You still, I guess, Afrocentric. You still got that as a bragging right for anybody that tries to come with the nonsense.
damn. Let's see, what else can I say it's for black people?
4.
For black by black. No, they don't want to hear that.
So we can say, so it says we can legally say it's designed for black students. It's centered on serving, we can explicitly say that the school is centered on serving black students.
Centered.
Mission, curriculum, pedagogy, cultural values, community engagement. What we cannot say, this is not available to non-black applicants. Oh man, restricted
Only.
services.
Yeah. Only and not for.
Yeah, only black students may enroll. Got to get that off the website if we want to go that route. Deny enrollment. If David Rosselhoff or Rosenberg wants to,
Yeah.
teaching,
Yeah, he definitely going to apply. Yeah.
Yep. My name is David Hasselberg, and I want to teach African studies at your institute.
No, your Elon Musk and your Rum Mamdi dude. The two East Indian and Dutch people with African roots. Yeah, they're gonna open that door up.
It literally pulled the three statements from our website. Only black students may enroll. We do not admit students from other racial backgrounds.
Do not. Yeah.
This program is exclusively black students. Yep, can't say none of that.
Exclusive.
So we can still say everything. We just can't say. I've been saying this shit for 9 years. I gotta remember not to say that, man. Where young Bobby Brown at, yo? Where Deity at, man? I need some YN.
Young Bobby.
Yeah, I need some YK energy, man. I don't know, man. I need some YK energy, man. I don't know, man. My old side, my old head side, and all the old money heads. I don't know. This is man, listen. That's a change right there.
You have to get more creative with the words.
Yeah, everything's creative until it gets to that one line. And in New York, you have to explicitly state. Not every state makes you state it. In New York, you have to state that this is open to everybody. I was like, damn, Obama did that.
Obama. All inclusive.
Yeah, all inclusive.
It's a buffet. All inclusive.
Damn, Gina. What y'all say in the chat, man? We only got a couple of opinions. I need some more opinions, man. I should upload a video asking this question.
What's the liability, the risk, and the collective? I guess you could interchange the word benefit for impact. So in English, is it worth adjusting the what you're trying to adjust?
I'm listening to it in my head, you know.
That's the worst thing. Because normally it's not your voice that you're listening to. And that makes it even worse. Yeah, New York has always been like that though. Yeah, everybody from all parts of the globe, come on in and get your corner.
The Zion Institute is an African study community-based school committed to advancing educational equity for Black students. While we welcome all students, our program is designed specifically to address the needs, experiences, and cultural identity development of Black youth. We do not discriminate on the basis of race, color, national origin, sex, age, religion, or disability in accordance with the federal state law. I feel Black people need to discriminate. This is real. Damn, I wish my pops was alive, man. I need some hardcore radical shit right now. Like, I need some real, I don't know, man. The corporate side is like, nigga, write that shit down and file this fucking paperwork, son. Get this charter school, son. You doing too much. Or you in the chat that said perfect? Is a school in a gentrified neighborhood?
Gentrified.
Said perfect? Nah. It's in we in the straight in Kinston, North Carolina is like 99, some stupid like 99.9, like mad Black. That was kind of radical. We don't discriminate on the basis of color. I'm cool with everything else except for the color. Race and color. Not color, but race. National origin. Protect that curriculum. The curriculum is easy to protect when you know that it's your people with it. It's a different. I don't know. There's a lot. Honestly, the curriculum is easy now. That's not even. That's the easy part now. As I do more reading and training, the curriculum development is easy. Damn. Did I ban Buddha from the platform? Where Damo at? Oh, Damo's at Disney World.
Buddha listening right now. Let's call Buddha.
I don't know. Buddha too like in between in his weird. He be weird sometimes. His old bitch ass.
Buddha, hit the link.
Mo already told me. Where's Dr. Mo?
Hit the link, my lord.
I don't think you'll have many white applicants. That's what most people are saying to me. So I don't have to worry about it. That's what Sister Michelle is saying. Most people are on your side. And you said in North Carolina, I definitely agree on that.
I wouldn't trip on it. I wouldn't, as long as you get to keep a firm grip on the curriculum. I wouldn't trip on it at all. You're still doing more than most, and as long as you get to teach, Black Power, you get to teach it. If a few buckle come in, just make sure they take the why reparations is required class. For some reason, that's always gonna be first hour.
Why black people deserve reparations. Reparations in math. Algebra of reparations. Social studies, the analysis of black reparations. Yo, I can't stay in this school, mommy. Oh man.
Now the protection of that is you don't have to worry about unnecessary times in court where people try to hit you for discrimination, or you is stepping into the South, and needless to say, these others do have a history of ill behaviors. So if you
It's
can protect
easier.
yourself,
It's easier in the South to me.
I got you.
Because y'all have straightforward, like, it's only when you start playing with the city money when the conversation goes certain ways. But the South don't deal with niggas. So if you want to deal with niggas,
Facts.
you want to clean up after niggas? Mm-hmm. Oh, you want to deal with y'all niggas? Please, here's the money. Go deal with them niggas. New York it's like we all got to sing together, dance together.
Sing.
But then Obama's discriminatory clause is for all schools. So once you say the school word in America, I'm pretty sure, I know Trump is going after the gender component.
Mm-hmm.
So they did rewriting that gender shit, but I think that's the only thing he's going after. Everything else is still the same shit. You can't discriminate based off of race and all that other. That's the original way it was. And everybody was up in heave over about the gender part, but I'm like, yo, bro, we need schools specifically for black people. And one person is too much. Like, we got room for one white person. That's one black person's seat that didn't get filled. That's how I look at it.
Mm-hmm. One is too much.
Awkward conversation. Damn, man.
Just word it a certain way that deter certain people. That's how they would have done it themselves.
Yeah, he don't get no second chance though. He got to do it right on this script right here.
That's how the Boricua College is. That's how the wording of the Boricua College is. Nobody else in the chat got suggestions, y'all? See, this is real black building. Y'all want to talk FBA right now? How much more FBA can you get in this conversation right now? I should have made that the title. FBAs, I need help protecting the institute. What should I do? They were like, yo, make it Indian. First of all, you need to start teaching about the Indian history.
Oh, good Lord.
You need all Israelite teachers. You know what I'm saying? All Israelite teachers. But yeah, that's what I'm focused on that, and it's actually about doing something other than lip service. What time is it? 9:30. Let me text.
So you saying you gotta explicit, you gotta announce or express availability only if you use the word school?
Yes. Once you say the word school, it got to be open to everybody. And black
What wiggle room do you have around school?
Huh?
Like institute, learning facility. Like what wiggle room do you have around that?
That's what we are. We're in the wiggle room space. We're a nonprofit, so we provide a service specifically, and we could be exclusionary, and we don't ask for federal or state money. Once you start taking federal or state money, yeah, that changes everything.
Yeah, that wiggle room gets real small.
Say one thing, admit black students, yo. Can a black student go to a Jewish school?
Jewish.
Yes, they can. Do they make them admit black students? You can go to a yeshiva. Now, the religious schools, they get to play the game of the religious, what you call it, prerequisites. There was a woman I met, and I shout out to this sister. I met her what city was that? In Nashville. And she was an attorney, and she was like, yo, she told me that she was like, yo, Q, you should turn Ziax to a religion. She told me that years ago. She was like, yo, you will get so much rights, and you will be so and you can have black power as your faith, and Ziax is the name of your religion. And she was like, yo, just start it right now, and then just go around the country promoting it as if it's a religion. You don't have to have no God, none of that. Just put it as a religion. And it didn't, years later, now I met her in like 2017. Yo, and I was looking at the stuff for New York. The religious schools got a whole different, you still can't deny nobody based off of race.
Yeah, you still that ain't gonna guarantee.
Yeah, but they can ask you a whole bunch of questions in Yiddish. You know what I'm saying? Like, who's this rabbi? what was the influence? And like, you didn't answer. You don't know the history of this. This is only for those who understand the history. Were you baptized this way? You know what I mean? They can get into. You can play all the games with the church. Like even the regular churches do that. I've had several churches to work with me on different stuff. They was like, yo, you got to be a part of our church. It's like, what?
Yeah, Vyasa, my mother in Little Rock, Arkansas, the state where she was born and me and her were raised.
That's
In order for her to enroll or get admitted to a Baptist church after she's been around the world, she had to fill out a freaking application.
Do we require any entry exam to attend? No. You do have to go through an interview process, but
exam.
But yeah, this is ain't no getting around. I already knew that there was no getting around. I thought that the new law changes for the Jewish community. You said the students would be called Jewish. Yo, you stupid, son. Yo, you
Gold mine, what's up?
Damn. NYSED language and petition.
Yeah, at the time that religious probably would have sounded like a good idea, but like I said, anything post Obama era, it does not really narrow it down or ensure that the probability of somebody that's not black will have a legal situation going on, and that's pretty much what what you're looking at. Cause yeah, I know people from all races right now. Oh, all you doing is teaching about Afrocentric? Cool. Where do I sign up?
I wonder why. I wonder if that's why around here
Oh,
they
hold
got
on.
native daycares, but they don't have native schools.
I don't need I can get a bed's number. I'm sorry, say that again.
I was wondering if that's why, like around here, you'll see native daycares in early childhoods, but you don't see schools
The word.
for the tribes.
Yeah. Disenfranchised? Mm-hmm. Yeah, that doesn't eliminate you gonna have influx Hispanics, middle. I wouldn't even exclude any white person, even if they got decent income. Yeah, they disenfranchised. They are subject to high taxes and all these extra fees. Yeah, they gonna feel disenfranchised. Yeah, that's opening up a lot of more gates than what's already open. Not open to me. Rob Bourne, what's up with it?
Damn, son. Rob Ball was good, bro. We're trying to get this black only thing going, bro. Shit's really difficult.
Yeah, the East Coast colonies pretty much set up by the same people that had the framework for apartheid when they set up their classification system in South Africa. So it's very specific. Which people belong to which group, who can walk around with a pass saying that they in black, not colored. They wanted to be able to explicitly identify no matter what. Cause there's some white people that like to tan and get dark too now.
Okay. Damn, bro. No, each one, not. This is a real question. So I'm dead ass. Like, we can file to be a charter school in New York City with the new location. Is just we can't say black only anymore. Yeah. You know, we can say everything. This is for black students. Yo, Dot.
You can't wave the RBG flag either.
Yeah, we can do all of that. Wave all the flags we want. Just not gonna say that nobody, only us in the cookout. The cookout is not closed. Yeah, to do this right here, we can be kind of get the charter school, but the cookout's gonna be open to anybody who wants to come to the cookout now. It's not for black people only. What?
So the East Indians, they're gonna be in the Hispanics, they're gonna be in there. I don't think you have that much of an possibility of straight up Anglo-Saxon just saying, okay, I'm curious about sending my white child. You know what I mean? So but hey, I mean, we long been in the biracial era now. So a black child with a black mother, and the dad is at work at the time that the application is being filled out. You don't see him, and then what's gonna happen when when it's time to on first day of school? Oh yeah, the dad was gonna pick him up, and pow. He white. Straight up Anglo-Saxon.
Biracial, one thing. We're not a religion. No, we can say all of that stuff. Just can't say that this is only for black people. We can say that we can say this is built for black people, designed for black students. You know what I mean? This is the curriculum is for empowering them. We can say all of that good stuff, but we can't say you can't come to the cookout. We can
He
talk about
said can't come. That's crazy.
Rob Bourne, you saying open the doors for the cookout?
Open? Oh,
I need to hear you say it, Rob Bourne. Yo, Q, open the doors, nigga.
that's crazy.
This shit end up looking like the NBA in 10 years. Oh man. Oh man. That'll be a crusher. She gonna be looking like the NBA. What's the brothers? The three brothers.
Giannis, Antetokounmpo.
Nah, what's the Lonzo?
Oh, the balls.
Yeah, them brothers. It's like, man, listen, what happened to Zayax, man? You said long as you stand on black?
Underprivileged minorities. That don't isolate it to any particular group, including white heterosexual dudes.
Ola, you can say, like, once you say school in America, the game changes. Ola, it's not this, you know what I mean? The game changes, and it's mad different levels.
Is it still black power if you trick money out the man?
They got people doing it, but then you know, my pops told me that don't play with white folks' money. That's one of the easiest way
Yeah,
black folks get
I
in
hear you on
trouble
that
is
one.
playing with white folks' money. Thinking we don't outsmoke white folks with their money. Just make your money and go over there, man.
You got a deadline on this? Like, could you give yourself 2 years of trying to do it, quote unquote, private funding, meaning, black dollars? And if that don't work out, still sign up?
There's like I'm trying every angle, but this angle is a whole different. There's a whole different. I ain't even gonna lie. There's two sides of this conversation. I could be regular and it's like I didn't think I would get to this conversation.
Yeah, it's going against everything that you been working for, all your principles and morals. Like this is Q butter. This is you. Being known for this. It may not seem like the end of the world, but it's just like he's still folded in some kind of way. I know how that go, man.
You said who I know that been to a all black school? My students, my children. We're growing. It's just a line. There's a line. You said it was a white woman who taught you African studies. She said it was a good class. And it's not like we deep in the middle of Brownsville, and that opens up. And they said we would have this before the end of the year. Like if I started right now, no, we wouldn't have this by the end of the year. We would have this by damn, bro. Literally, y'all. That's crazy. I know Mo, I already hear Mo in the chat. Like, yo, boy. Yo, what the hell I just put my screen at? What other screen I had? Damn, man. Then my pops is in the back of my head. See? Niggas selling out. It's always a price. Black always got a price, Q.
Yeah, that's a tough part right there, man.
Smoke Man, how did you get a wrench? He said if you say school, you would need so technically that's incorrect. I don't know if you're sending a shot. I don't know how you got a wrench over here, Smoke.
Yo, Smoke Man been throwing beer shades.
Yeah, I'm about to unmod him. Yo, who's no Kemet, no Pan Africans? You almost slid up here without the screen on this. Yeah, we almost thought you caught us. You got a couple more seconds. We about to kick you off, man.
Ain't that Rob?
You gonna kick me off, bro?
Oh, that's Rob.
Yeah.
My bad. You keep my bad. My bad. All right, here we go. So you said we can't say sister. So technically in Catholic school, they call teachers sister. The Nation Islam has a school. You know what I'm saying? Like you can say sister and brother, and you can still say sister, blah, 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 and they be a doctor. I refer to Dr. Carr as Sister Carr. And she was like, that is so cool that y'all refer to each other like that in the institute. Dr. Rahman is Brother Rahman. Identity, I'm not going to say his name, but he's brother, blah, blah, blah. GA is brother, blah, blah, blah. So I know you're used to being around like, white people and different stuff that you don't want to hear those type of names. But, that's a cultural thing that we do in our community to build camaraderie. Because we need more of that. Children should be seen us as their teachers, as a brother and sister. And those inside of the institute as a brother and sister, which would make it weird when the white kid comes in and they're not called brother and sister.
I say do it, Q,
That's
man.
where you borrow from Wale and just say cousin.
I say do it, Q. Don't fall into the super black power quicksand box, you heard?
Oh,
Cave in?
Smoke Man. I understand what you're saying now. But no, that's not. So, so technically, no. But I understand. Yes, we're not in that space of fraudulency. But I understand in the black world, you can run a whole program and just be fraudulent with the names and shit. Even without even saying school, they got diploma mills and shit like that. And I'm going after substantial equivalency. That's my main priority. The money is one part. The substantial equivalency is that's where we come. I can give a diploma out. I just need that substantial equivalency, but I can't get that in New York City without adhering to the discriminatory clause. I'm trying every way around. Like, damn, bro. I still got one more trick up my sleeve, but.
So Rob Warren, you saying Black Power got a price on it? And Elon Musk can just write a check and he can own Black Power?
Nah. What I'm
Oh.
saying is don't fall into the super black power quicksand drop. You got a chance to do something right now that you could build on and later do what you said. After that, you could be like, yo, I got a program that's for such and such. But since you opening in Brownsville, ain't that many white kids live in no goddamn Brownsville. You know who's gonna be going to that school, bro, because of the location of where it's at. That's what
I
who's gonna
do.
be going to that school. So
But
I
we
say
also have
do
the
it
online
and
component.
build.
We got the online component with kids in other states. I'm yo, bro. I'm not. So, all right. So there's a line of argument that I feel that we should be in. So y'all FBAs in the chat, learn something here. Explicit servicings for Black people is directly aligned with the wealth gap, educational gap, performing gaps in the Black community. And I feel as though we should stand on that square. There's a reason why Black people are failing at the levels we are. And it needs to be addressed explicitly for Black people. And I have the evidence to state that. You know what I mean? I have the data to state that. So it's just a matter of like, now there are a bunch of Black people who's going to argue that with you. That's an uphill, bumpy, hot ass, mission right there.
So, what's the upside of you getting a charter school? What does that do for Q Butter?
Oh man, well, all right. So in New York, they opened up a new department called Storage. Yeah, that's benefits. One, you get the way they sue New York, you pretty much get everything the public schools got access to. So I would have access to busing, school lunch, books, equipment, everything New York City titled, whatever schools get us, I get access to.
So that's iPads, trips to museums, and shit like that, right?
I can file for all of that good stuff, and whatever I pay the teachers, they got reimbursement programs, reimbursement on equipment. There's the Jewish community beat the shit out of New York. If y'all go in 2018, they beat the brakes out of New York on some constitutional shit. And that whole word accreditation, they beat the shit out of New York with accreditation. They laughed at New York with accreditation. So now they have substantial equivalency. New York came in and said, you got to be underneath our discriminatory clause. But the Jewish community got a lock on their community. So they don't even care about that because they got the yeshivas. So all they care about is that they can go to a yeshiva now. And as long as and you file a charter, you do your paperwork. Oh yeah, you can get a diploma from their school, and they can't tell you no. You know what I'm saying?
So, and what's the negative effects of you doing that?
It's an ideological loss. I'll be honest with you. I can't articulate it as a business loss. That's why Mo will be laughing. Most of the grant writing business people be laughing. But yeah, it's a hard space, man. It's a once the doors is open, there's no close.
You can't close them back.
You can't close them back. It's a whole, you know what I mean? And that's how we keep getting into this box.
Yeah.
We keep getting into the box, and then we keep complaining about representation and stuff for Black people. It's like, yo, we keep opening the fucking doors. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's literally, you know what I mean? It is just. Now, the Jewish community was smart. They ain't give a fuck about that race shit. They went after the curriculum. So the curriculums and the standards, they beat the hell out of New York State. So like we will be a dog walk or walk in the park with all of that other stuff. The curriculum, that would the benefits, bro, is crazy. Like the sister Michelle on the team, she like, yo, Q. So when we filing. Yeah, we passed the 21-point checklist.
21.
Yeah, that's a brag in and of itself. Like, that took a long time to get there.
So it sounds like more positives than negatives to me, bro.
No, it's just a spot that I didn't expect to be in, and I've been trying to navigate for the longest because of this spot. Like, this has been debates Like if Irene was here, Buddha was here,
Mhm.
Damo could attest to it. This has been a debate in the institute for like 7, 8 years. Like this has been a real challenge with the institute to maintain that. You know what I mean? And like to create a space for Black people exclusively, and how to do that. You know, this because then the Black teacher becomes a conversation. We can't state that we only hire Black teachers.
Hmm.
That's how the HBCUs got beat up. You know what I'm saying, Judith?
Yeah. I get what you're saying. So then after you do that, what doors else does that open for you to do?
It opens mad doors. It just creates the potential to look like the NBA in 15 years, like an
So
HBCU.
look at my Generation Z generation after civil rights were born, and then look at the Xers. Now look at the Z in terms of the social effects.
As long as we live in America, bro, and we here, the dominant people is gonna run shit. That's just the way it is, bro. Like
Yeah,
the
that's not our. But that's what I'm
right.
saying. He's not
So what
looking
I'm
to run
saying is this.
nothing.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is this, right? As a Black person who maneuvers around this and makes his own charter school, that's a big up. He's on the list now. He's on a different list now, right? And from that, there's programs that all of these colleges have that deal with shit that is dealing with international traveling. That don't stop him from being like, yo, we going to Africa. We going to Ghana. You want to go to
So, bro,
Mexico?
this is the
Fine. We could go there.
we
Huh?
breaking it. So I'm gonna say also, there's a door that needs to be. There's a door that has to be open. I can't. It's weird, bro. And in terms of like politically, like there's a part of me that gotta stand on this shit. It's like, yo, it's just the in the long run, we lose footing. You know what I mean? That's the only space that I can say on it. Like we lose all footing in the future.
Yeah. So yeah, if he
No,
signs it today,
I don't
he
think you
looks
lose.
good and stands on it today.
I don't think you lose footing because it goes according to the academic achievements of this program. And of course, you got to change some things because of what's going to happen. But once you have the success or whatever success you get from that school, that speaks for itself, bro. Now
No,
you got
that's when.
other people, you'll have other people talking about it. Now you make your tours. Now people gonna want to talk to you. Sorry, the white man co-signed you. Now these niggas want to talk to you. Now you get to talk the shit you need to talk. Now that's different. So yeah, you can still have the charter school, but at the same time, now you in a different space, bro. You sitting down with different people. You sitting down, you might not know who you gonna sit next to that have that idea you had. And the only reason that made me open my eyes to that was that law that they passed in New York, that Clean Slate Act. I never watched a whole congressional local meeting. I didn't know that all through New York State, we got all these Black representatives. I didn't know that shit. I really did because I'm not from Newburgh and all these fucking places. I didn't know that. But when I heard them talking about the Clean Slate Act, which is to if you was convicted of a felony, as long as it's not a rape or murder or something with pedophilia,
Some
and
hard shit. Yeah.
you've been home for 8 years, they seal your record. So what that means is that if I go to a job that I want to do, now if I put my shit there, it don't pop up. If I want to live a certain place or go and they check, oh, you got drugs on your shit, that none of that pop up no more. So that opened doors for people. But I'm bringing this up to say, when I heard what they were saying, and they was beefing with them Republicans, and they was like, yo, man, this is some you. They was talking like how we talk on here. I couldn't believe what I was listening to. They was like, yo, man, this is some racist shit right here. This is white supremacy. I was like, yo, what the fuck? You blocked all of these Black people out from doing this, that, and the third. White lady came up there. She said, well, I was robbed by the Bloods. Where? You was robbed by Bloods where? What that got to do with all black people are not Bloods? Why are you saying it? And yo, the shit was crazy. So what I'm saying is that you gonna be in a space with people who do what you do. And some of these people gonna have your ideas, bro. And then you get to branch off and do what you wanna do, bro. Yeah, you might take a ideological, the doors open, but as long as you who you are and your heart is with this, you're gonna be having avenues and looking for ways to reach that population where there's a problem. I'm saying, and then that goes into funding for after school shit. That goes into funding for jobs. Now you can get into the NYC shit. Boom, boom, boom. Yo, I want these black kids to see black people who are working, who are professionals, who work in tech and work in this and work in that. I could get them internship. Now you get the bus power moves, bro. Don't get
No,
caught
but that's
into this super
no,
black
but
power
that's
shit, bro.
no. It's not. So when you're saying super black power, it's literally not.
I'm saying that because when you got the people who are against that, right? They like, oh, it's not gonna be all black. It's not. It's hard to find these things right now. You got programs that are all black, but it don't say that. They use these terms of underrepresented
Oh no,
minorities
that's
and
the
all
game.
this other shit.
That's the game that's played and stuff.
Yeah, I
That's
get
the
it. I get it. But it all goes into locality. Brownsville is not gentrified yet. It's not. I don't know if
Do
that
you
ever is gonna be. You know
hold
what I'm
on?
saying?
Do
But
you do?
at the end of the day, that is a pilot. And with that pilot, the success of those students is gonna open that you have more resources, as you said, to do what you want to do without stressing. You gotta constantly come on, you gotta build. Yo, why y'all black people on the black social media? Why y'all only want to talk about religion? Why y'all always now you with the people who make shit happen, bro? So I
Oh,
mean,
you might not have seen. So like you see, like this is who
go
y'all
ahead.
see on the
Finish.
screen. So homeboy in the
I'm
chat,
finished,
right?
brother. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Oh no, I'm saying homeboy in the chat. I am not a certified teacher. I'm not a certified. I'm a businessman. Like I know that sounds cool to say it's like that, but I've been inspired as a businessman. I've been in business for a long time, and I inspire to empower black people. And that's what I do, right? So don't time them out. So I want to make the haters hurt. So yes, I want to make the haters hurt. So you see this on the screen? This is the NAEP. Everybody sees that? The government site,
Yeah,
right?
we see it, bro.
You see that? The NAEP National Assessment for Educational Progress. Y'all see that right there? So this is who fails or passes your schools. So the teachers where your schools work at, if they fail, this is the department that fails your school and determines if they continue to get funding. We all see this on the screen. Y'all can look this up in the chat. Everybody sees that, right? To be very
Yeah, they're waiting on the results.
Oh, the results? It's not a matter of results. It's a matter of business for me. You know what I mean? Black empowerment. So
Um,
just to be
I,
clear, just so y'all see that right there, right? So now let me play this video for y'all. Because I know a lot of y'all didn't see this video. And so random YouTubers who question who I'm working with in the country in terms of education.
Hello, I'm Peggy Carr, Commissioner for the National Center for Education Statistics.
Respect for Brother Q, the visionary who dared to imagine an educational culture with hip hop, STEM, and community uplift walking hand in hand. It is amazing. Who am I? I am the former commissioner for the National Center for Education Statistics, or NCES. It is the agency that holds the data, the truth, the receipts on American education in this fine nation. I was appointed by President Biden in 2021. That's right, it was historical. I was the first Black woman ever to serve in that role. the first manager of color for the National Center for Education Statistics, and the first associate commissioner of color for the nation's report card, the only national tests that tell us what students in this country know and can do. I didn't come here today, I did not join this Zoom today just to give you a little talk. I actually came to join your community. As Brother Q just indicated, I have 2 large educational facilities in North Carolina. And the Black community there, well, they are very hungry for this kind of excellence, the kind of excellence I've seen in your scholars, you, the graduates here today. I want the parents and students in North Carolina to witness what is possible through you. So consider this my official application to serve with you, to support you, to amplify this revolution, one that I find amazing.
Yes, she's the one who's bringing us to North Carolina. Is this not black? Is this not black power? Don't let the gold teeth fool you. Don't. But please get involved. Continue. Yeah. That's just one of the doctors, but that's the highest name in the country down there for education you can name for 20 years. My cosigns is different, y'all. Just being clear, I can't make that up. Getting plugs from some lady. Yo, that's crazy. Nah, you got to unsubscribe, bro. You just said getting plugs from some. Yo, hit the chat. Your hate is different, bro. That's crazy, son. That's crazy. He said getting plugs from some lady has nothing to do. That is the head of the. Yo, that's crazy. Yo, Rob Boy, you can't. Yo, y'all can't make this shit up. Yo, it's crazy.
See what I'm saying, bro? Like this, bro.
I'm saying,
Yo,
Rob Bourne, when he opened that door, he's gonna have to be prepared to confront, what's coming with that. I ain't even talking about a lawsuit. I'm just saying on his principles. This is what he's put everything he's got into this. Once that door open, it may be cool for like a couple of years, but down the road, it's gonna be one student.
Dr. Mo, what's goody?
Hey y'all, peace, power, and profit. My bad. I'm just coming back. I wasn't ignoring you. I was in
Oh, now
flight
I
though.
know you busy, sis.
No, I was just coming back from vacation. I said, dang, I can't even respond to Q. I'm about to board the plane. I'm sorry.
let's hear Dr. Mo on this.
What I do?
Yeah, I got the
Was
testimony
that
there.
Rob on?
Yeah, that's Rob on.
Oh, snap. Hey, Rob boy.
So when y'all say
Yeah, what's going on?
some random lady, yo, the level of respect
Has
y'all got.
rebounded after the pandemic. Hello, I'm Peggy Carr, Commissioner for the National Center for Education Statistics. I am releasing the latest results of the 2024 National Assessment of Educational Progress, or NAEP, also known as the nation's report card. It's our second post-pandemic report and the first comprehensive look at whether students' performance has improved since 2022. Unfortunately, the nation has not returned to pre-pandemic levels, and the struggle is most parents.
Won't be clear. You know what I'm saying? Dr. Mo spoke to her before. Like, come on,
Yes.
man. Like, man, listen. Man, listen, B.
Yeah, that person still don't get it. Yeah, they don't get it, bro.
Yeah, we don't care about that guy in the chat.
Yeah, that person
Sister
got the
Mo,
block.
what you think on Q's dilemma right now?
Dilemma.
You say what's Q's dilemma? Wait, I'm
Yeah,
just getting in
what do
on.
you think about his dilemma to go to become a charter school where the doors are opened up, or just stay doing what he's doing? What do you think?
Oh, private art charter. That's where the funding is going. He's fine right where he is, honestly. because they're not putting no money in the public schools. They transitioning all over. So where did he?
No,
Where
he's
did he?
saying he's saying the black only students.
Oh, black only students.
Yeah, that that
Whether he
that that line gonna have to get crossed.
well, even if he open it up, they ain't coming. The other people ain't coming. We ain't work. I wouldn't even be too concerned because if you know if you kind of the only time those people cross in our lanes is when they're benefiting and there's resources and funding and their families move in your community because they know that's where the money is at. So where Q is at right now, the only way, in my opinion, the only way another culture that attends his school is if their family got some money, or they know that Q school has some funding that benefits their families. Otherwise, they're not going to enroll, and unless Q tell me right now he has some other ethnicities, or culture, race, whatever you want to call them, not trying to enroll in his school.
Didn't
Do
we
you
say the
have? Do
same
you
thing
have?
about HBCUs though?
Right, but the only reason they came because they got the money to come.
This is
The
what
only that's the only reason they start coming to ISBCUs is because they rolled that funding over and then let them in on that money for statistical purposes. Otherwise, they wasn't at our schools. They weren't interested in it.
because some of these people. Let me show this to you. So,
Because my HBCU, we didn't have any white folks at any time, and then I think maybe a year ago we had a white female to play basketball. Um, one white female that showed up, and then I think we end up with like a Asian person, but I don't think. And I'm gonna look at the statistics and see who's there now, but they don't really come to our schools unless there's some type of project going on that they sent them there. They don't usually try to enroll in our schools. The higher the maybe like the well, I don't see it. I'd have to ask and do a survey on that to find out, do we have a high demand of anything other than black people or African Americans trying to enroll in our schools? I just don't see that.
and we also have to we can't just hire black folks.
Who? Yes, you can. They don't not going listen. They're not
In
going
New
to come
York,
and apply.
Hold on.
I know you saying that, but in New
Mhm.
York, it's not the same, sis. You
Well, yeah, New York may not be the same. You're right.
they
You're right.
they
It might be
this a
regional, right? It's regional. Is
So
what you're
that's
saying?
Nah, Q. Brownsville is not gentrified, bro. Stop it.
wait a minute, wait a minute. So on the students and the staff, Ziax doesn't reserve the right. They can't reserve the right.
so I want to be
Well, now
clear.
it don't exist. Hold on. Wait. Now, wait. In the Trump era, it don't
Mhm.
exist. So he can do whatever he want.
What do you
He don't
mean?
have to. The discrimination thing
Oh nah, they
don't
still in effect.
exist.
Nah, each state picked
Oh,
it up.
he oh on the state level.
Yeah, so New York State has it. Like North Carolina,
Yeah.
I have no North Carolina's application for private school right here. It's
What it says.
I got to look up the discriminatory law. But their filing is mad simple. Like I can file right now, and yeah, I just got to schedule an appointment with the fire department and I think the superintendent, and we're a private
Uh,
school in North Carolina. It's because the space is already set up, so it's
but
not like we gotta.
but
Yeah, that's what
Q
I'm saying. That
Q
address already on got a file, so he'll be able to go through
right.
that one.
But Q, remember when we were on your call and
Mhm.
the lady professor who was at the conference in Italy, and she made the comment, and I think maybe it's a couple of your grant writers made the comment and say, well, everybody's just shifting, even though you don't necessarily have to say black. You can, they code switching, right?
Mhm.
But we know what they mean because they're not coming. But I think that we are. I know we want to identify it so much so to where people understand, hey, this is not for you. But in the same sense, I don't think that that's going to be a concern of yours. But I mean, they may want to come to your school. I would leverage them, but I mean, I understand too not to have them and have a space just for our people. I'm
It's
cool with
it's
that too. But I keep them at a certain level. Hey, you could. I left
It's
him.
gonna shatter all his
I want to
fundamental.
be clear. So, well, let me say this to y'all, right? I'm gonna be clear. It was a Jewish dude that didn't inspire me, but there was a Jewish dude on North Street Avenue, I think in Beverly, staring at this building getting built. And the way he was staring at it wasn't in awe. It was just like, this is my shit. And I just asked him, like, yo, what y'all doing? He's like, yo, I'm building a hospital. I'm like, you a doctor? He's like, nah. I was like, you went to school for medical? He said, nah. So I said, this is your building? He's like, yeah, this is my project. So he said, why? I just want to build a hospital. That was the most entrepreneurial shit you could tell me in my 20s. I just wanted to. Yo, you don't understand. That was the unlocking of like so many there was so many limitations removed in that one conversation. I'm not gonna lie. Like, because it was just staring at this building 3-4 months later, the hospital I think it's still there. So this is New York State. So this is the 21-point checklist that we actually are full with now. So our curriculum aligned with, next generation tech. Now, Dr. Carr also helped write the SD's international standards, which he wants us to adopt into the Institute this year. So we're going to be adding STs and TELs into our curriculum. And it's aligned with the science of reading, instructional evidence-based instructional practices. So that's their staff list we got addressed there. This is the reason why we couldn't do it before in Brooklyn.
Yep.
Now I want you to see it. See staff list. There's no prerequisite on degree. See, if you read the business shit, y'all, I just need to have somebody on the team. I don't gotta have a fucking degree. I could have a GED. I don't even need to have a GED.
That's what I'm saying. And you know what? And actually that's like that with a lot of business components, but they don't. The other thing I was gonna say was they don't respect our intellect to even try to enroll. They don't think that we can handle it. That's why when Q presents and they ask Q about, I remember the lady asked Q, she said, Q, I don't want to be a part of your program. You don't have no certified teachers, right, Q? I'm saying that right. And Q is like, well, the standards change. Like you gotta, like sometimes they be trying to wean us out of certain stuff. They don't really want to go there. But when you find a way to get in, like he did in reference to schooling, and okay, I don't have to have it, but I guess what? I got a few people on my team who got it, and I still meet accreditation. You know, like I just see it a little
Yeah.
different, y'all. I
I just want to be clear. So anybody questioning what we got, this is it right here. I'm literally putting together this package over these next 2 days. You can see all of this here. All of this, most of this is on the website, but all of this will be updated. And then it's literally just a matter of saying, and you understand Dr. Carr is on the team. It's not like she's a friend. She's
Yeah,
on the
she's on
team.
the team. She's literally on the team for
She's
real, for
literally
real.
on the team. Then I
You
can go
got
down
some
the other
power
list.
players.
I can go down the list of other doctors that are on the team. Like, let's be clear. Doctors, big weight doctors that are on the team. So I'm
And
not.
what people got to see is that the colleges have a mandate for community engagement. So Q has the perfect project. I mean, if you go to any professor university, they look. Well, in fact, when you first started getting into the environmental piece, when we was trying to do that thriving community before they revoke all the funding, and that professor told you, I've been trying to get into school systems, but they won't let me in. I'm looking for community engagement. All the professors looking for community engagement, and when you already got an audience of kids or audience of people that they can work with, you a shoe in. They want you because they need you. They need you to fulfill their what you call their publishing work, their research work. Because they're just professors. They're not involved. They need people to be involved. So Q is like a shoe in for that stuff.
Doing everything right. I'm trying to do the best as I can. How you want to take it? You know what I'm saying? We got partnership with City Tech. We go down the line, man. I'm going to North Carolina this week. You know what I'm saying? Going straight to, I want to go to North Carolina A&T. I'm going to try to get there, but if not, I'm definitely going to Fayetteville. I'm going to definitely to Shaw, going to Lenoir County. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? So, connect. I don't pride myself with being the smartest person in the room. So yeah, this is the 21-point checklist that you need to apply to become a school. Then the team you put involved. So a lot of the charter schools are corporations, and the CEOs are, they don't have nothing to do with it. They just hire who they want to run the school, and they set up how they administer, how they run the school. But we're a non-public school, and so
Right.
and we'd be an independent school. So the way in which we align is literally just the curriculum, and the key to the alignment of the curriculum, just so I can show y'all that, so y'all know exactly my main reasons for going after this. Since I'm in this conversation,
Well, the funding is going.
where is it at?
They got our public state turned upside down because all the money is going to charter and private.
So do I need a degree to have substantial equivalency? No. Let's see. On this here, this is the substantial equivalency. This is my main reason I'm talking about this, y'all. This is what we call accreditation in New York for non-public schools. So see, does it say anywhere in here you need a degree? Must have went to school. Must have no, just has to have alignment with what?
Curriculum.
With the law. You see here? Pathway to accreditation. In order to do this, I gotta have my beds and Regents Department pass. You know what's crazy? I ain't even gonna say that, but last time Dr. Carr was in New York was to meet with the Regents Department of New York State. It's crazy. You can't make this up. Can't make this up. You know what I'm saying? So, boom. 4 different pathways. I can read this yourselves. You choose the assessments you want to use. And you submit your curriculum. And if it's approved, that's it. And they can't deny it. They just have to tell you what to fix. It's constitutional. So, yes. So right there for y'all. That's the links right there. Substantial equivalency. You know what I mean? That's this, what it is. So you're seeing the journey in real time. Can't make that up. Like I said, you can't make this up. So I guess everybody voted in the chat, and everybody's saying so it's all right with the black only. We're going with it's all right with the black only. The link is at the top, D. I pinned the link, man. Hit the link. You got questions, you got critiques, you got hate. You can hit the link. I'm up for all of it. Just don't be so fast with the disrespect. You know what I'm saying? Let me respond to one claim at a time. One claim at a time, and then I'll we can go down the line.
Do you Q? Can you hear me?
Yep.
Oh, so let me look on my iPad. Does your marketing say black only, or you say black only? Because does Ziax stand for black only or something? What am I missing?
Ziax is definitely black. The name and the essence of it is about black folks. Now, there's room and latitude for the conversation, but the Institute has always been like protected as a program, so that way we don't have to have that conversation. But
right. So that's what I'm asking. So if I went to Ziax website, so the conversation is Ziax, or is black only and understood because you
on the
talk about
Institute,
it.
once you go into enrollment, it explicitly says this is for black students only.
Okay, that's what I was looking for.
Now we can get away with that because it's not formed as a school, and we don't adhere. We didn't file any charter. We had a white person try to sue us for that. My response was, we're not the discrimination board didn't really have any grounds to hold us again accountable for. We're not underneath your law.
Right. So you asking now that once you file your documentation, you're saying that you would need to remove the
Yeah, if
words
we switch,
black only.
yep. If we switched and apply for charter, the thing I had on the screen was Soros. So that's the new department in New York that's in the last like 6 years that
Right.
I don't even, when I first started, I wouldn't even say the S word, the school word. I would nowhere near it because that was like in New York, you couldn't say that word at all. But there was a lawsuit that happened in the Jewish community in Rockland, and they beat the brakes out of New York and forced them to create that new department. And it became a constitutional perspective on independent and private, religious and independent schools.
Oh, I
And
would like to
so
read that.
we got kind of like swept into the conversation, but the Jewish community was fighting for the religious views. And then the rights, because they got, so pretty much they got shut down because somebody sued them and said that their education wasn't fit. Which to me, I think was a whole far. I think that whole thing was set up because the way they won, New York don't lose, and at the Board of Ed don't lose in certain things, and for them to lose at this level is, yeah, this is crazy. It's unprecedented. It literally is an unprecedented loss. Like they had to create a whole department just based off of this law because it's like you can't tell them to shut down, and that was their whole premise. Where in the Constitution do you have rights to tell these people that they can't educate themselves?
Right. Hey, you done some work on this website. I'm looking. You done made some.
Mm-hmm. They don't have to take non-Muslim students, but they yeah, that was the premise of the fight. And so the state tried to shut them down. And so then they forced them where you can't shut them down. You have to make sure that they're providing a substantially equivalent education. So that opened up the new conversation. At the same time, New York was overhauling its diploma because the Regents diploma is like this whatever. There's like I think 3 different diplomas in New York City now. And at the same time, now you have the substantial equivalency standards. So all of that happened in the last like 6-7 years.
And I bet their academics is blowing out public. And so you definitely.
It's a weird conversation when everybody's failing. So that becomes the other side of the coin where it's like you have to go to the superintendent for them to approve your. So failing, it's crazy. If I get deep into the conversation, I go. So failing, you're only held accountable to failing depending on how you're funded.
Right.
Yeah. So and the testing, depending on how the test is, which test you're going after, and how you're funded, determines the type of test you'd have to take. Yeah, it gets because you have the opt-out movement, you have the portfolio movement. Those two, they're deep into the conversation as well.
So your students, what grade level your students go up to?
K through 12.
So 12. So your students graduation, which option do they get? The equivalent? Is it recognizable? So when they apply through.
No, we have to. I tell that we tell students they have to get this. So this is take the SAT, so that way they can get accepted into college based off the SAT,
Gotcha.
and then they're released by the city. Most homeschool students normally would take their GED, but they raised the compulsory age on the GED in New York in many states, and so it's like 18, 19 years old, and that's a real issue for myself and many other homeschool parents. So taking the SAT and most, we want students to get 1200s and higher, but in most community colleges in the state, a 900 will get you into your community college.
Right. In some community colleges, you don't even need it at all.
But just to make sure you get in without, any question, a 900 to a 1,000,
right,
you'll get into any community college. You don't have to spend any money. You're accepted at 17 years old.
Right.
One of our students is going to Memphis University. She's 17 years old.
Nice.
So this conversation here would change that perspective around the country, because once we would be, so it's a new space. So the accreditation is, I don't know how to word it right. So once we show substantial equivalency,
it's viable. It's
because we work with students out of state, and so the model is a little fuzzy for them. Because in New York is one thing, and then you have New York to New York City, which they tend to work with. But there's mad overlaps in how the districts work with each other in terms of servicing a student. And so we enter that conversation in mad different ways. Like if I go into the whole IEP servicing, like the Jewish community got a lock on the IEP servicing. I met with an organization, Heart to Heart Adult Servicing, the CEOs of them, and he told me up front, he was like, "Look, we have the head of we got IEP, we got lawyers for the IEP, we got doctors, we got the place to service them. So when they come to the yeshiva, like your child being on the IEP benefits the Jewish community."
Because they get all those services funding, all the different funding surrounded around helping that students, from psychology to behavioral to, all those different avenues of pockets of funds that comes with that.
And this is North Carolina's mad simple. Yeah, see, you just got to administer 4 tests. You can pick the test you want to do. Follow certain requirements that ensure school building meets asbestos. Like, I need some of y'all to, like, reading is the first thing. Remember, somebody asked me about business, and I said the first thing they should go to is the IRS.
Yeah.
You notice I didn't tell them no other websites. I said go to the IRS.
That's right. That's right. Compliance every time.
You know what I'm saying? Like, so if you want to understand how to do something, go to the government.
Government agency, because they have all of the tools, resources.
Don't let nobody tell you. Not many people tell me in the schools, you can't make a school. And I'm like, have you read the law?
Like, you don't even. When last time
have you ever read the law? I'm saying, like, no. All right, cool. All right, gotcha.
Yep.
Just, you know what I'm saying? It's like, this is right there, North Carolina. Notice of intent to establish a private school.
And well, I got a couple of friends here who homeschool in Carolina, and I was a few people. Well, they don't have no choice now, because eventually we won't have. You're gonna have to come up with somebody. Better be coming up with a school in your community. Because if they pull public schools, if they defund them to the point they're doing here, I don't know what they're doing in New York, but they defunding like crazy. But the crazy thing is, 3 years ago, certain areas had already started putting up charters and private schools, and so we late to the party.
Yeah, fortunately, we typically are.
This is a brief video to help.
We're late to the party. We got to get ahead of like what they're planning right now would be implemented in a few years from now. How would that look like? Yes.
Yeah, my bad. So what we're dealing with is managing an academic standard
Yes.
across, I guess, multiple regions.
Yep.
But the standard that we're navigating, um, because like I said, I'm trying to
Well,
frame this.
you got
Yeah,
the
go
core
ahead.
you got the core curriculum. Then you got the national standards recommended by each kind of like body. So you got the social studies ones, like they recommend standards, and then you got the core curriculum adoption. Then you got different types of nationalized curriculums and standards. So you can pick one and you can align it to yours. So that's what I'm focused on this whole summer, is just aligning our standards.
And Q, you're aligning your standards with not only that, but also with the higher ed undergrad. Because I remember you talking about speaking to your professors.
Yes,
Yeah,
that's
you're doing both ways.
mhm. So for the higher students, like the topic for the colleges is easy because it's topic. Then just picking, the flow of the standard for the specific content that we will be going over. But like AP standards are pretty much aligned with college. What else you call it? Yeah, AP standards are good. Like I would love to really, like, the College Board, if I can get involved. This would open up. See, y'all making me damn, man. Oh my goodness. All right, have to reword mad shit.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna wait till I call them too. Make them tell me no. Y'all need to tell me no. There's no way I can do it. What about, can I just get the substantial equivalency? I don't need nothing else. I just need y'all to approve us. That's all I care about.
Yeah, get in first, and then work their way. And then someone said it's hard for kids to read if they're hungry. That was the case around food insecurity and USDA and those food initiatives. But what's happened is they say, okay, we fed you and your scores are still low. So I wouldn't take that approach. They're gonna shoot you, get shot down with that. But you can take an agricultural approach, educating um how to grow your own self-initiative type approaches. And they relate food insecurity to proper nutritionist food, not just food. But the problem is in our communities, they only they only allow, well, not that they only allow, but it seems like they only approve fast foods in our communities versus, or do we have any, nutritionists or health food stores, food places like that to come into the community? But boy, they'll put you a McDonald's up, you know, Church's chicken, fried chicken or something, some donut shops.
Quick, with some cereal
Yes.
across the street.
Yeah, but you're not gonna get no uh what's that little place called? No delis and no Chipotle and no things of that nature. Fresh food mart.
Oh, Truth Lady, you in North Carolina too? What part of North Carolina? I need all my. I'm be out there this week, y'all. Dr. Moore a little too far south. Maybe during the wintertime.
I'm gonna come that way. We've been itching to get to New York.
But we can meet in North Carolina. That's gonna be the base now, and I'm glad because North Carolina is not like country, but it's south. That's what I like. I like that about the Carolinas. Y'all Midwest dudes is
Capacity building. That's what we need to be for, capacity building. That's what you're doing right now. Capacity building. Some foundation to fund that.
I gotta have the meeting this week with the sister who got the computer software program.
Yeah.
IT program rather.
Did y'all submit a grant? Did
I'm doing one. Well,
Yvette, did Yvette submit any?
Mo did like 3, I think. Yvette, I'm not sure. She was supposed to call me this weekend today. I'm doing one right now, foundation. I'm bullshitting as we speak. I'm starving. So I was supposed to order some food and knock out this one grant right now. I think that's why I called you earlier. But I'm about to do one right now.
You called me?
If I didn't, I thought about it.
I probably was on a community meeting myself. It's raining out here, and I probably was already on a call. Forming. There's a lot of forming initiatives, but capacity building funding. What you putting in for the foundation for? Is it centered around, what is it, schooling? The schooling STEM?
This one is a little like I want to say capacity because that's what they kind of say, but it's like
Yes,
but it's also
capacity building.
project.
Yeah, project oriented. But
it's not.
Which foundation is it?
I'm gonna text you.
Okay.
I think I sent it to you. Didn't I send it to you already?
You know, I gotta get my brain cells back.
It be that weed.
I don't get high.
I still gonna blame the weed. Maybe you need to smoke some weed.
You said me. I'm gonna tell my brother that. They say I need to get a contact. I ain't gonna smoke though, Q. Sorry. That's outside of my league. Let me see. I got your email.
Yo, y'all Instagram and TikTok channels that don't show y'all faces and just post other people's content. I can't stand y'all.
Oh, not me. I got my phone. Let's see. Foundations. Let's see. Hey, you be quick with it too. You got that admin on lock. I'm gonna find it. Oh, you give me access. It sent you an access request.
The point is definitely to build strong children. Community as much as possible. Yeah, if you're in the New York City, North Carolina area too, and you do dope like STEM classes, business classes, definitely organizing the program schedule right now. So we have somebody that's gonna be someone wants to do a debate club in Brooklyn. They actually want to might be working with Damo
Oh, that's
online.
cool.
They want to do a debate something. I have no clue about that. I'm not involved in it. We have the workforce development, computer science, or whatever program, next gen tech. And I'm gonna be doing a STEM program probably Saturday and Sunday from you listening, Willie? It's gonna be from 12 to probably 4. And then we're gonna do something after that. We want to do I think they want to do a business class from like 10 to 12 or 9 to 12 or something like that. Anybody do OSHA too? OSHA, any of those training classes? We looking for that.
That's on. You could get that. Oh, couldn't. That's an online thing too, ain't it?
I don't know. I haven't seen it.
Yeah.
I haven't.
Nah, you got to get the
I thought it was in person.
In
the
person.
demonstration. Yeah, the demonstration.
Yeah,
Oh,
especially
okay.
for the 30, right?
That's
Maybe
what
for
we
the
just.
maybe
Deb
for
just
the
did it.
10. Maybe for the 10, you could probably do it
No,
online.
not even for the 10. I got the 10. It's not. It's not. It's got to be a center. You can certify your area for a center or an affiliate of a already established center with OSHA, but you can't zoom in and then get the certification like my card, because it's going to be reviewed by them. It's going to go to Washington D.C.
Y'all here? Y'all there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Oh,
Yeah,
I
I'm
thought it
here.
cut out.
No, I'm here. I'm looking for your email because you did send me that one. Your school year round, Q?
Nah,
When y'all start up?
September 8th.
Even that one last Labor Day weekend.
Yeah, we tried once that week. That was just horrible. I don't play with that week. Can't play with that week. So this is why I'll be trying not to talk too much about what I got going on, because I'd rather hear what other people got going on, how we can connect with other people. I talk to myself enough.
Hold on. I'll be right back. Talk to y'all. Let me go get this knucklehead. School start tomorrow. I'll be
All
back.
right, all right. No, that's what happened earlier. It became a battle of who can't do the most.
So who can't do the most?
Yeah, they were
Yeah, you think?
arguing over why we can't do this, why they can't do that. That ain't gonna work because it is. Damn.
That's funny as hell. I don't want to say the battle of the disables, but
I can't believe that boy gets up here every day and say all we do is solve the white man's problems.
who said that?
But
There we
if
go.
we
We
get
got.
a job, if we work, it's to solve the white man's problems.
I was on a Pan African atheist platform earlier. They was going in on Umar.
What Pan African atheist platform?
Afro atheist in the UK.
Oh, definitely link me with that. No.
Yeah, man.
Is that a YouTube or something else, Dave?
Yeah, she on YouTube. They was going in on YouTube. That's UK trying to get in on the panel now.
Who?
No, it's 4 o'clock in the morning. Paco. Ain't she in the UK? That's the
Oh, that's a fact.
take it.
That's a fact. That's a fact.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like 4 in the morning there. She must be getting up. So you saying if you express to reserve the right uh to either refuse or deny admissions, that's gonna knock you out the box?
Yep.
Reserve.
Only I never heard of them.
Casual geographics.
Yo, Trump is on 1,000, bro. This world is crazy. Bank of America. Let me look this up before I state this.
Yeah, I put the link in the chat earlier about the white guy who put a post on I think it was Twitter after the Cincinnati fight brawl. He was like, well, we're gonna organize and get together and knock off 30,000 black folks by Sunday. The FBI was at his door the next morning.
That's crazy. So Bank of America says U.S. analysts warning about potential risk to long-term dominance of U.S. dollar. Not a collapse, but an economic reset could be happening soon.
Yeah, we had an economic reset in 2009.
Somebody said the U.S. Census. That's, yeah. Separates what it says. Types of black people.
Saturday night. Where's everyone? Where's the turn up crew?
No, Sunday night.
It's Sunday night. Yeah.
You lost the day? No, I know how it go, boy. Yeah.
No, it's a long weekend. Tomorrow is a holiday.
Boy, I used to lose weeks at a
I'm
time.
thinking tomorrow is Sunday. So like,
Man.
one more day. Where is the crash out crew? Saturday. It's Sunday night, not Saturday. Sunday night.
Nah, man, they all got to get up in the morning, boy. They're done for the night.
I don't want to crash out in the weekdays when people got work.
Yep.
So Madan running for mayor now in Alabama.
Yeah, he really ain't gave the full story to that. He said it. The way he was talking, it ain't gonna be no election. He just gonna get some keys or something like that. That's the way he was talking. You don't hear him talking about campaign or strategy or, you know what I'm saying? So Take it for what it's worth, man. I honor his mother. I do believe his mother, had political
Oh yeah,
position.
his
Yeah,
mom was in that kind of field.
yeah,
What was she
yeah.
like? He says his mom was a teacher or something, no?
Uh, I forgot what her profession was, but I think that was it though.
Must have lived in a really small town. If he's even elected, if he's even on someone's mind to become mayor, must have been a really small town.
Yeah, it's one of them areas that seems to be in a constant state or a constant cycle of halfway between Reconstruction and the peak of Jim Crow.
He's stuck in the 20s.
Yeah, by the time you get to passing by all them Confederate propaganda outlets and
That is why Madan support Trump. Woke up in the morning and all he sees is like Confederate flags. And hillbillies in pickup.
Hello.
yeah, Sister Pacho,
Hey, what's up?
what's up with
Nothing much. Is Q still here? Cause Q needs to read my email.
Yeah, he's was working on some computer stuff a little bit earlier.
Oh, okay. Cause I sent him an email with a proposal, so I just need him to check back because I don't know, something's wrong. If you could just tell him WhatsApp or whatever isn't working, or I can't invite him, but I sent
Mhm.
like a SMS, but I don't
Request.
know if
Yeah.
he got.
Yeah.
No, I didn't send the invite. I just sent a regular text message
Mhm.
from my phone, but I'm not sure if he was able to receive it. Some people can receive just like regular text messages from me without WhatsApp, even though I'm over here in London. But I don't know what's up with his phone. So yeah, if you could relay that message for me, Dev, I would really appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, for sure. Like I said, he was literally just because he actually let you up on the panel. I didn't let you up, so I know he's
Oh,
in within arm reach. Yeah, he's in within arm reach. He's not too far away.
okay, okay, yeah, because I just didn't want to. What have you guys been talking about?
Yeah, we're still on the network building. He's in the progress of trying to finalize some paperwork for some I guess government classifications and lining up his new expanded curriculum. So
Oh,
kind of got a lot of stuff.
stuff going on.
Yeah. Oh yeah, he definitely always got a lot of stuff going.
Yeah, I can see. All right, that's dope. I saw the new location in Junior, so I'm like, okay, that's nice. That's nice.
Yeah. Yeah,
That's
he's physically gonna be there this week actually coming up. Yeah.
nice, 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 nice.
Uh,
Okay. Well,
I was yeah, we were wondering on the time difference. Had you been up or did you just get up? Because I know it's like 4 in the morning there.
yeah, I got up like maybe 30 minutes ago.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, I just get up early to do certain things and it's usually quiet. I like getting
Yeah,
up just like dumb quiet to just start.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's
Before all the circus traffic comes through.
exactly that. So yeah, um, it is really early over here.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, normally that middle of the night is probably been one of my most productive when it comes to like projects, trying to come up with solutions to different problems. Because, like you said, you got a lot of stuff going in the daytime. The phone is going off. Somebody's knocking at your door. You got all types of noise. Yeah, so
Yeah, I'm a night owl, so I don't know. I feel like people who are quite creative do the same thing, where
yeah,
you just wait till like, what do you mean witching hour? I don't want to get pseudo on you guys, but the witching hour where it's just kind of like everything is just
yeah,
peaceful. You could think. The higher you are, the better too, I think.
yeah,
So everybody's quiet.
yeah. The people on the panel now haven't been really up long. It's been kind of musical chairs, if you will, for the panel. The early crowd kind of got up and got all their stuff off. So this is the more uh, productive conversations. We let the I guess kind of hard to classify them as the complainers, but yeah, the people that want to throw around all the same old rhetoric.
Yeah.
Get them out the way first, and then the people that can actually want to build and work.
Okay.
Yeah, it kind of slows down, and
Of course, we're talking solutions, right? You
oh
slow
yeah,
down a little bit.
yeah, we actually have to put our brain cells together and
Yo, what up,
demonstrate.
sis?
There you go.
Oh, you're here. How are you? I'm fine.
Chilling, Queen. You good?
Yes. Did you get my email? And I can't message you on WhatsApp. It keeps telling me to invite you, but it doesn't work.
Yeah, I'm not the best with WhatsApp.
No, I can't even invite at all.
That's weird.
I know. So I don't know if you got my text message, because some people can get it. I don't know like what the stipulation is, but some people can get this a straight text message from me without WhatsApp.
But I saw the initial part. So maybe we probably just set up a Zoom meeting or something.
A Zoom meeting? Okay, cool. Great. That's all right, that makes sense. Then I also have a question in terms of when it comes to the school in North Carolina, is that like, do you have a due date for that to be open in terms of maybe sending people there or letting people know about it?
Yeah, it's gonna be a process to get it up and running. So we starting small, getting
Okay.
whatever families we can get involved, learning the area. But yeah, that's why I'm going on there now to try to meet as much people as possible. We have some
Okay.
parents that's already enrolled down there who are online. We have some parents that moved from Brooklyn down there.
Okay, so probably like what, 6 months or to a year to like get a fully functioning opening?
The space, the beautiful, it's turnkey.
Oh.
So it's not like I have to do like we have to customize it to what we do and expand, but it's not like Brooklyn where I gotta build a room, we gotta add this. Like literally, it's just adding icing and changing the flavor of the icing. The cake is already done.
Okay. Yeah. All right. I thought it was
That's the
gonna.
beauty of down there. Is more about the people. So the more people I can get involved, the more connections I can get down there. The stronger the initial foundating development aspect will be stronger. You know what I mean?
Okay. Nice. Nice.
That's
Okay.
how I want to go connect with the colleges, connect with schools, daycares, as many people as possible. To really establish a strong foundation out there. Because everything is, it's not like in Brooklyn, we started from like the super bottom up. Out there, we're coming with everything we have already, inner space and names. So we're like, and we're going straight after the other cities, and seeing how we can connect, and then doing something different in the city that's never been done before is the goal. But just trying to create an ecosystem for sustainability there as well.
Okay. So then when it comes to the Junius location, what's so like with the school right now, the best thing like solution wise, like you guys need to still raise funds, right? Is that what's most imperative or?
Yep, fundraising, grants, enrollment.
Okay.
Enrollment, fundraising, grants. I would always put grants last, but enrollment and fundraising.
Okay. And the school, is it a what's that thing, 5013C thingy? Or
Correct.
it's yeah? Okay. Okay.
Yep, 501c3.
Did you want to put the info Zayak email at the bottom of the scroller, or just leave that to people who only are interested instead of just leaving it open to everybody?
Oh no, I'm just gonna update. I'm gonna switch that one to the new email.
All right. Because I know you probably get some spam with the Gmail. I've been trying to
No,
clean
that's all
mine up.
good.
Yeah.
It's all good.
Can I ask, I don't know if this is too, I don't know, not personal, but like, is there a ballpark figure that for fundraising needs to be raised?
Depending on which conversation I'm having.
Are you talking about per student or a specific time period? Because it's going to always be, I guess, a demand for some services or some resources, whether it's a subscription, uh, a reoccurring contract, or something like that.
Well, I guess I was just thinking more so in terms of like to have like a reserve. Like I don't really know how like a school's finances, like their treasury, I don't really know how it works. Like I know how like, business and stuff like that would work or whatever. So I'm just asking in terms of to keep
Yeah,
the
they get the
school.
right from a top down. They get to run it from like the standard expense and the state recommended pay.
Okay.
And the expenses, so they get to run it at that level for their grants. Because they fall under like Title I funding typically or something like that. But I could. Oh, sorry. Excuse me. Forgive me. I could say $1 million. I could say $50,000. Depends who we asking, what the grant is. What the fundraising for. If we want to
But
say 50 kids
mhm.
in the program, $250,000. $125,000. Depends on which program we want to do. I'm trying to maximize the space right now. To really show like, all right, this is the most we can do in the space, running from 9 a.m. or the 11 a.m. to 11 a.m. every day, or 10 o'clock every day. What is the most we can do in the spot? Honestly, 9 o'clock. Depending, the maker spaces might be able to pull that longer, but in Brooklyn, from the space we have, on the weekend, tutoring program, STEM program, financial literacy program. Can run multiple STEM programs at the same time.
Okay. And then when it comes to being able to quote unquote raise funds, you guys have to do it through grants only, or can it be done in other ways?
Whatever way we could, not say whatever, but we could do direct donations, sponsorship,
Okay, so
tuition
then you could
payments.
like partner with like other businesses and things of that nature in terms of if that was a way for to get like continuous, like I guess kind of like, because obviously with like universities like endowments, so like a Harvard, they run with like endowments, but they also have like their own treasury and investment back, right? So I'm
That
just
would be
wondering,
grants, though.
you said grants?
That would be like a grant.
That would be a grant?
Yeah, all the college stuff to be like grants.
So with Harvard, they only get grants? I thought they have like private alumni.
Oh, they get private. I thought you were saying like them funding in the sub-area program. Yeah, they got
Oh, no, no,
private
no, no,
funding.
no, no. No, I'm
Yeah,
talking about
private
like the
funding
way
is always
they're
an option.
structured. Okay.
Yeah,
So
private
then,
funding. Yeah.
okay, so that's an option for what you guys are registered as right now, right?
Correct.
Okay. All right. So that makes sense. Okay. And then with that, so basically with Ziax, you could run like an institution like Harvard in terms of being able to reinvest some of these endowments that that the school gets into other things, right?
Depending on the language of the endowments or the grants or the funding.
Okay. All right. But if alumni or if someone wanted to be a patron in that way and give
They
a
have to
certain
word it
amount,
that way.
you have
Like
to
one of
word
the schools I work with, somebody just gave them 150,000, but it was specific to their computer science department or something like that.
Okay. Understood. Okay.
That's why our graduates are so important. Like I'm putting all the emphasis. I'm like, y'all asking about graduates. I'm like, look, the way these schools run, I want my students to do the best. Like y'all think I'm playing like I need your students, your children to be successful. Because that's who turns around and funds your school. I
Yeah.
need your child to be walking out making 100,000 at 19 years old. I want them to do that more than you do. You know what I'm saying? Like more than
Yeah.
most parents do. At the end of the day, like that's all for what you're saying. Like that's the connectivity. The same high school I was talking about, they got $1 million alumni budget. Brooklyn Tech, they're like the top high school in Brooklyn. You know Brooklyn
Yeah.
Tech.
Yeah, I remember Brooklyn Tech. I
So we're
took the
partnered with
test.
Brooklyn Tech with their robotics program, and the one of the heads of the environmental engineering program is part of in our environmental research program.
Okay.
So and I work with, and the same head of the robotics program works with us on our environmental engineering program.
Nice.
Yep.
Okay. And then when it comes to like some of the programs, so right now, because I mean I'm late on the conversation, other than fundraising, you said grants. Is there anything else with like, because you said like you're trying to run a couple different programs at once, or
Yeah, we
some?
need program coordinators, volunteers, event specialists, liaisons for community. Like the space is dead. Like yeah, it's what is it? It's election season right now. So we're trying to doctor up the space as much as possible in New York. Like immediately to get some of these politicians to come in and be like, hey, I took a picture here, I'm gonna get them some money. We really couldn't do that in the space we was originally in. So all of that stuff we can do now, and we can service a lot of people. If we change the language of the school, it makes it even more of a conversation. But even without talking about the school, what we bring into the community in terms of programs is different. So in terms of budget, so for like our environmental engineering program, it depends on how big we write it and how many years. So for 5 years, we can write it at 250,000. We can write it at $1 million, depending on how many gardens we include and how many schools we put into the project.
Okay.
So, and that's how many hours we want the students at each school. So the way that project is set up, the schools partner with us to have their students be part of the research that we're doing at each garden. And we can put almost 5 to 10 schools or more if we wanted to at each garden.
Okay.
And they'll be able to be part of participating in publishing research and so on and so forth. So that's a whole big environmental research project that and we're partnered with Brooklyn Tech on that.
Okay.
So y'all don't know New York, but if y'all questioning, she'll tell you Brooklyn Tech is the top school in Brooklyn.
Yeah, it's official. It's hard to get into this school.
So when I'm saying we're partnered with the head of robotics and the head of environmental engineering at this school, that's on our team and board for this particular project. Yeah,
Okay. Well, that's good. So it's kind of like a sister brother kind of school. Is that the kind of relationship like y'all have?
Nope. I'll be hunting for people that's willing to work with us, and the research has been an area in which I could converse with people and not have to step on my ideological toes.
Oh, okay.
So the
Got it.
environmental research project, we can be
that
Black
makes sense.
only. We don't even have to discuss that. I bring the
Yeah,
students. You can
yeah.
bring whatever students you want. We collect the data. We're in front of the research, and we can collect. Not to say collect. This is a fundable. We're working on super fund sites and areas that have already been allocated for funding for years. And
Okay.
so it's just being able to attach the research component to a location like this is what we're bringing different to the table. So that's one of our big projects that we're introducing this year. So one of the main things I'm soliciting funds for is for that. But then the space itself and in doing community programs, there's budgets associated to that. So for example, doing an OSHA class, the partnership we have right now, her class I think is like $800 per person.
Mm-hmm.
And so she wants to write a grant for the institute for 50 students. And then she want that and one for Mo, you listening? That's what I was saying in the other meeting. For 100 students, but over a year in the space or something like that, or another like adults. And she's already gotten that grant with different organizations. So she was like, it's not really gonna be difficult to get it with us.
Okay.
But those programs have their own cost associated to it. And I'm looking for more programs. You know what I mean? If we add programs to after school centers, to City Tech, well, that's not really an expense to us. They're gonna be contracting us, but I would like to use the environmental engineering program to kind of bulldoze us into more partnerships with the schools. So that's one of my the relationships I'm going to be bringing to the district that our institute has different. We bring research and we bring a level of expertise in science that the other schools can't compete with. So, and we're not trying to shove it in their face. I'm willing to, partner with the schools to help them be involved with it too. So that changes the whole ballpark game on how they look at how working with us. So I'm trying to rub shoulders in a cool way without, pissing anybody off and not having to mess up my ideological views or the integrity of my, institute or myself or the community, of course.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So then, I didn't really, that's something I didn't really think about in terms of the ideology. That's true. So then when it comes to grants, is that like a barrier as well, or not really? Because it's a bit more, there are
Historically, it
grants.
has.
Okay.
But it took a while to refine and get to where we are now. Well, I'm bullshitting, but yeah, if you into grant writing, we definitely need Matt on the team, sis. We Mo in the chat, we hunting anybody that's into grant writing, education, anybody into business education. I'm looking for like a CFO. My sister said don't even do that. She said straight go to NYU. But yeah, we looking for some people that want to be involved, fundraising. We have everything on the table for credentials that you can mess with. So,
Okay. I mean, I could
That's
also,
everybody in the audience too.
yeah, I don't do grant writing. I'm kind of at odds with grants. So I wouldn't be the person for grant writing. But in terms of like community programming or business education, like I can step in and help with that if you guys, well, you said you need it. So that's
Yeah, I have
something that I can
7
help
Zoom
with.
accounts, like the 7 paid ones. We can run programs all the time on there. People always asking for programs.
Is this like community type programs? So not necessarily just for the kids, but like community, or it's just for the
We can do
children?
community. The workforce development programs is for adults.
Okay.
And the environmental engineering is for the community. It brings together multiple aspects of like, because we're social justice based. So this year,
Okay.
moving forward, we're gonna align ourselves with more actionable ideas in terms of social justice. So even down to the partnerships we're looking for with our African studies and social justice are going to be aligned with, you know, real world social justice objectives, you know, housing issues, food. So the environmental justice research project we're doing aligns with the food justice issues that we have in the community, and understanding like the effects of growing food, urbanization, pollutions. So that ties in a whole lot of things in terms of like understanding the effects of urbanization and socialization and on us as a community.
Because is what's it called? East, like Brownsville, East New York, that's still food desert, or it's not considered that anymore?
It is and it isn't.
Okay.
Where we at, we're right across the street from a supermarket, but it's a different category of conversation in terms of the food social justice. So you have so my research that we're doing at the institute will be able to be a part of the publishing body of that contributes to the understanding of the effects of urbanization on the ability to grow food and the effects of it on food. And we're combining IoT and computer science with the goal of also adding machine learning and AI for to help us have a greater understanding of how, you know, of course, like I said, urbanization affects the growth of food and our environment's effects on us as well.
Okay. Okay.
So that all falls in these social justice, like, you know, the level of noise Black people hear in their
Yeah,
neighborhoods is
for sure.
louder, the water pollutants, you know, the air quality, the emissions. So finding areas where we can take these data and collect this
Mm-hmm.
data without having to be bothered. The
Mm-hmm,
gardens are the
mm-hmm.
perfect area to do it at. So we already have a partnership with about 10 gardens. And so that's one whole project we're recruiting for right there. But there's other space and there's other things to do in the space. Like this, like if you came to Brooklyn and see it, it's a really dope spot. I just do engineering and shit like that. So that's my focus. But I'm sure
Okay.
somebody's going to want to do a dance class, a drumming class, business, and whatever else. You know, I'm going to be doing some robotics and stuff like that. That's what I do.
Okay, so there's basically a wide, because that was the thing, I didn't really know the full curriculum, the full spectrum of the curriculum, but yeah, it's pretty open.
Yeah, it's community based, so there's room for other things. It just I have to make sure that the person is consistent. So if you can't commit to a year, then they don't really like discuss to it. Even like, and I always go from a minimal, like what's your profession, what do you do, and what's the minimum amount of time that you can agree to. And then from there I can shape it around. Like it might be a club, it could be after school program, extracurricular program, or it could be an activity that's, you know, within the, you know, realms of the classes.
Okay, okay. All right. Well, that's yeah, that gives me kind of a scope. And then the fundraising.
Like the brother who does our health curriculum, health classes for high school, he's gonna be doing fourth through. We group the kids together for certain classes. It's like African studies and STEM classes and health. They get grouped together, in super
Okay.
we call them, there's already grouped together in Montessori, then we do super groups depending on the attendance, but the super grouping was cool last year. So we'll have 4th to 7th grade together,
Mhm.
the whole high school group together for like certain classes depending on attendance and stuff, and the type of class it is. But he did psychology last year. We have a dope psychology class, but he wants to do business.
Mhm.
And he actually has a bachelor's degree or a master's degree, one of them two in psychology. So I'd rather him do that. But he has a love for business and investing, so he wants to
Okay.
do a Saturday class on business. So anybody want to be a part of the business class? I think Michi wants to help with that too. We want to organize like a free community business thing where we can do it. You know, it could be hosted in Brooklyn, it could be hosted in North Carolina, it could be online, and people just come to the space and hear the information and get some of the free food or whatever it is that we have going on. But I want to try to do that twice a month. Not try, we want to do that like twice a month.
Okay. So that's like financial literacy kind of thing for the kids.
Yep.
Got it. Okay. Okay. All right. Hmm.
Somebody said, but you got to be more spiritual, my yacht, my brother. Yo, you stupid. Ahmed. I got to do 48. What is this? The 49 laws of my yacht plus 16. What you call it? Hail Marys. I be trying to be cool with as much as the stuff, and as long as it can be organized in a way that like it effectively aligns with the curricula. You know what I mean? The curriculum, like that be the part people just be throwing like mad random stuff at me sometimes. You wouldn't believe how much people threw mad random. That would last time, says not to say that you wasn't like that, but it's just I get like 9 years, conscious community, pro-black community, black community. I'm talking about all types of stuff.
Mhm. I understand. I understand. I feel like it's funny because as much as I think for me, I always just seek to understand whatever room I'm in, whoever I'm around, because I feel like a lot of the things are I think we all have a common thread regardless, and we're all trying to get to the same place, but I feel like some people need you to communicate in their ideology, no matter how pseudo it may seem. I just think it's the thing of like diplomacy when it comes to all of these different factions or groups. I don't know. To me, it's just kind of like tribalism echoing. So it's just kind of like, I think if you can just learn to speak to people, you don't have to 100% believe exactly what they believe, but there's always room for conversation and to convey the message in whatever language the person needs. I think that's just, especially when we're talking about kids and like bigger shit, that's because a lot is going on right now. So it's just kind of like, please, pseudo. But I'm into pseudo too, so maybe that helps.
Nah, yeah, I'm mad respectful. Long as don't bring it to the kid. Don't bring it to the table without reason. And then don't attack. I didn't been, because the defense, like, that's the part that gets annoying. Like, I'm mad, like I'm obsessed with this stuff. So that's like, yeah. Because I've
If
had
you
mad
could
different
just
people question me, test me, and I'm like, and I'm like, the offense, which I respect the test, but now respect me going crazy now. I'm like, oh, we want to talk about curriculum? Let's talk about curriculum. It's like, all right, 6 hours later, like, all right, Q, I get it. Like, you really know what you're talking about. I'm like, nah, bro, I'm still just getting started. Like, I love this shit. So, yeah.
all right, makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I guess for me it's just I'll wait for you to get back in terms of the I guess maybe more so speaking in depth about the fundraising aspect because yeah, I do feel like I could be a strong help there to actually get things moving. Um because I don't know how familiar in terms of just like I think for not just the school, but just in our community, period, and understanding some of like the stuff that the blockchain can help with. I think that's something that, especially with the STEM school, it's really imperative, like not even just from a child level, but as a community, there's a lot of power that we can basically take back if we kind of went down that route. I just think with all the different groups or whatever, because I think I did listen recently to one of the last, I don't know which one it was, but some guy was, I don't know if he was Hebrew Israelite or he was saying something about, what was he saying? Like, you guys are too emotional or you want to get hugged by white people. I don't know, but he was really convoluted. But I just feel like, yeah, there's just too much, too much, too much, too much going on for us to just leave it at ideology. Yeah.
Yeah, I would GA. He always talking about blockchain. Um,
Oh, Freeman, right?
yeah,
Is that?
I
Yeah.
don't. I tend not to tread too much where I don't know too much. Um, Not to sound like a scaredy cat, but I don't know too much about it. Um, but
Mm.
that's a conversation with research. You know what I mean? That's the easiest way to go about it. Um, Getting a classic plethora way of fundraising, ecosystem, grants to donations to whatever tuitions and fees to contracts, all of it kind of piles in together. Um, so that's the yeah. So when I
Mhm.
hear fundraising,
Mhm.
like that's what I hear in all of it. It could be somebody that's just focused on Q. I'm just going to get y'all contracts, and we get the right contract that'll offset all the other stuff. We get the right grant that'll offset. We get the right contract and grant, and at the same time, we hit the right enrollment numbers and get a grant. But just having one angle is not cool. So I'm trying to,
Mhm.
if I can get it to 10 different ways that the institute could, sustain itself, and it is
Mhm.
could sustain itself, and a movement rather. Um, that would create again like an ecosystem of sustainability that I would be proud of.
Okay. Mhm. And how about in terms of like teaching the kids? Is that an option as well? In terms of like well, I don't know the person, I forgot the guy that you said is doing the business education, but that would be something that you can teach children right now, in terms of just like understanding how crypto and the blockchain is a digital, well, fast track version of like the stock market. It's like literally the replication just with different rails.
Yeah, I try to do little groups of
Mm.
people that I know that's smarter than me, and
Mhm.
then I just kind of like guide the group, and then let the
Mhm.
group do what it's supposed to do.
Okay.
So
So you're
anybody
good
who
at
don't know,
moving
that's what I
space.
do. I don't try to make myself the smartest from in the conversation. I love being around smarter people. So that would be for me like, let's get I told some really dope people in business, and
Mhm.
so that would be my game plan, like bringing them together, knowing we got the space and we can do something online and we can do something in North Carolina and Brooklyn at the same time, which would be hella dope. Um, and just combining it together and then making it. We did it on a Saturday or a Sunday. You know, want to make it in
Okay, so
the
you also
evening.
do like supplementary school.
This would just be a program. I
Oh,
wouldn't.
okay, okay, summer program.
Yeah, this would be a full. So the nonprofit has program. The institute falls underneath the nonprofit.
Okay.
Um, any business attorneys too out there, bro. Gotta go. I got mad stuff to do. Is any
Yeah.
dope people? Always looking for dope people to network with and connect with, y'all.
Okay.
All the time. all the time. Dope people
Yeah,
is what's needed.
yeah, that'll go for online marketing, which will include AI and all the tools that come along with that.
So then would you be willing to do like a whole like campaign, like a brand campaign and like a rollout and that kind of stuff? Like
I'm busting my butt to work to get on that. So it's a guerrilla situation. So a lot of perspectives is based when you got the bread. I don't got the bread. I'm making it work. You know what I mean? So every day is to figure out, that's what it's been until it's not, So the rollout is the rollout as we could do right now. You know what I mean? So I can send you all the artwork we got, whatever ideas we could do. I'm about to send an email out I'm setting up an email for tomorrow morning to do an email
okay.
blast. I got flyers. I gotta finish this grant today. Tomorrow I'm getting more posters. I got like 10 8-foot posters I'm supposed to do and some other ones. It's got 1,000 flyers. Trying to get whatever celebrities for the cheapest price. To do a walkthrough or do some kind of content in the institute in the new space. We're sending an email out to all the council people. So that's why I need the programs, so I can try to get the council people to, because they're in a voting frenzy right now, election frenzy. So if it ain't getting no votes and they can't take no pictures and shit, but they promises might only be good as the air we walking through. Not to say it, let me not word it like that, because we need the air we're walking through. But you get the point I'm making.
Yeah, I get what you mean.
That
So
analogy was
then,
bad.
all right, so if someone wanted to submit a program, how would that, because what if they don't have like what exactly are the stipulations for that if someone wanted to put a program forward?
Like Michelle was saying, quantifiability. Why am I feeling stupid? I'm starving. How quantify? Why is quantifiability? Can you conjugate it that? Was it morphable that way? Quantifiability? No, you would just say how quantifiable it is, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you wouldn't. There's no other conjugate for it. I'm sounding stupid right now. So how quantifiable the program is in terms of impact. So OSHA, high impact. The computer science program we have is high impact. I want to say, so in the space down south we can do some construction, cosmetology. No offense, ladies, cosmetology. I'm not gonna say that publicly. I'm not gonna say what I was gonna say, but cosmetology, I can't say cosmet. Well, at least you know what? I'll say this: AI has no effect on cosmetology, so you don't have to worry about being employed or as a cosmetologist. So that's a CTE trade. Aligning CTE trades and trades with STEM programming. That's kind of the space.
What's the CTE trade?
CTE is career and technical education.
Career and technical education. Okay.
So depending on the school and the certificates, but it's usually certificate-based trades, or trades that you can get a degree in, but your entry would be typically a certificate to these programs. So that you
Okay.
get like a
Like Amazon AWS. That's a certificate.
yeah, AWS program. You could do
Google
like
Google has
CDL.
Got
the
it.
same thing, and also
Yeah.
Microsoft has the same certification.
Okay.
CDL is high impact. Like if we can do CDL training in Brooklyn, we would have to do it through. We're talking to somebody want to do it through what's the machines, them little virtual machines, them simulators.
Simulators.
Yeah, but down south we have the school buses. We can dedicate a school bus to a CDL program down there. So if you want to get your CDL license in North Carolina, we can set up a program for that. So programs like that.
So programs that lead to certification.
Certification and employability. That's the
Okay.
impact that we want to be able to align with. So it's like, we're directly trying to impact the disparities in income in the Black community. That's a form of injustice. So providing programs that have the ability to facilitate the introduction, exposure, development, and entry into these programs is highly needed in these areas.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's and just seeing what we can fit in the space. So whatever there's an HVAC certification. I forgot the exact label for it. It's real refined, but that one you get that certification in OSHA and some other one, like you're making money. Like somebody, you know what I mean, you get a you're making money. You get a hazmat and CDL, you know, you making money immediately.
Yeah.
So having that ability to offer those type of programs. We also have the space for tutoring.
Okay.
We're partnered with City Tech. Well, we're partnering with City Tech to do a program, and I'm using how they model their stuff to model ours. So they have a high school tutoring program for regents prep, and we can offer the same thing in our space. State exam prep. We have the space to do that. We have 2 rooms we can do that in and service 10 students. You know, we could do that, or, you know, from 6 to 9. They do it. Their program is from 6. Once she told me their program is from 6 to 9 or 6 to 8:30, I was like, oh, that's fire. All right, we can do that same shit in our spot because our classes end at 6, so we can immediately open up the space for tutoring at 6 o'clock for other students, and we can also connect that online between New York and North Carolina. It'll just be different classes that you sign up for, but it can still run at the same time.
Okay. And then would you still take programs that they are high impactful, but not like certification based?
ESL.
ESL?
A lot of money in ESL.
Yeah, my friend does that. She's a principal in Clara Barton, and she used to do like a lot of ESL.
She's a principal in Clara Barton right now?
Assistant principal. Well, I don't want to see. Yeah, she is.
Can you give me a conversation with her? And what I would ask for is to introduce our environmental engineering program there. That would be dope to get Clara Barton if we can have them be one of the schools that we can put a part of our grant.
Okay.
Possibly we have Westinghouse, Brooklyn Tech. There's a school in the Bronx, another school in Brooklyn, and Clara Barton will be another dope high school to have a part of the project.
Okay, well, I can. She's going on leave, if I'm not mistaken, soon. But I don't see how that would be a problem, even if she like pointed you in the direction to somebody else who may be taking over her spot while she's on leave.
Oh, she's not going to be there this year?
No, she is, and she isn't. She's going on leave for a little bit.
Got it.
Yeah.
That nonetheless, that's cool enough. Clara Barton.
Yeah.
I might have some just because you said it. You know, what I mean, you know, anybody in the chat, anybody have a connect to the executive staff at a high school in New York or North? It could be anywhere, but I'm not going to stretch myself too thin. So if you're in New York or North Carolina, in the regions, cities, you know, within the proximity of Kinston, you know, let's connect. My bad, sis. Continue.
No, that was pretty much it. Just so basically, ESL is one of the ones outside of certification that's high impact.
STEM programs. So the STEM program we're gonna be offering, we know we're gonna have that. We got enough from the service, bunch of kids with that. We can use a youth STEM program. Yep, tutoring, literacy. But I would rather align it with the state exams. So in the space, in Brownsville, they most of the schools failed the science, the new 5th grade and 8th grade science exam, and so I want to put a heavy emphasis that they can have their students come there for preparatory for that, and or any state exam prep.
Okay, all right. So then it's kind of like, do you go to other schools and actually say, hey, we have like a tutoring program, da da da, or it's more so like putting flyers in like the supermarket or like
Well, this is
outreach to
possibility for
parents?
programs.
Oh, okay, got you, got you, got
So
you,
I'm
got you.
trying to fill the doors. You know, we got 8 rooms and 2 big
Got it.
areas. Like we have enough room to do free programs, paid programs, contract programs, all at the same time. You know, we can have 20 people in here for free. We can have 20 people in here paid. We can have 20 people in here from the city. We can have, you know, and down in North Carolina, we can do that way more than that. In New York is a little tight, but we have space to still, you know, do multiple levels of service.
Okay. Okay. Marketing. And when do you guys go back for school this year? Do you work
September
September?
8th.
Okay. Right.
And I would love to get to London and Africa set because that'll make us. I would love to have a 24-hour school.
What you mean? Oh, you want to put like a satellite program in London?
Yeah, that would be fire. You out there, like, you know what I'm saying? Get students out there, get a little space and stuff. And then we got kids in, you know, because Ghana, all Ghana, London, all y'all in like the same time zone. So we could do a whole, y'all would be using the same program, just running it while we're sleeping. Y'all will be running the program. And then while we're up, y'all will be sleeping.
Oh, I didn't know. Okay, that's interesting.
That's why we're also adopting the SDs and international standards. So that way students, it'll, like with your son's question, the ST standards, I believe are also for UK.
Oh, so the SE, is that like the international?
Yep.
The baccalaureate? Okay. Okay. Got it. I didn't know that.
Yeah, we're adopting those standards this year. I'll be writing it in. Yo.
Yeah,
I
you should
mean,
have.
there's a
Yeah,
Pan Africanist community over here, but they're not. Yeah, it's a little. But I mean, who else? Ghana. Could work.
Yeah, they don't gotta be a Pan African to be in the program.
Say that again.
It's for black folk.
What is it?
Yeah, I think he switched devices.
Oh,
He
okay.
said, yeah, he said you didn't necessarily have to subscribe to the Pan African ideology. Just as long as you're black, Caribbean from the continent. Because we've been trying to get a little bit better assessment, other than just trying to log on the internet or finding out by third parties on what is the vibe over there when it comes to Afrocentric social issues in
Ah,
London. The dynamics are not necessarily in alignment with what's going on in the state, nor the continent, nor the Caribbean or South America. So
Yep. And we get out of STEM competition. You know what I mean? That'll be
yeah.
immediately popping. The debate thing that they want to do. That'll be all fire.
I mean, over here, because I would say, like, from my own experience, there were like Pan Africanists and like, you know, a center, but they're kind of aging out. And like, there's a guy called Robin Walker. I know, like, he still has kind of like an influence in terms of being an old head, and he does like um, walking tours and stuff like that about history, like Black history in England, period, especially around like the financial district. But when it comes to like schools, I know some people try and do like little for like Black History Month and stuff like that, but an overall Pan Africanist presence with the kids, even if you're going to like outside of London, it's kind of sparse. Um, yeah, there's a lot of yeah, it's not like it used to be. I think over here is pretty much maybe like the 90s. the 2000s, but more recent, not really. There's not really that kind of movement. I think Brazil would be a very good hub. There's a lot of the only barrier would be the Portuguese.
Yeah, languages.
Yeah. But they would be very like open. That's some that I know for like yeah, they want Pan-Africanist education. They want it. Like yeah. They're going through like a bigger awakening, I guess. And they're kind of like, we got internet, you know what I mean? Like, we can actually converse, step in the conversation properly. They really do want that. But not everybody speaks Portuguese. So,
Yeah, they cut off with the language.
mm, that's the only. But I mean, this is why I think it would be good for even, doing like trips over there for the
But that's
kids.
only for a little while. They're gonna add the speech translation AI soon into most of the Zooms. Y'all heard me say it first, but that's coming to Zoom soon, y'all.
Oh, the translation thing.
Yeah,
Auto
that's
dub.
already coming. Yeah, they
The
already got it.
auto
I think.
dub? Yeah.
Yeah, I
Okay.
think Google gonna be adding it. Yeah, that's going by the end of the year. Mid-year, that's not gonna be an issue. Full
Okay,
blown
cool.
meeting, full blown meeting with Chinese people.
Okay, that would be really dope. But yeah, I think Brazil would be a better fit than London right now. But London, you know what? You putting that out there, it might be something I have to look into.
Yeah, we don't have to try to compete with Oxford, but even if it's just 5 or 10 students, or a little small group, just to see, get a flow on
Mm,
trying to manage with your already day-to-day routine. Different time zones, different cultures, different backgrounds.
yeah,
Uh,
cultural exchange is
yeah,
important.
people, yeah. Some may have to make a little bit more than others. Others, they could fit right in.
Mm.
Um, yeah.
Hey, well, you know what? I think probably. Let me see with that. Mm. And then when it comes to like if that was possible, right, to get like 5 students, would that now be able to like does that help in terms of I guess numbers for like grants and things that you guys could get over in the States, even though the students are based elsewhere?
So that's going to depend on
The
what the
grant.
students' parents want. This would be uh, instead of going to physical buildings right now, as they're doing now. This would be the alternative. And
Mhm.
once they complete the courses, uh, would they be able to transcend into either advanced education, such as in Oxford or whatever the university is,
Yeah.
or go directly into employment in London, or rather, would be transferable to any particular field. So yeah, that's why I was saying uh, before that's even implemented, uh,
Mm-hmm.
would it be worth uh, uh,
Doing.
yeah, trying to shell out an investment uh, just based on what you said, and we've kind of gotten a somewhat in terms of uh, it not being from a Pan African standpoint as out in the open, if you will, as it was, back in the 80s, 90s, and early 2000s. Kind of
Yeah.
a different political climate, dealing with the government, parliament. There's a lot of different things that are not the same just within the past couple of
Yeah.
decades. Yeah.
I mean, the thing is, I will say, like, if you guys are looking for like just a small niche, I think, it's a niche, it's there, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
But the thing is, when it comes to local authorities and cities and like boroughs in London, pretty much like most boroughs are going bankrupt. In the last 5-10 years, the like bankruptcy with each borough. So now when it comes to local authority grants and things of that nature, all of that is just being locked out where they've closed. You know what I mean? Like the liquidity is dried up pretty much.
Yeah.
So it's a thing where private payments and things of that nature over here, when it comes to the Black community over here, when it comes to paying for certain things, if there's not a status of like, okay, well, the white equivalency of, Oxford, Cambridge, or certain private boarding schools that still exist, like, from like the 1900s that have a
Yeah.
heritage, most Black people over here, they're not willing to pay. And
Right.
also, it's a thing of they don't have the money. You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
Yeah.
The way that they pay over here in England, it's very minuscule. Um, and things have just gotten even worse for people because they really don't understand the economy in which they live, you know?
Yeah.
Um, so this whole dip, I think it's, yeah, the thinking over here is quite, it's very different from what people show on YouTube or what they profess. When it's time to actually put down
Yeah.
and build something, they're not really of that mindset anymore. Um, so if it was like a free program, I think that would be able to get people, or, if it was kind of like maybe $50 a month or something, I could see some parents willing to do that because things are dire for kids, period, over here,
Yeah.
so it's a thing that they do need it, but now in terms of making it sustainable on both sides, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
That would just be the thing in terms of if there's funds raised enough to kind of be like, you know what, we're going to put an investment into building something over here, I think it would be worth it, because I mean, children are just endless potential, right?
Yeah.
So it would be worth it if it was like, all right, strategically, or even maybe get certain businesses to back
Yeah.
the students, if we just start out 5-10, I could see that happening. Um, but I think maybe the 16 to 25, because over here around 16, you become not an adult legal all the way, but you have more leeway.
Yeah.
And they go to college, right, which is kind of like a 2-year program, like institutional program, before you end up going to university.
Yeah.
So around that point is where most kids drop out, because it's kind of like, that nihilism kicks in. There's nothing really, because in England they don't really, there's not really an industry of such. So it's
Right.
kind of like, what do these kids do?
Yeah.
um
What's the options? Yeah.
yeah, so if it's kind of like, for me, it's a thing of how do we get kids, because my thing I just see with a lot of adults and a lot of like educational programs or just whatever, it's like you're not teaching kids for the reality that they have to grow up in. It's
Mm-hmm.
always pretty much outdated. So I
Mm-hmm.
think if I think over here, if it was kind of like, hey, especially for the parents, like this is something your children can do where they're actually optimized for the next 5-10 years, because I think a lot of parents now, they're not saying it, but they don't even know what they're doing. A lot of adults don't even know how to pivot what's going
Yeah.
on right now. So
Right.
yeah, I think that would be the angle if it was to, yeah, it's worth it. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's worth it.
Because I would imagine um that even the presence of some of the parents that are coming from the Caribbean, coming from the continent, They're not coming over there to make friends. I mean, I mean, it's specific. Hey, I'm going in. This is what I want. If they don't already have, an agreement or a plan, they're either out of there or they're going to somewhere that's, already in arrangement. And that 2 year drop off, like you said, I know it's the numbers have got to be, rather large. I'm not assuming it's just, single digits or one or two. I'm thinking that transition from uh, grade school, 2 year, then university.
Yeah.
There's a lot of leeway in there. In that 24 months, that's a lot of time to say, you know what, forget this, I'm out of here.
Mm-hmm.
Especially if financial obligations and all that stuff, comes into play.
Yeah, I mean now they've done this thing because they get like welfare right over here,
Yep.
and if you have a child under a certain age, so what they've done, it's not like something they just implemented, but it's to kind of like assuage the whole drop off where if your is 16 years old, you have to inform the government of whether the child is going to higher education, that's what they call it. And
Mhm.
then if not, then you get whatever like benefits, that's what they call it over here, but whatever welfare money they were giving you for the child, they cut it off. So it's kind of like an incentive to force kids and the parents to be like, okay, you have to finish the next 2 years of college in something, so that, we can depend on this welfare check still coming in. So that's how they've tried to stop it. But even still, kids can cut class. The programs, like I've spoken to a lot of kids, and it's just kind of like they just look at it like, yeah, I just got to do it. And then it's like, whatever. Once I'm 18, I could just go do what I want. A lot of them are doing gig work already. So like you'll see a lot of young men 18 up just basically doing like Amazon delivery,
Yeah.
um Uber Eats kind of stuff.
Uber.
But
Yeah.
yeah, but it's kind of like you see a lot of them are competing with like, the new immigrants that have come in from like most of it's usually like Bangladesh, you know.
Yeah. India, Thailand,
Yeah.
all over the place. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's what they have to kind of compete against in a way, in a sense of, because over here, you can have someone who is paid basically like 40 years old. They work at, let's just say like a super chain grocery, like a Walmart, or we
Yeah.
call it like Sainsbury's or like Tesco, like those are like the supermarkets.
Yeah.
But they're older and they're not leaving. They have basically on floor positions of like stock, clerk, all of that. And they may have children and things of that nature, but there's no space for younger kids who are like going to college, going to university, to have
Yeah.
it as like, usually you think that's the jobs that they would have, but there's
Yeah.
no
Safety
space.
net. Yeah.
Yeah, there's none.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, it's been like that in all regions of the U.S. as well. I could go right now at this hour at the Walmart right here, and the person at the front door. Soon as I open the door, I turn my cam on. That
mhm.
person's going to be 35, 40, or even older, depending on
Yeah.
what day it is. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, really. No matter what location. I got like 5 or 6 Walmarts in my area. And like I say, I drive trucks. So I drive trucks to all different
Oh,
states.
so you see
And
America for real, for
yeah,
real.
so it is consistent. Uh the 18 or the 16 to 24-year-old cashier that's just trying to cover tuition and lunch money,
Yeah.
they're not there.
That's what
The
I'm saying.
Yeah, they're not there.
Damn.
Maybe in some of the, you know, uh, electronics departments. Uh, if I'm in a town where uh, it's uh, it's a college or university town, maybe you
Mhm.
see a little bit more. But in the in the urban areas or in the really rural areas, yeah, these retail particular positions, the furniture stores, the grocery stores, the clothing stores, yeah, the 16 to 18-year-old young adults that used to be there at the cash register, that used to be there
Mm-hmm.
stocking the shelves, they're not there. They're in their Uber cars with their Uber sticker. Uh, they're doing the DoorDash.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It's
Yep.
the same thing. Yeah, it's been like that. This is not no pandemic type of situation. I've started to see it maybe 2013, 2014ish, towards the end
Really?
of Obama. Yeah,
Yeah. Dang. From then?
oh yeah, from then.
Sheesh. God damn. See, for over here, I started to notice the pattern around pandemic. So like just so it was like a lot of so I remember one time I was going to see a friend. I just like ordered a Uber, whatever. And then the Uber driver is looking at me like, wait, hold on, where are you going? And then like when I'm about to like getting closer, and he's like, hey, do you know X, Y, and Z? And he's like, that's my goddaughter's house that you're going to. He's like, wait, you know? I'm like, yeah, I know. I'm looking at him like, you don't know
Mm.
me. Like, how you asking me, do I know them? But
Yeah,
it was crazy because he's like her uncle. So he's kind of like probably early 50s or whatever. And he was like, okay, when you get to the door, just make sure you say hi, da da da. It's, uncle, whatever. And then I
yeah,
told her, and she's like, what the hell? He's driving Uber? And I was just
yeah.
like,
And
yeah.
she doesn't know about it.
Yeah, like it
Yeah,
was just an uncanny situation. So for me, that was kind of like because that was before the pandemic. So that kind of
yeah,
opened my eyes to like, okay, there's a lot of people who are supposed to be like higher in their professional career, blah blah blah. So this is like a boomer or a Gen X, like older Gen X, but
yeah,
they have like they've had their career progression, professional, whatever, and it's like they have to supplement income with Uber. And then it
yeah,
was like once the pandemic hit, and then after that, it was like a lot of the young adults, especially young males, it's just Amazon, Amazon, Amazon. You know what I
yeah,
mean? Like they're
yeah,
just
yeah,
getting all of the extras. But 2013 in America, I didn't even think that.
yeah.
That's crazy. But I mean, it just goes to show the market cycle. It makes sense though.
Yeah, in our 2008, 2009
Yeah, that was
economic
the
recession, yeah, yeah, that
yeah.
housing kind of took out a significant chunk
Yeah.
of Xers. I'm an Xer, so
Okay.
the Xers and the Zers were kind of in a transition right around 9/11.
Mhm.
We were just trying to make sure we had enough to go to the next level, and then when that happened, uh, a lot of the Xers and the Zers together uh, weren't able to right away deal with the housing, the economics.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, and so the millennials and the alphas were just now getting out of school.
Mhm.
They're coming in with with iPhone and WhatsApp and Facebook. Everything's already, you know what I'm saying. By they come in, we're still trying to figure out what happened to the stuff we had in the 90s.
You know what? This is funny because I got beef with y'all. I got beef with Gen X. I'm a millennial. I'm like, y'all dropped the ball. I don't
Oh
know what
man,
y'all was
yeah,
doing. Y'all dropped the ball. Y'all dropped the
yeah.
ball
We
and left
bought,
all of us hanging. Like, what the
yeah,
hell?
no, we bought into uh
Y'all bought
nothing.
into bullshit.
Yeah,
That's
we
what y'all
nothing.
bought into.
Yeah, nothing's gonna happen to the economy. Uh, all the political fanfare, propaganda.
Yeah, the
All
Obama
that,
shit. Y'all believe that hook, line, and sinker. That nigga got.
yeah, all that kind of just got pushed through.
Yeah.
So by the time we saw this convergence of uh, the different generations, kind of, hey, what are you doing on the internet? Cause me, I was pretty much doing what we do now. I was doing this
Mm-hmm.
on the internet in the 90s.
Oh, what y'all Black Planet and whatnot?
Yeah, no voice, no camera. We were just mainly text. Only a
Yeah,
few sites had voice. Yeah. I was been doing this. So when we got on the streets, we were like, we didn't really tell anybody, hey, I'm talking to somebody in California, in London. I had people, a couple of people going to cafes in Nigeria. Nobody was really on the internet back then in Brazil, but yeah, we
yeah.
were doing the internet thing for a long, long, long time. So uh, by the time that actually became sociable, acceptable,
Mm-hmm.
and the reverse of don't believe what's on the internet to uh, believe every don't believe anything unless it's on the internet. Like I actually saw both sides of that come through, and the transition from don't believe it, don't put your credit card on the internet. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? It
Yeah.
didn't take long for that to go the other way. It was. I mean, it seemed like overnight, but man, it was just really quick. Like
Or
one.
Y2K. Y'all believe that
Man,
Y2K nonsense.
oh yeah, we were all on the internet. Man, we were drinking, buzzing. We were laughing at everybody that had all these prophecies.
Mm.
Uh, those people, they didn't necessarily not come back, but they changed their profiles and pretended to come back to somebody else. I mean, it was really crazy back in 2000. Boy, that was really crazy.
That's funny.
But yeah, society kind of flowed with a lot of uh, hopes and dreams that didn't necessarily pan out
Mm.
per se. And I think the safety net uh, kind of got uh, you know shifted, if you will, in terms of what what was going to be available, no matter
Mm.
what. Like no matter what happens in the political climate, no matter what
Mm-hmm.
happens economically,
You can count on
uh,
it.
social change, all that got shifted. I just think it caught a lot of people, not just black people, but society as a whole. I think it kind of caught them off guard. Because
Hmm.
yeah, in America, uh, if it's not on the internet first or primarily, it's not going to be credible. I mean, that's just it. From business to economics,
Mm-hmm.
political, your social dynamics going to follow. They People are walking around. You see it. Nobody's walking around without no cell phone.
Mm-hmm.
And
Mm-hmm.
you say something, if you offer them something, if you whatever you do, they're going to pull out their phone to see,
And
are you
check.
telling the truth?
Yeah.
Like it's to that point. Yeah.
Hmm. I don't know. I feel like so. My question for you, like, since you're Gen X, because this is some of the stuff, like, for me as a younger millennial looking at, I'm just kind of
Yeah.
like, how did y'all
Yeah.
not see some of the stuff? Like, what the hell? So, like, when it comes to like the stock market, right?
Yeah.
Because obviously you guys were there helping market make with the internet, right?
Yeah.
Was it not kind of like pushed out, or y'all didn't see that doing stocks was an option in terms of like now trying to secure a certain level of stability financially? Because I can understand like the subprime loan and the way things happen, because I think I was still in high school, and even when 9/11 happened, I was in like, yeah, I was like a baby. I was like in like 8th or 9th grade, something like that. Um and no, I was in high school because I was in Uptown. So yeah, it's kind of like for y'all financially, what were the options that like what were y'all talking about? Like what was available? Because it seems like to me, it just seems like y'all would just, I don't know, like y'all had y'all head somewhere else. And it was kind of like it wasn't in reality. And then it's like I hear a lot of Gen Xers, or you know what? I kind of feel like Gen X kind of stays a little quiet in the conversation that's going on right now. And boomers get a little bit more of the hit. But it's just kind of like, what were you guys thinking of, like financially? Were you guys even thinking about, oh, my financial literacy, or like I need to invest, I need to do this, or it was just basically I just need to get a job. I need to get a full-time job, career, that kind of thing.
Yeah, it's kind of a blend. For me, I got kind of caught in the middle between following what my boomer ancestors were
Mhm.
teaching me, what I saw, and then I'm looking at my generation and the rest of society speaking about uh, flying cars by the year 2000. Uh, you know,
Okay.
we got some trolls in the back. uh, yeah, that's probably true. But trying to hold on to certain things as far as traditions and other propaganda with our limited media. So
Mhm.
with no internet, no social media, you know, news, information, all that. If we
Mhm.
didn't sit down physically in front of a TV or had access to a radio at 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, 10 o'clock, then that was it. We missed the news. We weren't looking at newspapers as far as trying to get tips on things like, because I mean I got fortunate working for a stock brokerage firm at an early age, but
Okay.
even still, I there was a certain level of rubbing shoulders and
Yeah, it was
being
still,
connected still. Yeah,
yeah,
so it wasn't
centralized.
automatic. But I think the flow of information and the access to data
Mm.
uh, was a little bit different, for our generation. Like I say, I'm not going to make any excuses, but I'm just saying on how I saw it. I was born and raised in a rural Southern culture,
Oh.
and my adult life, though, I I I made the choice to just jump in head first in
Mhm.
the fast-paced, noisy, uh, Al Capone corrupt politics. You know what I'm saying? It was night and day. What am I
You was
doing?
outside though? You was
Yeah,
outside? You
I
was
mean,
outside?
not like that, but I all my Southern traditions was out the window. I was like going against everything. It's-
Yeah.
yeah, yeah, I got real fortunate not to, get drug into a deeper hole. But I mean, yeah, that's why when I see this division and this contention between the age groups,
Yeah.
I do kind of have some sort of consideration in terms of, hey, what foundations were laid?
Mhm.
What what is why are we getting these sudden surprises and these bursts? Uh, we didn't have no special globe to know. So were we given signs that things could go the other way? Yeah, but we were also dealing with life at the same time. You know, uh,
I hear you. I don't know. I feel like I don't, and you know what? This may just be a regional thing. So please correct me if I'm wrong, because obviously I just grew up in New York or whatever.
yeah.
And my thing is, for me, it was just kind of like I look at it and I just feel like Gen X was quite selfish. Like, I know life is happening, you know,
Yeah.
I know, like, you know, a lot of things are being eroded, but I
Yeah.
feel like there was such a level of consumerism from,
Yeah.
you know, and I understand that was also obviously social engineering. I get it. But I'm like, y'all did a lot of dope shit as well. I'm not gonna front, but I feel like with, let's just say, hip hop, right? That's like the biggest market maker for the Black community. And I just feel like y'all tanked that. Like, y'all just killed it. Like,
No,
it just
we
became.
I mean, you saw it with Carl Kanai,
Yeah.
Fubu, you know, all the you know
Walk
the
aware.
all that. We had access to all that. Those were black people that were had fully control. Uh, the the make it rain, the bling bling, to get the bag.
Yeah.
I didn't grow up in that, so. What was I around people that did that? Yeah, I'm guilty, but that wasn't my value. I you know, I don't know what happened. I blinked my eye one day, and it
Mm-hmm.
literally seemed like all that stuff was gone. Like, I was just wearing this stuff last summer. What happened? What do you mean? Some Arab guys got this, or some in what? I mean, and it was just by the time I
Yeah.
looked up, Tupac and Biggie was gone, and
Mm-hmm.
Monica Lewinsky. It was
I
just
remember
one
that
thing after.
in high
Yeah.
school. But I mean, I get it, but I'm just kind of like, those things went because y'all didn't help sustain the market. Like, y'all
What was?
went
I
for.
mean, we were striving for a dollar amount. So the values, like you said, wasn't necessarily to say, hey, we're going to make sure that all the kids had, you know, some jeans, an outfit, a place to, do whatever. We're coming out of, you know, uh, crack era '80s,
Mm-hmm.
uh, apartheid and the Berlin Wall and all that political climate was at its peak. I mean, that's literally the end of the Cold War, where the
Mm-hmm.
relationship with immigrants, anybody that wasn't born or speaking English very fluently. I mean, that those times is kind of hard to explain now, but uh, the bag kind of was used to substitute the slippage, if you will, in making sure that our communities were being shielded from influences, corruption. So just like we saw with the last election over here,
Mm-hmm.
uh, a lot of money equals political position. Political position gives you influence and impact on policy. Policy is pretty much dictating where you live,
Yeah, people's
what you eat. You know what I mean? It's just
lives.
that. And so we see older white men doing it, this previous round, uh, younger black adults in the late '80s, early '90s. We're just now getting the some of the economic ends of it. So
Mm.
instead of focusing on shielding or building or creating an environment, for black people, I think it was a more of a propaganda feed into being influenced to keep up with the rest of society, to keep up with the Asians and the hair, to keep up with, all these other groups that seemingly really had no drop off wherever they came from.
Mm.
But yeah, I'm not gonna sit here and be naive and say, hey, we ain't had nothing to do with it. There's definitely got to be a level of accountability in terms of if not being able to uh uh pull it off or have the means to it,
Yeah.
put the word out, let somebody know, hey, things are leaning towards this particular way. Mass incarceration of the OJ, the Rodney King situation, all the stuff that was going on in the 90s, uh, from an economic standpoint, there were certain individuals that did have the capacity to at least, if not directly impact, to at least be a liaison. And
Mhm.
I just think society as a whole kind of overshadowed or played a significant part in terms of, okay, what do Black people want to do? Uh,
Mm.
I have my own assessment about Million Man March and the Nation of Islam. All that stuff was going on in the 90s. There's a lot of things that were being assessed uh, in that time period. But yeah, it was kind of difficult and trying to figure out, what was happening, what's going on, how do things work, uh, where are things going, what happens if this happens. Uh,
Mhm.
we can easily map that out today with technology, but we just didn't have the resources to do it as fast as we can do it today in the 90s at the time. So once again, I'm not making no excuses,
Yeah,
but
I get it. You're just saying what it was.
yeah, I'm just seeing what it was. Because like I say, I'm born and raised in the rural South, poor South,
Mhm.
Delta, Mississippi, Arkansas, and
Okay.
I'm trying to. I've had my short stint in the military, and then instead of going back to the deep South where I had my family, my roots, and network connections, I tried to fit in, if you will, in the
And go up
fast
north.
paced, fast paced Chicago Midwest.
Mhm.
Yeah, that really wasn't the best option. Now that I look back on it, but hey, I was young then, so I
Yeah.
made the decision. I pulled the trigger.
Hmm. No, I respect it. Thank you, because it
Yeah,
is. I feel like this is gonna have to be an ongoing conversation with all of us. You know what I
of
mean?
course. Yeah.
To even make strides to actually have solutions that make sense on a broader sense, because that's one thing I just realized. At every point, every generation has its blind spot, and very few people within that generation are able to look objectively and see what the blind spot is. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I think those of us who have that capacity, yeah, it's imperative for us to actually, I guess, talk more to each other. And
Yeah.
even, but yeah, to me, I feel, I guess for me, and probably some other millennials will agree, not all, but some, I just felt like Gen X kind of set us up for a past that it just kind of like never happened. You know what I mean? So it's like growing up, watching all of the like, Biggie, Tupac, hip hop, this, that, blah, 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 blah. And it's like, okay, as a kid, you're paying attention, listening to that, blah, 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 blah. And then it's like when you ready to like get stuck in, actually like, all right, let me get in on this. Like I want to build. Like I think for my generation, a lot of us wanted to get in the mix to be like, all right, let's build on top of that. But then it was like things changed, you know what I mean?
Mhm.
And obviously like where I grew up, like you seeing people getting knocked like on your way to school. You know what I mean? You seeing feds do a
Yeah.
whole like
Yeah.
house
See, I
raid
didn't.
and shit
Yeah, I
like
didn't.
that.
I didn't grow up like that. Y'all had that
Yeah.
that aspect on a daily basis. So
Every day. Like
yeah.
it was literally like, yo, I gotta get to school. and like there's traffic, and then you realize, oh, traffic is because the feds is like raiding some house right there, and then you get into school, you tell your teachers, and they're just like, okay, that's cool, you know what I mean? Like
Yeah,
it's just
that,
part and
that's
parcel.
that's some different dynamics. Yeah,
Very different. So it's kind of like, we grew up in it, and then, obviously you have to become wiser. You have to, your self-awareness, just situational awareness gets, at a higher point than your actual, I guess, your age. But
yeah,
it was just kind of like, okay, we went through all of that. And then we still had hope. We still had it like, all right, cool. What we doing? Y'all saying this is what's going on right now. Get into this, blah, blah, blah. We seeing FUBU. All right, Black people making stuff,
mm,
Carl Kanai, like you say.
yeah,
Okay, you wore it for a seat, then it's like, okay, it's not there. As a kid, you're not gonna understand, all right, the market's moved and like maybe they've sold it, blah, blah, blah. Then we grew up with Rockefeller. We saw
mhm,
Master P, all of that kind of like independence.
yeah,
Then we're getting the message of career in college. But
yeah,
then, I guess those of us who, and I guess, when I speak, I really do understand that I come from somewhat of a privileged perspective, not more
mm,
so like, ooh, I grew up with like money, balling, no, but I was able to be around so many different facets of like the Black community and just us overall that, I have uncles and aunts who got into the streets. You know what I mean? And I saw the fallout from that.
yeah,
I have, cousins and stuff that just did the college thing. You see the fallout from that.
mm,
So you just kind of pay attention to what's going on and like you can see a pattern. But I just feel like some of the stuff that my generation was able to capitalize off of in terms of some social media, because for me I remember MySpace,
yeah,
um and then I remember Tumblr. So that was
mhm,
kind of like what my section of millennials kind of like grew up on, and we
yeah,
kind of were doing a lot of networking, you
mhm,
know? So, for me, it was kinda like when you speak into, like, your old heads, like, like, the Gen X is like, "Yo, this is da 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 da," and it's like, they not paying attention. Niggas is
no,
trying to go to puffy parties, like,
yeah, yeah,
they're trying to go to Atlanta, and it's just
mhm,
kinda like, "I thought y'all niggas said y'all was cautious, like, what the fuck?" Like,
yeah,
y'all trying to do this selling T-shirts, like, get off 125th, they can sell this shit off on Big Cartel, like, start fucking doing shit online and, like, eBay started popping for real, and then, we started to do, like, blogging, and then I think for us, we got a decentralized publishing route, and that kinda helped move things, and then also, like, being able to send things internationally and stuff like
yeah.
that and share information, but yeah, that was kind of the route, but yeah, I just feel like y'all didn't listen to us. I don't think y'all listened to us, and then it's like, y'all trying to I don't know, y'all trying to, like, catch up, and it's kind of like if y'all would have listened to some millennials who was talking to y'all would have been able to see what we saw and match it with your own experience, and I feel like a lot of the mess that's going on right now wouldn't be happening. That's just my 2 cents.
Nah,
Y'all was too busy partying.
yeah, I have been aware of some of the what you just said. Um, at least the people that I was around, we kind of were some of the last of the in person uh, voice communication bonding, uh, being able to read body language, uh, the transition from that in person type of contact to having multiple streams and being just literally just like flooded with text, flooded with avatar. You know what I'm saying? That was
Mhm.
even though I was had been into computers and on the internet and around tech for so long. When it comes to dealing with people, though, I was able to separate that. Like, hey, I'm trying to say hello to you. I
Yeah.
mean, what is this icon? What do these letters mean? I was kind of really late. I mean, LOL to me, I didn't really catch on right away. I ain't gonna hold you. All that LMAO. I was like, what the
Yeah.
fuck is that? Is something wrong with your keyboard? What's going on with it? I mean, yeah, just the whole dynamic. But yeah, I mean, uh, not being able to, uh, I guess, manage that transition from CDs, records, cassette tapes,
Mm-hmm.
and then just flip literally in 2006 to Spotify, uh,
Yeah. Don't forget
co-titled
Napster. I remember when he got
Napster.
rated in college.
Yeah, I mean, we couldn't download though. Initially, it was only listening, and there was no rewind in the early days. Yeah,
What about wait, so because my generation, I remember we had LimeWire,
yeah,
BearShare, we had
yeah,
all of that. Okay,
all
cool.
that,
Pirate
all that.
Bay.
Yeah, yeah. You got all the malware and the viruses too.
Oh, what? Listen, you
I
see,
know all
that's
about
how
it.
I
Yeah,
got into tech because listen, when I tell you I used to code like a motherfucker and then like being
yeah,
able to like with the key, you remember the
all
key
that.
gen and all
Yeah,
I was yo, I was killer. And then the thing is a lot of us started to do like what's it called? Making like um bootlegs.
yeah.
So like yeah, like a lot of us would start doing bootlegs and then we'll
Hmm.
start burning CDs and shit like that. And then like we started to like move in on because remember who was doing the bootlegs? Well, this is New York. I know like a lot of the where are they like Senegambia, they were the ones who kind of had like the bootleg market on lock.
Yeah,
Right, but then we started to like do our own little pirating and we would start moving shit like stuff that they didn't know about, and like
yeah,
a lot of rappers and things and like just musicians, like obviously they're 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 African and then maybe they're not even really into hip hop like that. It's just what's like mainstream. But this is what I'm saying as well. It's like that whole R. Kelly situation. I remember like being young and then like, just kind of like realizing with the whole bootlegging shit. But these are some of the contentions that I feel like kind of like make you lose respect for old heads because it's like, why are you circulating like kitty porn? You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
what the fuck? What kind of
yeah,
shit is that?
yeah,
So I remember that distinctly, like when the R. Kelly stuff happened, um, and being in junior high school, if I'm not mistaken, and it was just nasty. You know what I mean? And I feel like little things like that, just start to build upon like just realizing, hey, these people older than you may not be as I don't even know how to put it, but yeah,
your
I
best
mean,
interest. Yeah,
yeah, but you just realizing like some of these adults are stupid, it's just really stupid. But yeah, we did a lot of I mean, we were too in certain ways. But I guess we're just looking at it as like, what the fuck? Like we're teenagers, like we have an excuse to be stupid. And even then we're trying to like figure this stuff out. But yeah, I think a lot of us deviated into the arts, right? Because you were able to like get in where you fit in with the whole like you know, like I said, being able to sell things online. So like a lot of us got our start with like coding your page on MySpace, you know what I mean? And then you
yeah,
speaking to people in Japan and they're like, yo, can you send me this? I'll pay you for that. And then eBay was like the biggest flip.
yeah,
Like you could get so much stuff on eBay. You could sell so much stuff on, like you just literally get stuff if you had a good eye. You could just
yeah,
like get stuff that other people in other countries couldn't get. And you're like, look, I'll sell it to you for this much, blah, blah, blah. So, yeah, I think a lot of us got our like financial education, right? Through that. I know, at least I did. I know for sure. Plus I worked at Mickey D's.
yeah.
So yeah, so okay, but nah, thank you, Dev. Like you kind of helped me figure little things out, but I still think y'all could have done a little better.
No, it's always the room for improvement, or like I said, even going back past the boomers and generations before, it may not have turned out in terms of how the storybook, wrote it out.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of stuff that it didn't make the newspapers, it didn't make the media, it didn't make the TV. Everybody didn't
Mhm.
have a cell phone camera. You know what I'm saying? So there's just
Mhm.
a whole bunch of other stuff that you know people are kind of dealing with internally. Um, I mean, especially
Yeah.
when you're talking about regions and um, not having to deal with immigrants in the South, and then while you're an adult, you're majority dealing with immigrants. Uh, just
Is
to
that like culture shock for y'all?
um, kind of depending on what you were doing. I was
Mm.
in uh, corporate sales. I was in financial services.
Mhm.
So for me, as long as the numbers came out, there wasn't this extra push to try to convince them to at least stop what they're doing and listen to what I have to say. So
Mm.
if you were in retail, I guess, or if you were in some sort of specialized service, those particular people may have a different aspect. um, but for me, no, I didn't really have a situation. Even when it came to uh, living in neighborhoods or you know uh, apartment buildings with East Indians, Asians. There's all types of people in my building now that are not black.
Mhm.
So I know this is not going to be long term, but uh, yeah, it just depends on what you got going. But I think looking back, uh, you're definitely going to be looking at uh, a lot of generalizations in terms of, hey, you had the potential to amass this much revenue, or this person did this, or you had access
Mhm.
to this. You know, why didn't you do this? Why didn't you make this decision? I mean, yeah, it's easy for you to say, but I just can't remember every little small detail that
Mhm.
had so much impact on one single decision. I mean, legal battles, social battles. I mean, people people gonna always have stuff going on. So,
No,
but
definitely.
yeah, I can definitely understand.
I guess it's also like, how was Claude? Like, do you remember Claude Anderson?
Yeah,
Like, was he kind of big during your time? Because I guess for me, it's kind of like someone like him, or even like Robert Kiyosaki, right, with his
yeah,
book. Like to me, these are things where um I got introduced via MySpace, right?
yeah,
And I was still like a teenager. And I'm just kind of like, okay, did y'all though? You know what I mean? Like
yeah.
obviously I wasn't an adult, but what was it like? What was the climate? Was it a thing of like, okay, everybody was listening to Claude Anderson, or like the black
Nah,
community?
there
No.
wasn't. Nah, no. There was. A lot of the exes were still trying to bring some of the old analog VCR, CD, DVD. We were still trying to bring that over to some of the MP3.
Oh, so
You
y'all
know
did
what
a
I'm saying? Yeah,
pivot.
yeah.
Yeah.
We were still trying to carry that over to a degree. And like I said, uh, Claude Anderson wasn't really. he wasn't really like the dynamic, the shock
Yeah,
information. You know what I'm saying? That wasn't him. He
yeah.
wasn't, you know, the Alex Jones, the
You're
you
not
know, the world,
spectacle.
yeah, if you don't do this, the world is gonna end tomorrow. Yeah, so even though the information was available, the comprehension of it, the being able to use it to do certain things, yeah, it wasn't real catchy. Just to summarize on that.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah. Damn, 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 damn. And then Kiyosaki, not even either.
Yeah, maybe not as much, if you will. Like I said, you having your New York City East Coast, which was quite different from
Yeah.
Midwest, South, and
100%.
West Coast. You know, the no that I mean, it just wasn't there. I
I
mean,
get it. Yeah.
yeah,
New
yeah,
York, you do get information like because of all the people, all the yeah. I know growing up in New York, it does give you a certain level of leverage, especially during like analog going into digital.
yeah,
Yeah. We are going to hear about things first before the rest of the
yeah,
country. It's true. And we get to act on it a lot quicker too.
yeah,
Mm.
yeah.
Mm.
Because like when I was in high school in the 10th grade, I was fortunate to be around a bunch of young guys that had access to FM uh, you know transmitters and actually created FM radio station. So
Oh,
you're
wow.
talking mid '80s at the
Damn.
birth of hip hop in the deep
Yeah.
South, where the blues was the king, R&B was kind of separate, pop,
Yeah.
country was dominant. And so here I am, young guy, 15 years old. I'm busting through the door with Run DMC, Houdini, Curtis Blow. I'm like, you know, uh, it's kind of real edgy. I'm having to, edit the cuss words out. Some of us, people that were buying radio commercial advertisement, they were like, at first, it was kind of a, you know, can we get back to Motown, Earth, Wind, you know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
But
Mhm.
over a period of time, they had children my age, so it was just a real work in progress in terms of the generation conflicts, with the social dynamics, with the entertainment. Like I said, that's in the peak of the Cosby era, so uh, that was being looked at as either you're like the Cosby kids or you're a
Yeah.
failure. I mean
Yeah.
that's what it was. There was
Yeah.
no in between. Yeah. So
And little did y'all know y'all was being set up for a lot of
I
debt.
mean, hey, what? Yeah. So
Okay. All right. This is damn. Mm. Hmm. 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 Hmm.
I brought hip hop to
Your
my part of the South.
yeah.
Yeah. One person, me. I still
Wait,
have the reel to reel tapes.
for real?
Yeah, for real.
You should get it digitized. Like you should put like that's I feel like there's gonna be like a resurgence of like all of this archival history, especially with the point of how content is such a big thing now. That's like the new
Yeah.
I guess sharecropping to a degree, but from a place of IP, what you have, it's really
Yeah.
important, that you can literally digitize it. If you put it on chain, nigga, like literally people can just you can now basically be your own clearinghouse and make money off of something you did out of just love and just, and capitalize off of it. It's an asset.
Nah, for me, my particular contributions will be strictly nostalgia and my own personal. My aunt and my mother were kind of trying to digitize some of the old photos
Mm-hmm.
from the the early boomers and the silent generations. We got some photos from the 19th century, not that much. They were kind of worn.
Yeah.
A lot of records destroyed. Uh, so those particular family treasures. I think my aunt has some cloud space, but for my music, I'm okay if my particular 3-year sets are not replayed. I definitely am not going to try to jump back in and have any desires for any like you said, try to make money off of it. But that option is available, for those who do. I mean, there were
Me
other
too.
DJs out. Yeah, they came after me.
But that's like you can like a museum can basically use that as
Yeah,
part of its exhibit. You know what I mean?
yeah, yeah,
Yeah, so it's dope. I think that's dope. Yeah.
yeah,
Wow, look at you bringing hip hop to the masses.
yeah, man. I didn't know what I was doing.
Hey, that's
You know?
creativity, right?
Yeah, I loved what I did, and I think I think Q was trying to have the same effect when it comes to the different levels of STEM. That's why he was trying to see what its options are instead of just saying mechanical engineer or civil engineer or
Yeah.
something like that. Hey, the kid, like, he likes math, he likes physics, he
Hmm.
can he can get calculus and geometry, but the civil and the mechanical engineer, it may not just be his thing or her thing. I
Yeah.
mean, yeah, cool if it is, but uh, I appreciate how he says it's not the end of the world if you don't.
Yeah.
Uh, you don't want to be a civil or mechanical engineer? Okay, here's some other options. CTE, like you were saying, researcher, uh, all of the construction fields, the CDL situation, the
Mm.
robotics. I mean, you know there's a long list of other options that he can still at least be a liaison and a referral network. That's why he was trying to get some sort of feel on what is going on over there. I mean, is it primarily going to be, if you don't go to higher education, are you forced into warehouse labor, the gig economy? Hey, that's only going to go so long. I mean,
Yeah,
you
like
know,
it's dire out here. Like I this is why, I try and I think a lot of people have a certain view of England, especially London. They just
yeah,
look at it from the,
that's all
tourist
we see. Yeah,
aspect.
yeah,
Yeah, and I'm like, yo, don't let this shit fool you. Like it's hood out here, right? And when I say hood, it's a kind of different level of hood compared to like the States in terms of it's a it's an interesting it's an interesting synthesis, right? Meaning you have a generation. That's what I was saying. Like it's when the first time I spoke to you guys, I was like, it's a very layered situation because you have different people coming at different times and they have different socioeconomic means. You know what I
yeah,
mean? So when I talk about, my mother, where she came off at 19 because she had it like that, that's
yeah,
not a lot of people. You know what I mean? And when it comes to her and her her peers, the others who didn't basically like say F it, I'm out, I'm gonna do me, they went through they became the diplomatic class, right? They
yeah,
became the class of, this is where you get a lot of the pan-African leaning perspective, right? Where
yeah,
a lot of them now came for university into England, right?
Yeah.
and into the States. But I know a lot of them came to England first because of obviously the colonial heritage, right?
Yeah.
And it was almost like a cultural exchange, right? Modernized, and then obviously all the stuff going on in South Africa and stuff like that. So it was like, I know, because one of my uncles, like her classmate friend, whatever, um he ended up being a lawyer. He's an international affairs lawyer. And for him, you know, when I would speak to him when I was younger, it was more so about like, yeah, we came over and we wanted to get politically organized. We wanted to do stuff. You know, some of us who did go to the States, right? We went up with like the what was left of like the Black Panthers, and we actually did a lot of this like cultural exchange stuff, and we had big plans. But then it's like, you know, somewhere along the lines, it's kind of like other people now start coming into, you know, London and the United States, but especially here in London, it's not really outside of the Windrush, which is like the Jamaican more so. They
Yeah.
came influx right after World War II to help build. And they still had the mother country perspective about
Hmm.
London, and they felt like, oh, London, the streets are paved with gold, all that kind of stuff, and we're gonna help rebuild, and they're gonna treat us with no, it didn't happen that way.
Yeah.
But a lot of them bought their property, and they did a lot of cooperative. So a lot of the stuff that we talk about with like the Indians or like the Chinese, the Asians, Southeast Asians, East Asians, that collective mindset,
Yeah.
Jamaicans still had that when they
Yeah.
came, and like for the next two generations. But what I find, because I just study and I just pay attention, there was a lot of learned obsolescence, right? Learned helplessness when it comes to their benefit system over here,
Hmm.
right? Their welfare system, where you could, at a certain point, you could basically live, right, off of the benefit money, meaning that because you're supported in every which way, if you were like working class or felt like, nah, I don't really have it to kind of like be studious, they don't push for their working class to achieve anything. They
Yeah.
don't really put
It
in the
wasn't. It
school.
wasn't a real risk.
No, they weren't
Yeah.
even. I think, you know, I think people need to understand how draconian England
Yeah.
still is. Like, it's
Yeah.
very draconian. As much as they want to talk about, oh, we've moved forward, we're a multicultural city, it's all bullshit. Because yes, you may have, it's true, like you may have all these people here, but when it comes to class mobility, that ain't real.
Yeah.
Only the millennials have been able to get there. It's very much a thing of when the Windrush generation started to get older and then their kids kind of took over. You know, this is where in this country there's something called like inheritance tax. So
Yeah.
if I have a house, right? Because a lot of the Windrush generation, they bought houses in certain places. Let's just say like Brixton is
Yeah.
an
I know what Brixton
enclave.
is. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Great. So this makes it easier. So that became like the Black enclave, right? And so did Clapham. So the
Yeah.
houses there that were bought, because obviously I think Jews used to live in the area, and then they started
Right.
to move out to like Croydon, Surrey, right?
Yeah.
And that was like the suburb that they moved to. But the property, the houses are so, it's kind of like the equivalent to the brownstones in
Yeah.
Brooklyn. And the inheritance tax, they usually end up losing the house through that, because now the house has, you know, all the way from the 50s, 60s, it's basically accumulated, where some of these houses were worth like a million, right?
Yeah.
And that's Great British Pound, where it still holds weight within the 90s, the 2000s. And like around the 2000s, to get a certain house, like a Victorian house, it was like 50,000 maybe.
Yeah.
So there were like points in time where they could have gotten on the property ladder, but a lot of the Gen X, which were like the grandchildren of the Windrush, they
Yeah.
were already like programmed through learned obsolescence, and they really didn't see the value of that because they now went for getting social housing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And they thought, okay, well, I'll rather get social housing. And then when it comes to the house being passed down, some of them will live in it, right? But
Yeah.
then now it becomes a thing of that inheritance tax. If you don't know how to protect your assets and your family hasn't even looked into that because one generation bought the asset, and then now the second and third generation, they may work, but they now rest upon government subsidy, right? The benefit system, the welfare system.
Yeah.
They're not even thinking about what happens when, this grandparent dies and then now we get the property. They may be
Yeah.
thinking, oh, well, who's going to move, all that stupid contention. But the inheritance tax, I forgot how much it is, but literally you have to pay that
Yeah.
upon receipt of the asset. And it's just kind of like, a lot of people were not ready for that. They didn't have the money to do it. And like I've spoken to some of the Gen Xers and they were just like, we didn't have access to capital. We
Yeah.
couldn't get loans. Like we were still fighting skinheads when we were like in school. And
Yeah.
I get that, but I'm like, you guys didn't keep the practice of in-home banking, which was like, the partner and like the susu, so like the collective economics. Cause
Yeah.
I'm like, you know, how is it your grandmother was able to buy a house in the first place when white women couldn't even buy property? You know what I
Yeah.
mean? So
Yeah.
if they could do that, you can't tell me you can't find inheritance tax money. Like, you guys just dropped the ball. You guys just really weren't thinking from a collective perspective.
Yeah.
So that's one of the things where there was a huge loss in
Yeah.
terms of generational wealth. And then from there, when it comes to just what people can do, and like the British culture is very much just take what you can get and shut
Mhm.
up. It's like Oliver Twist, just modernize.
Yeah.
And a lot of the time they don't realize how relegated they are because, kind of like what you were saying with the South and, you know, just for Gen X, you guys didn't have as much information accessible at hand, right?
Yeah.
It was like over here, it's even worse because it's like on every single level. And then when it comes to education, as being like, okay, well, you can use education to basically close the gap, right? The knowledge gap, really. And over here, they don't push education. They don't push for, and this isn't even just quote unquote, black kids. This is
Yeah.
all kids in working class. They don't
It's a
give.
class thing. Yeah.
Yes, yes. It's a class thing over here, and then race is kind of overlaid on top. But
Yeah.
when I tell you, like, the working class here will live, die, and be like it will be a generational thing of all of you are working class, none of you are getting up. And every single point of entry that may come through, nah, buddy. Like if you can't see it, then
Yeah.
you ain't seeing it. And it's like the education system makes it even more so
Yeah.
that you won't be able to see it because a lot of it is very much, linear thinking. It's very much just one
Yeah.
thing after the other where you're not teaching a child to be, a critical thinker, an abstract thinker.
Mhm.
It's not happening. So over here, then you have the influx of the next wave of immigrants coming from Africa, mainly West Africa. And a lot of them, there's a segment where some came who weren't of means, but they were able to, like, get money saved and then come over here. A lot of people ended up having their kids and they would leave them with white nannies
Yep.
and then just leave the country and
Yeah.
just leave
Bail
their
out.
children.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. So there's a lot of people where, there's a segment of kids who they were raised by white people in, let's just say, outside London, which is very rural, which is
Yeah.
where you, yeah. So it's like there's a whole mind fuck there with a certain part of like, yeah, I think they would be late boomer, early Gen X. But
Yeah.
yeah, yeah, and they were just left with kind of uh, a weird sense of self. And then there's the other West Africans that came again in like the 90s and they were able to, work and stay. But then they were from like a poorer class
Yeah.
in, from West Africa where they're not teachers, they're not professional civil servants, nothing like that. And they're coming in on like, what they hear, what
Mm-hmm.
they see on TV of like, oh, America is this and that. The movies were a big thing, or London,
Entertainment.
oh, this is what it's like. And then, you get a big surprise because you now have to be a cleaner. Over
Yeah.
here, a lot of the jobs that Black people do, it's literally cleaning, whether it
Yeah.
be schools, office buildings,
Yeah.
and then just public transportation. Very few get into corporate.
Mm-hmm.
I think millennials were the ones that were able to start to kind of move into that space at greater numbers. But it's a thing over here in England. If you're not in the creative industry, which is really run by upper middle class, right?
Mm-hmm.
Rich kids, where if they're not studious, it's like, okay, you go into the arts, right?
Yeah.
So they kind of hold down that market. And then you have the financial industry. That's the biggest moneymaker
Yeah.
for England as a whole. Um, that's pretty much it, and that's the lay of the land. And with that, it comes different mindsets about the Black people there. So, the contention between, Africans and the West Indians having
Mm-hmm.
beef with each other, not seeing each other through a Pan-Africanist lens. So reggae, Bob Marley, the 70s,
Mm-hmm.
80s, then it was like, well, nah, we don't fuck with each other.
Yeah.
It just became that. And it just became a thing of like, um, not really having a true understanding of each other's place in the wider sense of global affairs. It was just too insular.
Yeah.
Um, so yeah, that's what's happened. And pretty much the landscape over here, it's like a quiet nihilism. A lot of people, huh?
No, I was just saying, kind of in alignment with the Jim Crow for the South, at least,
Yeah.
from what I could see, even through some of the mid early '70s when I was a child. Uh, yeah, black people in politics, black people in corporate, black people in tech. That really wasn't a thing. Mid '70s, mid '80s, even as I'm coming into my adulthood, uh, you know, it just you can put them on one hand. Uh, we didn't even really have that much of a stake in entertainment either. So yeah, the waiter, the busboy, the maid, all those were just like you just laid out.
Yeah,
That's
yes.
just what it was in terms of perspectives. And so uh, by not having the internet, once again, these flashes on the TV, these flashes in the magazines or in the newspapers, one picture uh, from me, I tried to say, okay, I'm looking at this one picture, and is this how the society is for the entire time? Do you go through this every day? And I'm trying to make that trend. That's one of the reasons why I came to Chicago to see. Okay, I know bang bang shoot 'em up is not going on every day.
Mm-hmm.
So let me actually go and live in Chicago to see what is it like every day. So once the economic and the social factors became, my perspectives, I tried to make adjustments. didn't make the best decisions. But like you said, your perspectives and your goals and your decisions do kind of depend on what you're dealing with. So maybe had I went back down south and pursued advanced education, family business or whatever, who knows? I'm not real sure, but you definitely uh, can see how it uh, affected with your situation in terms of the explicit division in the classes,
Yeah.
from just waves of people coming over, and then the best that they're going to be able to achieve is lead supervisor at this you know uh, you know colonial ran organization or company. That's
Yeah.
it.
Yeah. 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 I mean, Deloitte, like I was saying with like Deloitte, I know they did like a big push to start enrolling younger like working class, right? Through higher education. I know like in the 2000s they started to push college and higher education and stuff like that over here. I mean, I came later in the 2010s, but and I came for university, but I think my university track is a lot different to someone who's growing up here in London working class, right?
Yeah.
um but it is a shame because the Windrush generation, they did do a lot,
Yeah.
and it's gone, the return on investment is just thrown out the window, unfortunately, and
Yeah.
it's a thing where their later generations, I wish they just understood the power of their partner. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, I really wish they understood it because I think that could have done a lot to help with the ripple effect, right? So even if you're not really sure or understanding or have access to certain information, I think that would have at least been like a hedge fund,
Yeah.
and it's just a little sad because yeah, a lot of that market, a lot of just yeah, the road they paved just got co-opted, unfortunately. And right now for young people, I know because a lot of the work I ended up doing, because when I was in school and I did like, craftsmanship, so more so like heritage, like metallurgy, jewelry smithing, stuff like that, fashion interpretation. I kind of like finagled my way and I just basically did what I wanted in terms of they were so slow and they were just like wasting my time with like filler classes. But because I grew up in New York, it's like I learned how to get what I needed and figure out exactly what to do. So my thing was while I was in school, I was going to this other jewelry school of this girl who started her own private jewelry school. And I just went there and she had it in like Hatton Gardens, which is like the diamond district, right? In New
Mhm.
York. And you start to learn straight from someone who has to deal with the business day to day every day. So for me, it was like I was able to circumvent some of the bullshit with school and still get my degrees, right? But a
Yeah.
lot of people weren't thinking like that. They were
Yeah.
just thinking, oh, I just have to, what are we doing with like, furniture class and this is like a
Yeah.
jewelry, like what the hell are we doing with this? But obviously it's just a way for them to waste our time. Um, so there's things of that nature. But then for me, I was able to segue out of that and then because obviously I'm trying to grow a jewelry business or do my own thing. And even with that, that was kind of like the prestige or what you could do within that was very if you didn't know people, because obviously other cultures had already started to like corner it, like the Jews when it comes to the diamonds and like the jewelry industry, like they've kind of like, taken it over. And if you don't know this person, that person, and then you still have a lot of English people, right? So like Caucasian natives, like they were in it still.
Yeah.
And you could speak to them. So these are like, I don't know if you're familiar with like British film. So like Guy Ritchie, are you familiar?
Yeah, I know about
Okay.
Guy Ritchie. Yeah.
Okay, cool. So like, like the Eastern, like East London, that
Yeah.
kind of vibe, right? So
Yeah.
yeah, they were still very much in the market as well, but a lot of them retired and they live in Essex and wherever. But if you kind of bump into them, they're so ready to like just give you so much information and actually pass along the trade.
Yeah.
So it became a thing of like, how good are your people skills, right? Um, but even through that, I ended up doing a lot of my capital building work. I did taxes for people. I helped people set up their businesses because a lot of people didn't know how to do it, and then they
Mhm.
didn't even understand like how to do taxes. So for
Right.
me, I saw that, and then that was my lane of like, okay, well, as I'm building my jewelry business online, doing this, doing that, um, I just started helping people put that stuff together. And then that led to another opportunity to work with like a bigger company, Virgin, right? Their charity arm. And then from there, they started to roll out what's it called? This funding, this startup loans. And
Hmm.
that was kind of like, you see the PPP loans that
Yeah.
happened during COVID.
Hmm.
This was in like 2013. They rolled it out like a really quiet soft launch.
Yeah.
And that was like 2013. And then I think by 2015, 2016 is when they started to like do it on a nationwide scale to like influx and re-stimulate the economy. Because around then, just before I think 2012, it was like a credit crunch. So even though that was like a whole bunch of access to capital, I tried my hardest to get like a lot of Black people into it. And even though they were just kind of like, they just had like menial jobs or just starting to try and get into a career, they were just afraid. Or it was just kind of like, oh, a loan. And it's like, don't worry, like this ain't a loan you have to pay back ASAP. Like you got 5 years, you know what I mean? And
Yeah.
the interest rate of it wasn't even that high, but they just didn't understand the financial, like they were just scared. It's like
Right.
loan, no, no, no. And I'm like, what? Like this is almost like free money to a degree, to the point where your bank isn't going to give you this. You know what I mean? Like most
Yeah.
people, I think the loans they take from banks in terms of working class is usually like a car.
Yeah.
You understand? Like that would be like their first
Yeah.
loan that would be like, agreed upon with the bank. But yeah, that was another one where that was an opportunity and people just didn't take it. And then YouTube became the next opportunity for millennials who were paying attention to America. And then, from there, they were able to capitalize on the whole influencer wave. So that's pretty much the landscape. And then now some people have gotten into tech where a lot of these SaaS companies have been building from like, let's say 2018, 2019. And then they're getting all of these government contracts to basically cut most government work, because a lot of the time here in England, most people who are professional will go work for the government, not too
Hmm.
different from the States.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's pretty much the economic outline. And pretty much England is bankrupt now
Oh yeah.
because they don't have no money. There's no circulation, and yeah, it's pretty dead. So that's really it in a nutshell. And they say immigrants, but immigrants ain't really doing much of anything. This is just they've just brought them in as a way to just kind of like make all the working class people look left. And it's like, bro, the immigrants, yeah, they kind of make them seem like they're the problem, but you got to look up, not down. So
Yeah, same thing in America. They know that the Hispanic field agriculture workers out in California and down there in Texas, those companies and those political advocates were certainly making sure that they didn't have to pay the higher wages or provide for extra benefits for U.S. citizens. So um, only when it's a presidential election, uh, and do you see that in the newspaper headlines? As you see now, you don't see any disdain or fights.
yeah.
The ICE protests, all those ICE agents, uh, here and there, but I'm not seeing any. Yeah, these immigrants are really a problem. No, you're gonna keep quiet until 2020, 2020, 27 or 2028 even, and then all of a sudden you're gonna start screaming immigrant problem again.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
I
So
mean, over here now they're doing, I don't know if you guys are aware, but they're starting to do a lot of like protests outside of where immigrants are basically housed in like hostels, hotels and stuff like that.
yeah,
And this is like, white poor working class or kind of upper working class or whatever, but it's so dumb and it's so misguided and it's just kind of like, you're just looking at it and you're just like, these people still don't understand economics in their own, backyard. And then right now there's this guy, funny, he went to London School of Economics. His name is Gary something, but he's like this new version of like, you know, for white people over here. He's like very much London, right?
yeah,
East London, Ilford, like, you
hmm
know, and he went to London School of Economics and now he's like on this campaign of like, we need to tax the rich, we need to tax the rich. But what's so funny about his thing is that, and I just watch and I'm like, are people not putting things together? Because he doesn't hide the fact that, he worked for I forgot which hedge fund or which bank he worked for. I can't remember right now. But when a lot of them got laid off, he didn't, but he stayed for maybe like a year or two or more. But his campaign right now, he makes it very clear and adamant that the money he made to become a millionaire, he made it, and he like his parents were poor, right? He's saying like he had holes in his shoes. I think his father was a postman or something, and his mom, I don't remember what she did, but nothing really, you're getting paid a lot.
yeah,
But the thing is like he says it over and over. Like he says like he's advocating for working poor, right?
yeah,
And he's like, you got to vote to make sure that we change the laws and blah, blah, blah. But then the dude is always making it very clear that he actively made money betting against the very people he's saying he's trying to help.
right,
Right. And
yeah,
then not just that, he also continues because he's gotten a lot of traction over the last like 6 months, right? He's gotten a
yeah,
lot of traction. They're pushing him really hard in the algorithm or whatever. And it is so crazy because it's like when people, some people who are actually paying attention and understand economy and stuff, they're not just taking off of like, oh yeah, just tax the rich. The rich are just taking money from you. Like, when COVID money, like, some of the stuff he says, it's very true. But in the way he layers it, and then he says, yeah, I made my money betting on the fact that you guys are going to stay poor. You understand? Then
yeah,
it's like, okay, oh, I want, if you're a young man and you come from working class, it's not your fault you can't get a house. It's not your fault you can't get on the property line. It's not your fault, da da da. I don't want your mental health to decline. But, then, someone be like, okay, so what are you doing? Did you put money? Like he got a book deal out of this. And they're like, so why don't you put your money? He's like, oh, why don't you do it? Da, da, da. It's never a straightforward, like, I'm going to actually put my money down to help the very same people I'm saying I'm trying to wake up and who I'm advocating for. And I'm just watching this. It's almost like Umar, right? But like in a different
Yeah.
skin. And I'm just watching how it's like, because the thing is, he's because he's educated to a degree, and the London School of Economics is like one of the highest schools or whatever. And okay, well, he's well learned, he's well spoken, even though he's working class and blah 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 blah. But it's like he plays to it. Even the way he dresses, he'll put on like tracksuit bottoms and like football shoes and certain things that, like, you identify with white boy working class, right? And it's like his only solution is vote this, put this policy in so we can tax them. But what happens what happens now? What happens in the like, what do you have to, what is tangible that you can give to these quote unquote young men that you care so much about, right? Where he's talking about mental health and all of that. But at every point where it's like you can actually do something, meaning you have some money, you keep letting everyone know like you're the number one trader and blah 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 blah, and you make this kind of money, but you're still betting on people suffering. He hasn't stopped. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So
America has been. This is the second round of this billionaire making this connection with blue collar, middle, average class people. Like, when have middle, average class people been connected or had some sort of similar mind track as any billionaire, especially somebody that's tied in the entertainment industry for your history?
yeah,
Yeah, the working class man in Texas, in Georgia, these Midwestern states, these blue collar states, they haven't had no affiliation or anything in alignment with anybody in New York City, especially Trump, nor Elon Musk. Now all of a sudden, these are superstars and experts of how the economy is supposed to run. So this is what you get, and you're seeing it in real time as everybody else on planet Earth.
yeah, yeah. But it's just, I think now at the age that I'm at and just paying attention as I have most of my life, it's just like now I can see why when I was a kid, certain things would just perplex me. Like, why is this happen? Or like, why do we allow it? And it's just like, I just see a lot of adults just going to sleep. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
yeah.
Like, they're not willing to kind of like go through the pain of having to adapt, right? Or, there's a lot of, even over here, because some of the work that I've been able to do as well, like, there's quite a few people who they got sucked into the whole tech thing, right? Especially black people over here, where they thought it was like a way to be on par with black Americans, right?
Mhm.
And it's kind of like they didn't understand that you're just here to help fill in the look of diversity, right? But they're not really going to teach you deep STEM, right? But
Yeah.
they're going to say, oh, yeah, we're doing that. And you get a glorified position. And, I have some people who have gone into like doing analyst work, or they work with Meta and different things of that nature. But, a lot of them are like, they went and over leveraged and maybe went and got a house and went and got this, like the Tesla car, the house. And then it's like everything is phasing out. So Meta, over here, they cut a lot of people off, and a lot of people are dealing with a deep rooted anxiety, some people that I know are turning 40, whether it's the women, some of them are just like running and like having a baby and like forcing whatever relationship they're in to be that one. And then you have like guys that I know where, they've been with their wife or, now they're having children, but they're going through a lot of anxiety and maybe they're resting on like the wife's parent, to help them out with stuff, but they're also still over leveraged with a lot. So for me, it's just kind of like looking at all of this and just seeing a lot of the gripes that I had. Now I can see there's really a psychological toll that a lot of people, for some reason, aren't prepared for, which I'm
Yeah.
still kind of like trying to understand it from an objective perspective as to what is, like I said, the learned obsolescence. But if you're people who actually went to college, university, finished it over here, I'm talking about, um, I just wonder why it seems to be so hard to pivot, and then I hear people say, oh, I'm going to start a podcast. And I'm just like, okay, um, yeah, it's just interesting watching.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to switch devices. I know Q
No
was
worries.
going back and forth. I don't know if he's back in the studio. But for y'all in the chat, if y'all wanna take this downtime to get y'all stuff off, y'all better come on while it's slow.
Well, I'm gonna head out. It's gonna be 7. Thank you, Dev. And Tokyo, I said thank you. And oh, if you speak to Dr. Mo, because I
Yeah.
think the last time I was speaking to her, I got cut out because I was in a car. But yeah, please tell her no disrespect intended, but I would love to speak to her again as well.
Yeah, for sure.
Cool. All right. Take care, Dev.
All right. What's up with it, Chris? Yeah, I'm gonna cut out for a couple seconds.